Chapter 101 Enjoy the Last Freedom. In the following time, Chen Yao did not go out, but stayed in the house to improve his strength. During this period, only Qian Rongxiu stayed in his residence, and as for Bibi Dong, she never showed up again. Qian Rongxiu often pestered Chen Yao, even when he was practicing, she would come to his side, release her martial spirit, and practice meditation like Chen Yao. At first, Chen Yao was not happy, but Qian Rongxiu was like a sticky candy. No matter how Chen Yao threatened and lured her, she did not stop harassing him. Chen Yao could not beat or scold her, so he could only let her do what she wanted. As the two of them practiced together, Chen Yao gradually discovered something surprising. There was an inexplicable mutual attraction between him and Qian Rongxiu, or her angel martial spirit. Suddenly, Chen Yao urged his soul power to merge with Qian Rongxiu's soul power while practicing. Suddenly, Chen Yao felt the same sense of harmony as Qian Rongxiu that day. In this state, Chen Yao also found that the speed of compression and refining of his soul power had increased slightly. Although it is not much, it is very likely because Qian Rongxiu's soul power is too low at the moment. If Qian Rongxiu is upgraded by several levels, this growth will be very considerable. For this situation, Chen Yao does not just think it is a coincidence. For this reason, Chen Yao ran to the place where the books were collected in the spirit hall for the first time and read them carefully. Finally, he figured out what was going on between him and Qian Rongxiu. This is a sign of spirit fusion. And it has already matched to a terrifying degree. If it were not for the huge gap between Qian Rongxiu's soul power and Chen Yao's at the moment, otherwise the two of them would probably be able to perform spirit fusion skills right now. After understanding this, Chen Yao finally understood why Douluo had such a kind attitude towards him before. I am afraid he wanted to pair him and Qian Rongxiu together so that they could be a fairy couple in the future. Chen Yao was extremely surprised. He had such a huge backer without knowing it. But after a brief excitement, Chen Yao fell into deep thought again. Could it be because of this reason that Bibi Dong had not taken action against him for a long time? But it was not likely. After all, it was only after he met Qian Rongxiu that Douluo learned of his existence. Before that, when he was caught by Bibi Dong, Chen Yao had no one else to rely on except himself. Why Bibi Dong didn't kill him directly at that time still puzzled Chen Yao. However, despite the doubts, Chen Yao did not dwell too much on this issue, but began to think about his next path. Should he rely on Qian Rongxiu's relationship and protection to stay in the spirit hall and develop in a wretched manner, or should he create chaos and leave the spirit hall according to the previous plan? Finally, after a brief thought, Chen Yao sighed lightly, and he had the answer in his heart. He still decided to proceed according to the original plan and find a way to leave the spirit hall. After all, according to what he saw twice, there was a conflict between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo's Lao Deng. Although Qian Douluo concealed it very well on the surface. But the shrewd Chen Yao still saw a trace of panic and fear in him. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Chen Yao didn't have much confidence in this Lao Deng. The protection of Lao Deng could not completely guarantee Chen Yao's safety. And Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong's abnormal attitude from time to time during this period of time, and always felt that she was planning something to make him fall into ruin. This made Chen Yao shudder every time he thought of Bibi Dong. So, for the sake of safety, Chen Yao decided to implement the previous plan and find a way to leave the Wuhun Hall. But although he had already made up his mind, after observing for these days, Chen Yao found that the people from the Haoshan sect in the city did not make trouble. He couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Could it be that Tang Yuehua didn't tell the Haoshan sect about the two brothers? Otherwise, with those people's temper, how could they bear it? Thinking in his heart, Chen Yao could no longer hold back, and grabbed Qian Rongxiu, who had become more and more unscrupulous with the recent contact, and even had to sit in his arms to practice. Brother Chen Yao, what are you doing? After leaving Chen Yao's warm embrace, Qian Rongxiu's pink little face was dissatisfied and said angrily. I have something to go out for a while, you play by yourself first. After Chen Yao perfunctorily said, he pushed the door and walked out in Qian Rongxiu's resentful eyes. Humph! Brother Chen Yao went out to play again, and didn't take me with him. I wonder if there is any way to make him stay with Shui all the time and unable to leave. While talking to herself, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have thought of something, and her innocent and clear eyes suddenly darkened, looking in the direction where Chen Yao disappeared, with a gloomy look. On the other side, just when Chen Yao was about to step out of the spirit hall, he suddenly ran into a figure with full values and super strength everywhere. Who else could it be but Bibi Dong? Suddenly, Chen Yao had no mood to appreciate it, and he felt unlucky in his heart. He hurriedly wanted to dodge to a plate and ignore it. But he never thought that Bibi Dong would walk directly in front of him and block his way. Just when Chen Yao's heart was lifted, Bibi Dong spoke. Tomorrow is the final of the Academy Elite Competition. You prepare today and go with me to the scene tomorrow. Bibi Dong's face was calm and indifferent, and she spoke lightly. As the finalists of the various regions of the mainland were decided, after this period of travel, they had basically arrived at the Spirit City, and the final of the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition would also be opened soon. And during the promotion games of the Demon Dragon Academy, Bibi Dong specially sent people to watch and record. As expected, his strength was unpredictable, which made her feel uneasy about the so-called genius cultivated by the Spirit Academy. In order to avoid any problems, she came to find Chen Yao and gave him a solemn instruction. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard the words, then nodded and said, "I understand." After saying that, he didn't want to say anything more to Bibi Dong, so he turned aside, bypassed Bibi Dong, and walked towards the gate of the Spirit Hall. Seeing this, Bibi Dong did not stop him and let him go. Turning around, looking at Chen Yao's gradually blurred back, her eyes dimmed. Since the conflict that day, Bibi Dong went back tossing and turning, and after thinking about it carefully, she finally understood. Although she had nailed Chen Yao in her heart, she was affected by the previous relationship with Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong always wanted to cultivate her relationship with Chen Yao into the sweet scene of mutual support, love and affection, and love. But until now, she was completely shocked that Chen Yao and Yu Xiaogang were not the same. Her encounter with Chen Yao was not a normal encounter and mutual appreciation. It was a simple and rough coercion and threat. Under the gradual distortion of her mind, she gradually sank into the abyss of Chen Yao. From the beginning, there was no love between them, only violence and sexual desire. Under such circumstances, if she still wanted the relationship with Chen Yao to develop in a normal direction, it would be nothing but a fool's dream. Therefore, Bibi Dong was unwilling to continue the endless self-entanglement and suppression. At this moment, she planned to obey her heart. As for Chen Yao's feelings and thoughts? Haha, it doesn't matter. Cherish your last moment of freedom, Chen Yao. I hope you can still be so carefree after the elite competition. With a whisper in her heart, Bibi Dong turned and left without any regrets. Chapter 102, Come to the Door. Walking on the streets of Wuhan City, Chen Yao had already figured out where the disciples of Haoshan sect lived and went straight there. Soon, Chen Yao walked to a restaurant. This place has been booked by the wealthy Haoshan sect. Although their contestants, including substitutes, are only a dozen people, there are quite a few people accompanying them. When he arrived at the door of the restaurant, Chen Yao was stopped by two guards stationed outside the door, wearing the uniforms of Haoshan sect disciples. This place has been booked by Haoshan sect. No one is allowed to enter. Facing the serious expressions of the two Haoshan sect guards, Chen Yao was not surprised. I'll find Tang Yuehua and report it. As soon as these words came out, the two of them were suddenly a little surprised. Why are you looking for her? What is your relationship? Chen Yao frowned when he heard the words, then took out the Spirit Hall Elder token from his arms and threw it at the person who spoke, showing a domineering attitude. Go and report it quickly if I ask you to. You are just a gatekeeper, why are you talking so much? If you delay this elder's business, I will let you throw it away. Even the Haoshan sect can't protect you. I said it. The Haoshan sect disciple glared at the words, picked up the token, and understood the meaning. Even if he was furious, he could only swallow his anger. Wait a minute. After the voice fell, he turned around and went into the tavern with a stinky face. In the tavern, several contestants from the Haoshan sect sat together with the elders, discussing the countermeasures for this elite competition and thinking about how to break the myth of the undefeated Spirit Hall. Seeing the guard barge in rashly, an elder frowned immediately. He scolded. Who told you to come in? Didn't you see that they were discussing things here? Hearing this, the guard's face suddenly flashed with panic. It was obvious that the temper of this elder made people afraid. Okay, Lao Si, control your temper. If there was nothing to report, why would he come in? At this time, another white-bearded elder spoke up, then looked at the guard who looked at a loss, and said, Don't be nervous, tell me, what's going on outside? Hearing this, the guard immediately came back to his senses, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly. Report to the elders, there is a young man holding the elder token of the spirit hall outside, saying that he wants to find Miss Yuehua. Immediately everyone in the hall was stunned, and then they all cast their eyes to a corner. There, Tang Yuehua sat alone on a stool, with a dull expression, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Seeing Tang Yuehua's absent-minded look, a middle-aged man in a black robe with grey hair and beard among the elders frowned and said, "Yuehua." After the shout, Tang Yuehua trembled all over, suddenly came back to his senses, looked at the black-robed man, and said with a trembling lips, "Father, what's the matter?" Seeing this, a gloomy flashed in Tang's father's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he let out a long breath and said, "Just now someone reported that there is a spirit hall elder outside looking for you." Tang. Before the voice completely fell, Tang Yuehua suddenly stood up from his seat, and his emotions were obviously a little excited. Seeing this, Tang's father narrowed his eyes and clenched his palms quietly. "I'll go out for a while." Tang Yuehua didn't have time to pay attention to her father's expression at the moment. After saying that, she hurriedly walked out. Looking at Tang Yuehua's hurried back, Tang's father gritted his teeth slightly, then looked at a disciple of Haoshan sect beside him and said in a deep voice, "Go, follow Yuehua, report to me who you meet and what you say." "Yes." Sixth elder. After that, the disciple heard the words, said respectfully, and then walked towards the outside. Judging from the speed, it seems that it is not a strong attack spirit like Haoshan hammer, but a quick attack spirit. Outside the restaurant. As soon as Tang Yuehua came out, she saw Chen Yao leaning against the doorpost with a lazy look. She gritted her silver teeth, walked forward, and spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the elders of Haoshan sect about what you did and beat you into a pulp?" Chen Yao said with a change of expression. "So what you mean is that you haven't told me yet?" "Why? Can't bear it." Chen Yao looked playful, but he was a little helpless. In fact, what he wanted to see was Tang Yuehua telling the high-level officials of Haoshan sect about the two brothers. Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth when she heard this, looked at the restaurant behind her warily, then pulled Chen Yao's wrist and hurriedly walked towards the outside world. Chen Yao did not resist when he saw this, but his attention was focused on the door of the restaurant. Until he keenly noticed that a sharp soul power suddenly flashed in the restaurant, Chen Yao's mouth corners slightly raised, and then let Tang Yuehua pull him to another place. Arriving at a hidden alley, Tang Yuehua saw that there was no one around, but she was still a little worried, and said to Chen Yao, whose soul power was much higher than hers, "Look, is there anyone following?" Chen Yao was a little surprised when he heard this. Tang Yuehua, in order to protect her, even concealed the truth of the incident between the two brothers from Haoshan sect. It's a pity, he didn't want this matter to be buried in his heart, and said sorry in his heart, feeling the weak soul power nearby. Chen Yao said lightly. No one followed. Tang Yuehua was relieved when she heard this, and she subconsciously chose to believe Chen Yao's words, and then gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard, why are you looking for me?" Chen Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course, I remembered all the wonderful things that day, and I couldn't help wanting to come to you for tenderness. How about it, do you have time now, let's go get a room." Chen Yao laughed obscenely. "You look so disgusting." Tang Yuehua's heart trembled when she heard this, and she said insincerely with anger on her face. And Chen Yao also clearly felt that the soul power of the person hiding in the dark was slightly unstable, and he was obviously shocked by his words. After sensing this, Chen Yao's lips curled slightly, and then he said casually but deliberately. "In fact, compared to this, I am more curious, why didn't you tell those people in Haoshan sect about Tang Xiao and Tang Hao? Don't you want to avenge them?" Tang Yuehua heard this, with a look of resentment on her face, gritted her teeth, and said aloud. "Do you really want the Haoshan sect to go to war with the Spirit Hall? You know, you are the culprit who caused the deaths of the two of them, and you will definitely be targeted. Are you so sure that you can escape unscathed from the conflict between the two behemoths? Hehe, this is not something you need to worry about. Even if you don't reveal this matter to the Haoshan sect, the Spirit Hall has made up its mind to deal with the Haoshan sect, and there will be no change." Chen Yao chuckled nonchalantly. 103 Ask for leave. Ask for leave. Moving, ask for leave, moi, boo boo. 104 Chapter 103 Opening. 104. Hearing this, the person hiding in the dark was already soaked in cold sweat, and he had no intention of listening to the details behind, and his figure quietly disappeared. And after feeling the disappearance of the breath in the dark, Chen Yao raised the corner of his mouth. Sui Qin looked at Tang Yuehua, his smile faded, and he pretended to be impatient. Forget it, why am I telling you all this? How about you come with me? If you serve me wholeheartedly, then when the time comes, if the spirit hall attacks the Haoshan sect, I will not be in trouble. You can't even think about asking the higher UPS to spare your life. Chen Yao threatened and lured him with a lustful look. He was a lustful man, and this look was a true portrayal of himself, which frightened Tang Yuehua, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Just when Chen Yao thought that Tang Yuehua would curse, he saw that after some hesitation, Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth, came forward again, opened her arms, hugged Chen Yao, and whispered. If this can satisfy you, I swear, I will never tell Haoshan sect about Ahao and the others. Chen Yao's mouth twitched when he heard this. This Tang Yuehua never liked to follow the script. Is she compromising now? Where is her backbone and bottom line? Although Chen Yao was secretly moved by her words, unfortunately, for the sake of future plans, he could only endure it for the time being. Grabbing Tang Yuehua's hand, Chen Yao used a little force to pry it apart with a cold and disdainful look on his face. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Just with your beauty, you want to hinder the expansion of the spirit hall? It's really a foolish dream. Since you don't know what's good for you, then forget it. If the spirit hall breaks through the Haoshan sect in the future, I will not show mercy to you. After saying this, Chen Yao hurriedly left, fearing that Tang Yuehua would do something unexpected again. Tang Yuehua, looking at Chen Yao's back, felt a sense of confusion and helplessness about the future, which made her completely at a loss as to what to do. She stood there in a daze, gradually becoming desperate. A few days ago, as the teams that advanced arrived at Wuhan City, the final promotion match also kicked off. After a round of extremely fierce competition, the final 3 teams were finally decided. One was the Wuhan Academy team selected by Wuhan Hall. The other 2 were the Demon Dragon Academy team that Bibi Dong valued very much, and the Haoshan sect team that was able to squeeze into the top 3 all year round and was strong. Today, it is the final moment of the finals, and a true champion will be decided through fair and just competition. The bright sunshine fell on the earth, and under the sunshine, the Pope looked even more magnificent, like a fairy's residence. The Pope in front of the palace, 2 rows of palace guards lined up from the door of the Pope's palace to the foot of the mountain. The bright silver armor and heavy knight swords made the Pope's palace look more majestic. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that entered the final 3 finals had already appeared in front of the Pope's palace and quietly waited for the arrival of the final moment. The Wuhan Academy team stood in the front. Because they were at home, their expressions were the most relaxed. What flashed in their eyes was the light of faith, the faith in the Wuhan palace and the Pope. As for the other 2 teams, they had different expressions, and the elders and strong men behind them were also the same. Looking at the magnificent and glorious door of the Pope's palace, their expressions were subtle, and I don't know what they were thinking. As time went by, a team of people walked out of the side door of the Pope's palace. A total of 12 cardinals slowly walked out. They walked all the way to the door of the Pope's palace and stood on the left and right, with 6 people on each side. The leader shouted loudly. His Majesty the Pope is here. Long live, long live, long live. 3 loud shouts rang out throughout the spirit hall like a landslide and tsunami. That was not just the voice of the knights guarding the palace lined up in front of the Pope's palace. In the entire spirit city, all the soul masters who believed in the spirit hall and the Pope also shouted in unison, and then twisted into a stream and rushed straight to the sky. The huge palace door slowly opened. Everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on the direction where the door opened. Wearing a long black dress representing nobility from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, and with a solemn face, Bibi Dong took the lead in walking out of the Pope's palace. At this moment, her whole person had a sense of illusion, as if she was infinitely tall. No one even paid attention to her beautiful face. At this moment, she represented the majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. All the Spirit Hall members, at this moment, knelt on one knee. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. Even Chen Yao, who was a substitute player in the Wuhan Academy team, was no exception. He curled his lips and squatted slightly. However, compared with the other people in the team, he had an expression of worship and respect, and was extremely pious. Chen Yao's face was slightly dull, and his mind was scattered. Looking at the majestic Bibi Dong on the stage, he couldn't help but recall the time in the dilapidated little hotel, when Bibi Dong was graceful and charming, without a single flaw, and her beautiful face with tears in her eyes, full of collapse and helplessness. The impression in his heart, at this moment, contrasted with the serious Bibi Dong on the stage, made Chen Yao feel familiar and strange. And in this instant atmosphere, even the Magic Dragon Academy and the Haoshan Sect team, no matter how unruly they were, faced with the shouts from all directions, their faces changed. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only suppress their anger and follow the unwritten rules. In front of the door of the Pope's palace, they knelt down and worshipped the high and mighty Pope, Bibi Dong. Facing the scene of all parties coming to pay homage, Bibi Dong on the high platform had no ripples on her face. She swept her eyes below and instantly locked onto Chen Yao, who was sneaking around in the Wuhun Academy team, half squatting, with an empty face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Looking at Chen Yao from a distance, Bibi Dong's eyes darkened, but she did not stay on him for too long. Her hands, the scepter in the middle, waved slightly, and a majestic voice came out slowly. "Stand up!" All the people kneeling on the ground stood up, but as soon as they stood up, they saw Bibi Dong's scepter on the stage waving again, and then 3 points of light instantly enlarged in front of Bibi Dong and floated in the air. It was 3 soul bones. The colors were different, representing soul bones of different parts and different attributes. For a moment, everyone in the audience, including the people of the Wuhun Academy team, had fanatical greed in their eyes. But Chen Yao, among them, had a calm expression. Because there was no soul bone that Bibi Dong had promised to Chen Yao, which made him salivate. But Chen Yao didn't care. If it was not as he expected, Haoshan Sect would not sit and wait for death after hearing the previous news. At that time, as long as he could take advantage of the chaos to get away, what would a soul bone of a precious dark soul beast be compared to it? 105 Chapter 104 Finals is also a decisive battle. 105. There is only one winner, and the same is true for the champion. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will belong to the final champion team. I hope that the 3 academies that have entered the top 3 can go all out and win this honor. After saying this, Bibi Dong put away the soul bones and said indifferently, ignoring the fiery gazes below. "Now, I declare that the top 3 finals officially begin. Representatives of the 3 forces, come on stage to draw lots." After the words fell, the leaders of the Demon Dragon Hall, Haoshan Sect, and Wuhun Hall Academy walked out and walked onto the stage. Since they were in their own home court, in order to avoid suspicion, a transparent lottery format was adopted. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the order of the final duel was determined. Unfortunately, the Demon Dragon Hall drew a bye, and the Wuhun Hall will face the Haoshan Sect team first. After the winner was decided, they rested for a while before the final battle with the Demon Dragon Hall. Soon, the Haoshan Sect and the Wuhun Academy walked onto the stage. However, Chen Yao, who was a substitute, was not arranged to play. Obviously, in Bibi Dong's view, although the Wuhun Academy of this session was not good, it was more than enough to deal with the Haoshan Sect. Soon, the 2 sides saluted, and after the referee's order, the players of both sides showed their martial souls and spirit rings, and then fought in a group according to their assigned tactics. However, compared with the close cooperation of several players of the Wuhun Academy, the people of the Haoshan Sect team seemed a little unbearable with stiff and slow cooperation, and looked even worse than those teams in the preliminaries. Soon, they could not withstand the offensive of the Wuhun Academy and were defeated. This made the spectators, including Bibi Dong, frown. Although the victory of the Wuhun Hall was expected, it was obviously not the style of this strong team to be so powerless to resist. For a moment, everyone was suspicious, but the elders of the Haoshan Sect looked calm. They did not scold or beat the disciples who returned disappointed, nor did they leave immediately. They just sat quietly in their original positions, as if waiting for something. Everyone was suspicious, but it was difficult to guess what these people from the Haoshan Sect were thinking. As the host, the Spirit Hall could not suspend the game because of the Haoshan Sect's unusual performance. They announced the victory of the Spirit Hall and the time for the next game. Due to the unbearable performance of the Haoshan Sect, these people from the Spirit Academy had no other losses except for consuming some soul power. With the joint efforts of several healing soul masters, they quickly recovered their soul power. That afternoon, the final was imminent. At this moment, Chen Yao was also sitting in the preparation seat. He was going to play in this final. However, Bibi Dong did not say clearly that Chen Yao should play, perhaps because she felt that it was not glorious. She just inserted him forcefully, which made the replaced player and the remaining players extremely dissatisfied with Chen Yao. They thought he was a descendant of an elder, who squeezed in to grab the credit at the moment of victory. Hey, kid, don't think that you can be lawless just because you have some background and take credit for Etienne's work. He is the one who made it to the finals with us. Even if we win in the end, we will definitely report this to the Pope and let the Pope judge justice. This Soul Master Elite competition is not a game of chance. The leader of the Wuhun Academy team looked at Chen Yao, who was sitting on his seat with his arms folded across his chest and his eyes closed, and said with a bad face. With the captain's words, the rest of the players, including the substituted players, 5 men and 1 woman, also looked indignant. They came forward with angry faces and were about to shout with the captain. However, when the words came to his lips, he felt a terrifying pressure covering him and could no longer speak. Shut up, if you hadn't made the Pope lose hope of your victory over the Demon Dragon Palace, why would I come to guarantee you a bottom line? In the horrified eyes of several young soul masters, Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes and swept his cold eyes around, making everyone, including the captain who spoke earlier, feel a chill rising from their spines, and their whole bodies felt cold, as if they were falling into an ice cave. Several people understood the situation instantly, and nodded anxiously in fear. Stay aside obediently. Seeing that several people understood, Chen Yao waved his hand. Several people were relieved immediately, and hurriedly stepped back. When they came to Chen Yao's seat 10 meters away, they sat down nervously, with a look of worry on their faces. A look of lingering fear. After several people sat down, the preparation seat fell into a dead silence. Except for Chen Yao, who closed his eyes to rest, the team members looked at each other, and saw unspeakable fear in each other's eyes. They dared not breathe and breathed very carefully. However, just as this dead silence spread, there was a sudden nervous knock outside the door of the preparation room. After hearing this, several people looked at each other and secretly glanced at Chen Yao, who was motionless not far away. In a silent eye discussion, the female team member finally stood up with a look of resistance, came to the door and opened it. However, after opening the door, the female team member was stunned when she saw the person coming. Who are you looking for? Looking at the white face and delicate features outside the door, she showed a sense of high-level dignity everywhere, and made people feel like a noble woman at a glance. The female team member asked in surprise. I'm looking for Chen Yao. The man asked outside, with a look of anxiety and fatigue on his delicate face, panting and speaking hastily. Chen Yao? We don't have him here. The female team member was stunned at first, and was about to refuse, but suddenly she thought of something, her expression froze, and she turned her head to see that the originally silent Chen Yao had opened his eyes and looked over here. Seeing that the person who came was Tang Yuehua, Chen Yao's face also flashed with a touch of astonishment. But feeling Chen Yao's distant gaze, the female team member suddenly felt a chill, swallowed her saliva, and forced a laugh. Sir, she is here to see you. However, before the female team member finished speaking, Chen Yao spoke. Let her in. Hearing this, the female team member felt relieved, turned around, and smiled at Tang Yuehua flatteringly. Please let you in. Tang Yuehua heard this, but she didn't care about the attitude of the female team member. She hurried to Chen Yao's side and glanced at the team members who were looking at her. Feeling the sight of the exquisite woman, the team members were suddenly shocked, and quickly put away their curiosity and shifted their sight. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly sat beside Chen Yao, and said anxiously in a voice that only the two of them could hear. For some reason, the elders of the Haoshan sect know what you did with the Spirit Hall, and they also know what you look like. They are sure that you will play in the next game, so they plan to tear their faces with the Spirit Hall at that time. When the time comes, you will be the first one they rush to. They plan to kill you first to avenge Hao and Xiao, and then go to war with the Spirit Hall. They performed so badly in the previous game just to preserve their strength. In addition, during this period, there are still strong men from the Haoshan sect rushing to the Spirit City. At that time, the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect will go to war. Who will win is still unknown, but you will definitely be the object of their greatest hatred, so you must not play later. 106 Chapter 105 The final begins. 106. Hearing this, Chen Yao's face suddenly became a little surprised. Of course, he knew that the Haoshan sect would deal with him. At the opening ceremony just now, he also passed by those people from the Haoshan sect in a domineering manner, attracting a lot of attention. If Haoshan sect could really endure it, that would be a miracle. What Chen Yao didn't expect was that Tang Yuehua would come to inform him. Why do you do this? Do you know that you are betraying your sect at this moment? Chen Yao looked confused, and there was a little complexity in his eyes when he looked at Tang Yuehua. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua clenched her jade hands, gritted her teeth, and said in a deep voice. Enough, I know what I am doing, don't talk nonsense, ask the people of Wuhan Hall for instructions, remember, don't go on stage, it's best to leave Wuhan City now when no one is paying attention. After giving a very serious warning, Tang Yuehua got up and left in a hurry without waiting for Chen Yao to say anything else. Looking at Tang Yuehua's leaving figure, Chen Yao had a blank expression on his face, but the strange light flashing in his eyes showed his inner restlessness at the moment. After a moment, Chen Yao retracted his gaze and shook his head slowly. I really feel sorry for you, why bother? Muttering, Chen Yao slowly closed his eyes again, waiting for the start of the final. Even though Tang Yuehua risked her life to inform him, this final full of dangers was originally pushed by him, so it was destined to disappoint Tang Yuehua. For some reason, today's time seemed to pass much longer than in the past. Under the scorching sun of midsummer, the audience in the audience gradually became impatient, and they were extremely eager to see the final immediately and enjoy the wonderful team battle of the top geniuses of this session of Douluo continent. Ding! Finally, among the countless eager eyes, a melodious and simple bell sounded from the top of the mountain, mighty and endless. The players from the Demon Dragon Hall and the Spirit Academy also walked into the center of the square one after another at this moment, and Chen Yao was naturally among them. Suddenly, there was a cheer like a landslide and a tsunami from the audience, and everyone looked expectant, wanting to see the wonderful performances of these geniuses will be shown later. On the seats of Haoshan sect, the eyes of the disciples and even the elders also flashed with brilliance at this moment. The eyes were fixed on the thin Chen Yao, and a sneer appeared at the corners of their mouths. Only Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Yao's figure with her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. She didn't expect that she had already revealed the danger to Chen Yao in advance, but he still ignored it and took the risk to go on stage. For a moment, her expression was dazed and she was at a loss. However, at this moment, no one would pay attention to Tang Yuehua's gradually dimming expression. Prepare for the game, both sides can release their martial spirits. The Red Cardinal of the Wuhan Hall, who was the referee, announced immediately after both sides stood on the stage. After the sound of the snort fell, the 14 people on the field suddenly had their soul power surged, and the best configured soul rings appeared on the players on the stage. But there was one person who did not make any move, that was Chen Yao. Chen Yao was standing on the edge of the battle platform, arms around his chest, looking at the players in front of him releasing their soul power, expressionless, like a spectator, with no intention of taking action. It was not that Chen Yao had to be mysterious, planning to wait for these players to lose before he could make a move to turn the tide. He also wanted to make a quick decision, and then pay full attention to the Haoshan sect that might attack at any time. But Bibi Dong knew that there was a gap between the players of the Spirit Hall and the Demon Dragon Hall, but she just didn't believe it and wanted to see how far her Spirit Academy players could resist. That's why she asked Chen Yao to sit on the wall and wait for the Spirit Academy players to be completely defeated before taking action, leaving the championship in the Spirit Hall. Because of the strength Chen Yao showed in the preparation room at that time, all the Spirit Hall players naturally had no objection to this. They turned a blind eye and stared at the Dragon Hall players in front of them with full concentration. However, the unaware audience was deeply confused and dissatisfied. Who is this kid? I haven't seen him before. Why is he so arrogant? He doesn't even release his spirit. What is he pretending to be? Looking at the list, it seems to be a substitute player named Chen Yao. What? Just a substitute player? I thought he was some trump card. What is the Spirit Hall doing with such arrogance? In the finals, they replaced such a person. Aren't they afraid of giving the championship to others? For a while, the audience on the stage whispered to each other. However, on the high platform, in the viewing seats of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, one of the top 3 sects, a young and handsome man sitting next to the old sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect frowned slightly at this moment when he looked at Chen Yao's figure. A beautiful lady in palace dress beside the man noticed her husband's strangeness and asked. Fengzi, what's wrong? The man came back to his senses after hearing this and shook his head. I don't know. I always feel that the man looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Maybe it's an illusion. As Ning Fengzi, who has been trained since childhood, naturally has an extremely terrifying inside ability, but at the beginning, he only had a chance encounter with Chen Yao. In addition, his appearance has changed a little now. For a moment, he really couldn't recall where this familiar feeling came from. Compared to the various opinions in the stands, in Taichung, the members of the Demon Dragon Hall on the opposite side looked at Chen Yao, who didn't move at all, and their faces were full of anger. Because of their martial spirits, their temperaments were affected. They were all unruly and lawless. Seeing this scene, they were naturally unhappy. Hey! How come I haven't seen this guy before? You Wuhun Hall has this trick up your sleeve? But why don't you release your Wuhun? Do you look down on us? Don't let us beat you to tears later. At this moment, a member of the Demon Dragon Hall stood up and looked at the members of the Wuhun Academy who were waiting in front of him with a playful look, and said jokingly, "Humph, releasing the Wuhun before the game is just a courtesy. There is no explicit rule in the competition that the Wuhun must be released to you. To put it bluntly, releasing the Wuhun is a way of expressing friendship to you. Looking down on you and not releasing the Wuhun is my duty. If you have any opinions, go to the referee. If you can't do it, you can admit defeat. You are chattering here, it's really annoying." In the Wuhun Academy, the captain who had questioned Chen Yao before showed amazing verbal power at this moment, making the member of the Demon Dragon Hall blush and stammer. He didn't know what to say. Finally, he looked at the cardinal beside him in anger. "Referee, don't you care?" The cardinal glanced at the player from the Dragon Palace after hearing this, and immediately showed disdain on his face, not wanting to reply at all, which made the player furious. "You!" The referee interrupted him as soon as he shouted. "If you question the referee, you will be warned once. If you do it again, you will be expelled from the game and not allowed to participate." The player from the Dragon Palace was stunned after hearing this, and looked at the referee with disbelief. The referee just smiled coldly. "You are kidding. Although the Spirit Hall will not do anything to attract criticism during the game, you are looking for trouble with the Spirit Academy team before the game even starts. Do you really think that he is a cardinal for nothing?" 107 Chapter 106 Dead Silence 107. Glancing at the Dragon Palace players whose cheeks had turned the color of liver, the referee sneered and then glanced at the two teams. With a serious look on his face, he shouted loudly. "Since both sides are ready, I declare that the game officially begins." While announcing the start of the final battle of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Cardinal quickly retreated and vacated the venue. With the Cardinal's order, all eyes began to focus on the field, and Bibi Dong on the high platform did the same. Her eyes were fixed on the battle stage, and her face was gloomy. If the people of Wuhun Academy really performed very badly in the hands of the Demon Dragon Academy, then she might really have to make up her mind to carry out a major reform and purge of Wuhun Academy. Swoosh! At this moment, in the field, the man who had been angered by the captain and referee of Wuhun Academy took the lead in making a move. A thick bloody aura rose from his body. He flashed and came to the captain at a terrifying speed. A scarlet blood blade appeared in his hand, and he chopped it down fiercely with a grim smile on his face. The captain's face changed. He felt the strong threat from the blood blade and did not dare to neglect it. He immediately released his soul skills to resist. The other 5 teammates saw this and hurried forward to help. But the next moment, the other members of the Demon Dragon Hall also rushed forward and surrounded the 5 members, releasing soul skills including interference, control and terrifying burst soul skills. For a while, the few people from the Wuhun Academy had a hard time resisting. Seeing this, the man took the time to look up and sneered at Chen Yao, who was watching coldly at the edge of the battle stage. "Since you like to put on airs, I want to see how you will face all of us alone after we eliminate your teammates." While thinking, the man once again released a powerful fighting skill, and together with the other 6 members, beat the 6 people from the Wuhun Academy back step by step. At this moment, Bibi Dong on the stage looked at the battle situation in the field with a slightly gloomy face. Although the people in the Demon Dragon Hall have special spirits and strange spirit skills, and excluding Chen Yao, the number of people in the Spirit Academy is 1 less than that of the opponent. Therefore, Bibi Dong actually expected the scene of the Spirit Academy being suppressed by the Demon Dragon Hall. But now on the field, the Spirit Academy is suppressed too thoroughly. Even though the number of people is less than that of the Demon Dragon Hall, the captain is always in a one-on-one state with the man in the Demon Dragon Hall without interference. It turned out that he was powerless in the weird spirit skills, like a toy in the hands of the opponent, which made Bibi Dong's dissatisfaction more and more aggravated, and strengthened his determination to reform the Spirit Academy after this incident. Just when Bibi Dong was thinking about the future plan of the Spirit Academy, the Spirit Academy had already begun to show a decline on the field. Led by the man with bloody flames, the members of the Demon Dragon Hall looked fierce and their eyes were red, like bloodthirsty beasts. Under the fierce, evil and majestic momentum condensed by the opposite side, the 6 people of the Spirit Hall began to show fear on their faces, and their bodies unconsciously kept retreating, and they were already on the edge of the battle stage. Ha ha ha! It turns out that the young master is good at talking. Weren't you very good at talking just now? Why can't you make a sound now? The man looked at the captain of the Spirit Academy with fear on his face, holding his forehead with one hand, laughing wildly, and the blood flames around him kept rising. The majestic bloody aura made people change color at the mere mention of it. The captain of the Wuhun Academy froze and looked ugly when he heard this, but at this moment, in order to deal with the terrifying pressure in front of him, he no longer had the heart to speak, but he did what the man said. Seeing that the captain of the Wuhun Academy was speechless, the man felt happy, but after seeing that Chen Yao, who was still unmoved, his face sank again, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his hands intensified, leading the team members of the Magic Dragon Academy to play a series of terrifying soul skills. Puff! Under this round of attack, several people from the Wuhun Academy could no longer hold on, blood spurted from their mouths, they flew backwards, and rolled to the edge of the battle stage, teetering. At the same time, there was an uproar in the audience. You know, this Wuhun Academy has always occupied the championship position of the elite competition for many years, and it can be called a terrifying existence at the overlord level. But now it is about to lose to the little-known Magic Dragon Academy, which has just registered and debuted. For a moment, people couldn't believe it and wondered if they were dreaming. At this moment, Chen Yao, who had been motionless, finally opened his eyes. He glanced in the direction of Haoshan sect, then raised his eyes slightly and looked upward. On the high platform, Bibi Dong felt Chen Yao's inquiring gaze and nodded slightly expressionlessly. After getting Bibi Dong's response, Chen Yao retracted his gaze, then glanced at the defeated Wuhun Academy team members and said softly, "Go down, you have disappointed the Pope." "Yes, sir." Several people stood up tremblingly, with shame on their faces, not daring to look directly at Chen Yao, and jumped under the battle platform one after another. "Hey! What, the master is willing to take action? But you have no teammates now, how are you going to deal with us who have no teammates next? How about the damaged lineup? How about winning this game?" The man saw the people from the Wuhun Academy jumping off the stage, raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Yao with a playful look. However, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He didn't believe that Chen Yao, who was so pretentious, didn't have any real skills. "It's very simple, isn't it, just to destroy you all?" Chen Yao heard this, didn't care, chuckled. As soon as the voice fell, a cold and eerie spirit power, which was many times more terrifying than the evil aura gathered by the members of the Demon Dragon team, instantly swept the whole place. A thick black fog condensed, and a bone-chilling coldness enveloped the few people in the Demon Dragon Hall in front. Their faces suddenly changed, and they felt as if they were in the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, surrounded by endless darkness, without any light penetrating, and everywhere was full of despair. Compared with the impenetrable darkness before them, the sins and evils they had seen in the past were nothing compared to the impenetrable darkness before them. And just as they were in a daze, the spirit ring behind Chen Yao slowly rose up. Black, 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 red. The moment this spirit ring configuration that was completely beyond the cognition of everyone present appeared, the whole place instantly fell into a dead silence. 108 Chapter 107 Victory 108. Tada! Chen Yao, with 6 terrifying rings hanging on his back and a cold and evil aura around him, walked slowly towards the group of people from the Dragon Academy. The gentle footsteps were clear and loud in the silent square. In the eyes of the members of the Dragon Academy, the footsteps were like the approaching death knell, which made them have difficulty breathing for a while, and filled them with fear and despair. "You are playing tricks, I don't believe anyone in the world can do this, this must be fake, you must have a disguised soul skill. This is a trick." Faced with the terrifying aura that was constantly sweeping over him, the man from the Demon Dragon Hall could no longer bear the pressure that was constantly building up in his heart. His eyes were red, his face was ferocious, he roared, and then he took a big step forward, holding a blood blade, and slashed at Chen Yao fiercely. The process was unhindered, and he actually approached Chen Yao very smoothly. Seeing that Chen Yao did not take any precautions at this moment, he thought that he had really guessed it right, and this man was just bluffing. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with fear. Excited and cruel light. However, just when the blood blade was about to fall on Chen Yao's head, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. The man saw this and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, feeling that a terrifying crisis was coming madly. Without time to think about it, he hurriedly wanted to stop his current action and dodge. But before he could make any move, he felt a flash of black light in front of his eyes, followed by a burst of extremely terrifying pain from all parts of his body. Ah! Instantly, a shrill and extremely sharp scream resounded in the silent square. Most people in the audience didn't see what happened just now, because the scene just happened in a flash. However, when they came to their senses and fixed their sight, they were shocked to find that the captain of the Dragon Academy, who was originally so arrogant and suppressed the entire Wuhun Academy team, was now torn apart and chopped into pieces of meat, mixed with smelly blood, scattered all over the ground. And the captain's bloody body, which was cut into a human stick, was now also being held by Chen Yao, grabbed it with one hand, like a dead dog. At this moment, the captain's face turned extremely pale because of the severe pain all over his body, his expression was ferocious, he was breathing heavily, his eyes were full of disbelief and fear. But this is not over yet. Chen Yao glanced at the person in his hand. Looking at the desperate pleading on his face, Chen Yao saw this, his eyes flashed with cruelty, stretched out his hand, and actually tore off the captain's ears and nose. Just when the captain was about to open his mouth again and scream in pain, Chen Yao removed his entire jaw again, and the red tongue was torn out of his mouth. Suddenly, the man's face was bloody and looked extremely creepy. Finally, Chen Yao turned him over, slapped his big hand, broke his spine from the neck, dug out the flesh, and pulled it out vigorously, then threw it directly on the bloody ground like throwing garbage. At this moment, the captain had completely stopped making any noise, and only his last breath was hanging on his life. Seeing this, Chen Yao sneered, clenched his palm hard, and crushed the spine completely. He was not a broad-minded person, he always believed that if someone doesn't offend me, I can offend them. If someone offends me, I will cut off the roots according to the situation. This kid was more arrogant than Chen Yao before, jumping up and down constantly, so Chen Yao naturally had no reason to let him go. Although he couldn't kill this person in the game due to the rules set by the Spirit Hall, it was still no problem to step on the edge of the rules and destroy him. Chen Yao confirmed that he had destroyed everything that could be destroyed on this kid, and then turned to look at the referee, who had already had a dull face, with an indifferent expression, and shouted. "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Why don't you quickly ask the Healing Soul Master to come and do it? If this guy dies on the stage later, everyone will think that my Spirit Hall does not abide by the rules and treats human life as a straw." Hearing this, the cardinal just woke up from a dream, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly arranged for the Healing Soul Masters waiting by the battle stage to start treating the man who was only breathing irregular creatures to the rescue. And as the Healing Soul Masters carried off the pieces of people on the stage, everyone in the audience slowly came to their senses. Looking at the extremely bloody scene on the stage, many people had twitching expressions and hearts in their hearts. There was a feeling of discomfort, and even worse, he was so unbearable that he started to vomit on the spot. This man has such terrifying strength and cruel methods. At this moment, some of the audience on the stage looked at Chen Yao's figure surrounded by evil black mist, their faces full of fear. However, at this time, someone objected. No. Compared with what the Demon Dragon Palace is doing on the mainland, this person's methods are far inferior. I think he just can't stand what the Demon Dragon Palace is doing and wants to use the same means. Venting his dissatisfaction to the Demon Dragon Palace, this young man is really righteous. When everyone heard this, they looked stunned and scratched their heads. What you said seems to make sense. At this moment on the stage, Chen Yao did not pay attention to the comments in the audience. After seeing the captain of the Demon Dragon Palace being lifted off in pieces, Chen Yao withdrew his gaze and focused on the remaining people. Feeling Chen Yao's gaze, the faces of those people turned extremely pale in an instant. Without any thought or hesitation, several people quickly shouted out. "Admit defeat! We admit defeat!" However, upon seeing this, the referee did not immediately announce the result. He looked slightly hesitant, fearing that he, Chen Yao, would not succeed, so he announced the result himself. However, he was later spotted by Chen Yao, who looked at Chen Yao and asked it seeks advice. When Chen Yao saw this, he turned to look at Bibi Dong on the high platform. Seeing that Bibi Dong nodded to him and had no opinion on the result, Chen Yao looked back at the referee and nodded slowly. Seeing this, the referee breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Demon Dragon Academy surrenders. I announce that the final champion of this year's elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies is the Martial Soul Academy." As the voice fell, there was silence at first, but then, there was a burst of cheers like a landslide and tsunami. Although they did not enjoy the exciting battle this time, they did see the terrifying young Soul Master who belonged to Wuhun Palace, who had never seen or heard of in the Soul Master Elite competition, so for this, they were not dissatisfied, but gave their cheers and applause without hesitation. 109 Chapter 108 Haoshan Sect Raids 109. Representatives from Wuhun Palace, please come forward to receive the championship reward. As the referee, the cardinal shouted loudly amid the cheers of the audience. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao shook off the remaining blood stains on his hands, walked off the platform, stepped onto the steps, and came to Pope Bibi Dong. At this moment, there was a brocade plate placed in front of Bibi Dong, but what was on it was not the 3 soul bones that were revealed at the opening, but only one, which was completely black and exuded a strange aura. Soul bone. This is the skull of an abyss ghost eye that Bibi Dong promised Chen Yao. Obviously, due to the previous performance of the Wuhan Academy team, Bibi Dong had no intention of giving out those 3 soul bones as rewards for a few mediocre people to absorb them. Chen Yao was not surprised by this. After all, it was agreed in advance. He picked up the soul bone and looked at it. Feeling the powerful dark energy contained in it, he couldn't help but marvel. Today may be his last day in Wuhan Palace, and this soul bone may be the last benefit he can extract from Bibi Dong and Wuhan Palace. After putting the soul bones into the soul guide, Chen Yao saluted Bibi Dong with a respectful expression. "Thank you, Lord Pope, for the reward." Bibi Dong nodded slowly, looking at Chen Yao who was leaning forward, with an imperceptible light flashing in his eyes, and said faintly, "Go down and come to the Pope's palace later. I have something to ask you." When Chen Yao heard this, he looked slightly stunned, but still nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty the Pope." The two people on the high platform had different thoughts. Just when Chen Yao was about to retreat, a terrifying coercion composed of several soul powers suddenly erupted from behind and swept the entire audience. Caught off guard, Chen Yao looked slightly stunned, but then, the corners of his mouth curved again in a strange way. But Bibi Dong was completely unaware of this. After being a little surprised, he looked at the Haoshan sect elders who were rising into the air one by one from the audience with a gloomy expression. "Haoshan sect, are you provoking the spirit hall?" In response to Bibi Dong's question, the first old man with white hair and beard among the elders of the Haoshan sect sneered. "What, you, Wuhan Palace, are allowed to plan the Haoshan sect, but I, the Haoshan sect, are not allowed to strike first." When Bibi Dong heard this, her expression suddenly froze, and she felt that the words of the Haoshan sect elder were puzzling and inexplicable. But before Bibi Dong could try to understand what the elder's words meant, the old man shouted loudly again. "Do it!" After the words fell, the Haoshan sect elders soared into the air and the Haoshan sect disciples stood up in the stands. They released their own martial spirits one after another, and a hammer that looked like it was cast from black iron, black in color, and gave people a sense of explosive power, appeared in their hands. Then a deafening shout rang out, and the Haoshan sect's strong men swung their hammers and rushed towards the platform from all directions. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's face sank slightly and sneered. Okay, my Wuhan Hall hasn't thought about fighting against you, but you actually came to my door first, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, follow me to fight." "Yes, His Majesty the Pope." Two figures slowly emerged beside Bibi Dong, and then soared into the air. And Bibi Dong also walked in the air. The three of them faced the 5 Haoshan sect elders who were rushing towards them. Soul rings appeared one after another, and majestic soul skills were released one after another. For a moment, soul power intertwined in the sky, roaring continuously, and it was wonderful. However, when the battle was fierce in the sky, the disciples of Haoshan sect on the ground ignored the red-clothed and platinum bishops. Only a few of them delayed them, and the rest rushed towards Chen Yao. However, Chen Yao was not surprised by this. He revealed that the 2 young masters of Haoshan sect had suffered an accident because of him. He had a full hatred value in Haoshan sect. After releasing his martial soul, the dense tentacles on his body surged and extended wildly outward, piercing and tearing the Haoshan sect's strong men who were rushing towards him. Soon, under the blessing of the terrifying soul skills, a thick river of blood floated in front of Chen Yao, and broken limbs and arms were scattered and drifting. However, Chen Yao did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he took it more seriously. He knew very well how much those people in the Haoshan sect hated him. The arrangements against him could not be as simple as the offensive in front of him. Sure enough, after Chen Yao bloodily cleared a group of Haoshan sect disciples who rushed up, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Chen Yao was startled. In his peripheral vision, he saw a dark red beam of light shooting out from the crowd on the right and coming towards him. Without panic, Chen Yao's mind moved, and then the black lotus mark on his forehead flashed. Behind him, a dark black lotus appeared, and the petals extended, blocking Chen Yao. The next moment, the red beam of light fell heavily on the midnight, and a fierce roar broke out. But when the flying dust cleared, someone was surprised to find that the red light did not pose any threat to Chen Yao, even the petals that resisted were not damaged at all. Humph! You have some tricks, but it's not enough. Prepare to die. Just then, a cold voice sounded in Chen Yao's ears, and then he saw that a burly figure rushed out from the crowd on the right. From the soul power surging around him, he could tell that he was a level 92 title Douluo. And beside him, there were 3 soul Douluo masters with surging momentum and the best soul ring configuration. Obviously, after witnessing Chen Yao's strength just now, the people of Haoshan sect did not dare to underestimate this soul master who was only at the soul emperor level. Once they made a move, they had such a terrifying lineup, intending to kill Chen Yao instantly. In the sky, Bibi Dong, who was fighting with the great and second elders of the Haoshan sect, also noticed the situation below with a slightly distracted mind. Her expression changed and she looked surprised. Having seen the fighting power that Chen Yao could show when facing a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong was not particularly worried about Chen Yao being found by a titled Douluo. However, while the Haoshan sect's strongman was attacking the spirit hall in an all-out manner, he was willing to spare a titled Douluo level strongman, plus the assistance of 3 soul Douluos, to find Chen Yao, a mere soul emperor. Then the facts are somewhat obvious. I am afraid that the Haoshan sect's attack today is closely related to Chen Yao. 110 Chapter 109 Departure 110. Bibi Dong didn't really care about Chen Yao causing the riot in the Haoshan sect. On the contrary, she had wanted to attack the Haoshan sect, but she just didn't have a legitimate reason. Now that the Haoshan sect came to her, Bibi Dong was naturally happy to see it happen. However, Chen Yao, who was leading this farce, was very likely planning something. In fact, it was precisely because of the conflict between her and Chen Yao that day that Chen Yao felt the crisis and wanted to use the Haoshan sect to cholera the Wuhun Hall so that he could escape in the chaos. But Bibi Dong had seen Chen Yao's means of escape, which even a titled Douluo might not be able to achieve. If Chen Yao really caught the opportunity, where would she go to catch Chen Yao? Could it be that he really turned the entire Douluo continent inside and out as he said at the beginning? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's expression was erratic for a moment, and her attention was distracted, looking towards Chen Yao. The 2 elders of Haoshan sect who were fighting with Bibi Dong would not miss this excellent opportunity. Almost at the same time, they exerted their strength in the same posture, swung a heavy hammer, and attacked Bibi Dong fiercely. Humph! Feeling the sharp wind coming from the side, Bibi Dong finally regained his mind, snorted coldly, did not dodge, shook his sleeves, and a ball of black light rushed out, hitting the 2 shocking hammers' strike. The 2 elders suddenly felt an indescribable force coming from the hammer, and their strong arms trembled violently. Then they were directly shaken and retreated dozens of steps in the air before they were able to relieve the force and barely stopped. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked at the 2 elders of Haoshan sect, and a gloomy and fierce look flashed in her eyes. Then, accompanied by a surge of evil light around her body, a delicate battle skirt that seemed to be bred by heaven and earth, natural and without any trace of artificial polishing, covered Bibi Dong's body. The battle skirt was a mysterious color, which fit Bibi Dong very well, highlighting her graceful figure. At the same time, an evil and cold aura mixed with supreme majesty swept out. This is not the majestic temperament produced by being in a high position and being admired and worshipped by mortals. It was a kind of majestic power that even the great elders of the Haoshan sect and powerful titled Douluo masters trembled in their hearts and could not help but bow down to him. At this moment, they seemed to be facing a supreme god. Damn, this Pope of the Spirit Hall, could it be? As two elders of the Haoshan sect who knew countless secrets of the continent, they felt the terrifying aura emanating from Bibi Dong at this moment, and they immediately guessed something in their hearts. Their eyes widened, and a look of horror flashed across their faces. They thought that what happened today might have been done carelessly. Sure enough, the next moment, Bibi Dong's soul power surged again, and the 9 soul rings behind her slowly condensed, completely verifying the conjectures in their hearts. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. This soul ring configuration, which was completely inconsistent with the common sense of Chen Yao before, was almost certain. This Bibi Dong was really the inheritor chosen by a certain god. For a moment, the two of them looked extremely ugly. Feeling Bibi Dong's cold eyes full of murderous intent, the two of them looked at each other subconsciously, and both saw a touch of determination in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the two of them smiled freely, and the bodyguards straightened their backs, tightened the Haoshan hammer in their hands, looked forward, and showed no fear. I have heard that the gods are powerful and invincible. Today, let us two brothers try to see how good you, the inheritor of the gods, are. After the voice fell, the two of them separated and attacked Bibi Dong from the left and right sides. Humph, overestimating yourself. Seeing this, Bibi Dong sneered, and then the soul ring behind her shone, and she took a step forward, facing the two Haoshan hammers with destructive soul power. Boom! At this moment, the violent roar caused by the collision of soul power sounded in the sky above the square, deafening. Down below, Chen Yao, who was constantly dodging the attacks of several terrifying strong men around him, felt the movement from above and suddenly raised his eyes. Looking at the sky that was already filled with rich soul power and even the sun could not penetrate it, Chen Yao's eyes condensed slightly. It seems that the battle is very fierce. Bibi Dong should be unable to get away at this moment. It seems that the time has come. Retracting his gaze and looking at the angry people in front of him, Chen Yao's mouth corners slightly raised and chuckled. Everyone, hide and seek ends here, goodbye. After the voice fell, Chen Yao's figure jumped high. You killed my Haoshan sect's young master, and you still want to escape? Today, leave your life. The elder of the Haoshan sect was shocked and furious when he saw this. He roared and swung his hammer straight up. However, just like before, there were dense tentacles and petals interfering, and Chen Yao often escaped into the darkness, appearing and disappearing, with strange traces, making it difficult for these people to even touch the corner of his clothes. Easily passing the elder of Haoshan sect, Chen Yao then looked behind him, and saw 3 soul Douluo masters standing in a row, blocking his way. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then Chen Yao's figure rushed out and went straight to the 3 people in front. The 3 people were stunned at first, and then their eyes flashed with surprise. During the pursuit just now, they had been furious with Chen Yao, who was like a loach, and had nowhere to vent. Facing Chen Yao, who was now trying to break through by force. Everyone showed a grim smile on his face, wanting to return the anger they had just suffered from him with interest. Just as they attacked Chen Yao with hammers, they saw that the tip of the hammer was about to fall on Chen Yao. They could even see that in the next second, Chen Yao's body would be torn into pieces under their Haoshan hammer. The next moment, they did not feel any feedback from the Haoshan hammer. Even their bodies were still flying forward due to inertia. Chen Yao actually passed through their attacks and even their bodies, and the whole person seemed transparent and illusory. For a moment, the 3 soul Douluos had their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. However, Chen Yao, who successfully passed the 3 people, did not mean to explain to them at all. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the Black Lotus, stepped on the lotus seat, soared up, and flew towards the outside of the spirit hall. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a black dot. The terrifying speed was beyond the reach of people. Even if the strong men of the Haoshan sect wanted to catch up, they only felt powerless. I could only watch Chen Yao's figure gradually blur. 111 Chapter 110 Chapter 109, Chase. 111. A moment later, when I arrived at the outskirts of the square, Chen Yao, who was about to go down the mountain, suddenly saw that in the distance, on the right stand, Tang Yuehua was also staring at him with a complicated expression. Chen Yao was stunned, and a trace of entanglement flashed in his eyes. Thinking of Tang Yuehua's previous behavior that could almost be regarded as a betrayal of the entire Haoshan sect, he couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. Glancing at the back, he calculated his soul power consumption at the moment, and finally sighed and stepped on the lotus to leave. Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Yao, who did not escape immediately, but came on the lotus, and then stopped and floated in front of her, with disbelief on her face. One word, will you follow me? Chen Yao didn't have time to pay attention to Tang Yuehua's mood at the moment, and spoke directly. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard the words, and then her body trembled. I don't know why, Chen Yao's brief words at this moment, without any emotion, made her want to cry. Originally, she was still questioning herself in her heart, whether it was worth it for her to risk being deserted by her friends and relatives to help Chen Yao, a ruthless and ungrateful guy. In the few days of knowing him, Tang Suihua was only hurt. He treated her as a temporary bedmate, used and discarded, and rubbed her dignity and chastity as a woman under his feet. He also treated her as a chess piece to destroy the current stable status quo of Haoshan sect, making Haoshan sect completely stand against Wuhun Hall. Until now, its final outcome is still unknown. He even killed Tang Hao, whom she had relied on and admired since childhood. In Tang Yuehua's eyes, each of these things was so heinous that even if he was torn into pieces, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in her heart. But for some reason, Tang Yuehua could never hate him in her heart. Even, the more ruthless and indifferent Chen Yao was to her, the more reluctant she was. It was like being poisoned. In the past few days, she had been recalling the short day and night in her mind almost all the time. The extreme pleasure mixed with the intense pain also made her sink and unable to extricate herself. Finally, in the midst of all the entanglements, Tang Yuehua still chose to follow her heart, chose to abandon the Haoshan sect, and report to Chen Yao. Although she knew that if she was found out later, she would be doomed, and Chen Yao would probably ignore her with his ruthless look before. But for some reason, Tang Yuehua had no regrets in her heart. Just now, when she saw Chen Yao get rid of the pursuit of the elders of the Haoshan sect, she was relieved in her heart and planned to bear the responsibility of the Haoshan sect alone. But she never thought that Chen Yao would stop for her. The surprise at this moment made her heart tremble violently. She felt that Chen Yao's thin figure in the sky in front of her was so majestic, like a god who saved her. At this moment, looking at Tang Yuehua with a dazed expression and trembling body, Chen Yao's mouth twitched. Good guy, it's extremely urgent here, and you are still in a daze? Are you leaving or not? He spoke impatiently, and at the same time, Chen Yao was counting down in his heart. After 3 breaths, if Tang Yuehua didn't respond again, he would not say anything more and leave directly. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua woke up and came back to her senses, with tears in her eyes, and nodded without thinking. At this moment, everything about Haoshan sect was thrown behind her mind. She didn't care about anything else, and only wanted to leave with Chen Yao. Chen Yao saw this and said nothing more. He patted the lotus seat, and the petals suddenly rushed out, rolled up Tang Yuehua and pulled her onto the lotus seat. Then he activated his soul power, turned into a dark stream of light, and rushed away. Soon, Chen Yao flew out of Wuhan city, feeling the violent roar that was still coming from behind him. He raised his mouth with a look of satisfaction, and once again activated his soul power with all his strength to hurry on, wanting to get away from this place as soon as possible. After that, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. However, just as he and Tang Yuehua were walking to a wasteland dozens of forests outside the city, a ball of soul power suddenly emerged from the sky on the right, surging out and attacking him. Chen Yao's face suddenly changed, his smile was restrained, and he activated the black lotus petals to dispel the soul power, then turned his head and looked. But he saw that in the air not far away, a purple light flashed, and a vague figure was wrapped in it. Swoosh! Although this group of soul power felt vaguely familiar, Chen Yao was in no mood to distinguish it carefully now, as he was not far from Wuhan city. Bibi Dong could kill Haoshan sect at any time and chase them out, so Chen Yao didn't even want to ask questions. He urged the black lotus and sped away. But after traveling nearly 100 miles, Chen Yao felt the soul power fluctuations behind him that were difficult to get rid of. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect to meet a guy with a speed almost equal to his. You know, with his speed, even ordinary title Douluo can't reach it. And judging from the soul power of the man behind him, he was just a soul Douluo, but he couldn't get rid of him. But after being surprised, Chen Yao's face turned cold, and a stern murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Soul Douluo, it's not like I haven't killed before. While muttering, he stopped the black lotus, suddenly came back to his senses, and looked at the blurred figure wrapped in purple mist that followed closely. Who are you? Chen Yao spoke coldly. As his shout fell, the figure in the purple mist slowly walked out, gradually becoming clearer, revealing a graceful and passionate figure. However, the black veil covered his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. "Have I seen you?" Chen Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this figure, and a familiar feeling emerged in his mind, but it was difficult to recognize, so he asked. "You can say that." A slightly ethereal voice, which made it difficult to distinguish between men and women, slowly came from under the veil. "Humph, playing tricks, since you don't want to reveal your identity, then you can't do anything." Chen Yao heard the words, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Dark Body. Evil Fang Core. Thousand Generals Dark Soul Field. With the thought, Chen Yao's first 3 soul skills were activated almost at the same time, and a ball of darkness began to condense from under his feet, spreading wildly, sweeping towards the graceful figure. "I haven't said anything yet, and you're just taking action. It really fits your style." Chen Yao suddenly, a silver bell laugh that was obviously beginning to lean towards femininity came from the front again. The jade hand reached out and gently stroked the spreading darkness. However, with the surge of its soul power, the darkness was not dispelled, but spread more violently. "Hey?" Suddenly, the figure spoke unexpectedly, with a look of surprise on his face. It was obvious that he had not expected that the soul power that had been invincible in the past would suffer a setback at Chen Yao's hands. After a moment of stunned silence, the figure smiled again. "It seems that you have also undergone amazing changes over the years. I can no longer look at you with the same eyes as before." As the voice fell, the purple light around the figure surged violently, and then a long sickle appeared in his hand, with a purple luster all over the body, full of evil. 112 Chapter 111 Demon Dragon Palace Master Lu Erlong. 112. As soon as the purple sickle appeared, the sky and the earth actually changed color for a moment, and a majestic force burst out, sweeping away Chen Yao's domain that had not yet been fully developed. "Are you the descendant of the Rakshasa god with this sickle?" Looking at the mysterious purple sickle, Chen Yao asked in surprise. The power of the sickle was extremely violent and evil, beyond the scope of soul power. This was definitely not the opponent's martial soul. It looked like some kind of artifact, and according to Chen Yao's impression, among the gods, the only god with a sickle-shaped artifact was the Rakshasa god. But shouldn't the Rakshasa god be inherited by Bibi Dong? How could it appear on the person in front of him? What god position did Bibi Dong inherit now? Sure enough, you have also come into contact with those beings. Humph, the sky is really blind. Hearing this, the woman who was full of smiles before suddenly had a cold voice, sneered and waved the purple sickle in her hand. Suddenly, a purple flame surged from the sickle. There was no feeling of heat, but it seemed to carry an inexplicable corrosive force. Seeing this, Chen Yao's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a great threat from this purple flame. 3 Nether Protective Lotus. With a thought, 3 9-petal lotuses suddenly appeared around Chen Yao. Boom! The purple flames fell heavily on Chen Yao, causing a violent roar. When the dust and fog dissipated, Chen Yao's figure was revealed. Seeing that he was intact, the figure's eyes showed disbelief. However, Chen Yao was not happy at this moment. Just because, the dark lotus on his body at this moment, one was directly shattered, leaving only 2. It can be seen that the attack just now was several times stronger than the Tang Hao he encountered in the Star Do Great Forest before. For a moment, Chen Yao felt extremely tricky, and at this moment he was not far from Wuhun city. He was worried and wanted to stop the war, so he spoke out. "Sir, from what you said, you knew me a few years ago? But I was weak at that time, so logically, there was no reason to offend him." However, when Chen Yao said this, he seemed to have thought of something in his mind. He was stunned and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "Wait! How many years ago did a woman become the second dragon in Wuhan city? Did you have this strength because you were tested by the Rakshasa god?" As soon as the voice fell, another evil laugh suddenly came from the front. "Hey, you finally recognized me. My master?" There was no trace of joy in her laughter, but it was sharp and piercing. As the chill rose, there was also a sense of solemnity. After the laughter, the woman pulled her hand over her face. The black veil slipped off, revealing a fair and beautiful face. The delicate features of her face were exactly the same as those in Chen Yao's impression, but her temperament had changed dramatically. There was a sinister and cold murderous intent flashing between her eyebrows, which looked so evil. Just as Chen Yao was staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in a daze, Lu Erlong obviously had no intention of talking nonsense with Chen Yao. She waved her jade hand and shouted, "Demon Dragon Palace, capture these two people!" After the shout, suddenly, in the surrounding wild forest, there were figures in black robes walking out of the dark, their souls surging, and each of them was extremely terrifying. After careful investigation, it turned out that there were 8 soul saints and 4 soul Douluo. Among the 4, there was even one who was already level 89, a terrifying existence that was quasi-titled Douluo. "Are you still from the Demon Dragon Palace?" Chen Yao looked at the figures that kept surrounding him, his face looked a little ugly. "Why don't you guess why the Demon Dragon Palace is called the Demon Dragon Palace?" Lu Erlong smiled inexplicably when he heard this. "You really can bring me surprises, founding the Demon Dragon Palace and obtaining the inheritance of the Rakshasa god," Chen Yao said, with a gloomy look in his eyes. At the same time, he was also feeling emotional. In the past, he made a big trouble for himself because of a thought difference. But fortunately, things have not reached the point where they cannot be reversed. As long as Lu Erlong is killed today, it can still be remedied. While thinking, Chen Yao's face turned cold, and then a terrifying soul power fluctuation surged in his arms. He didn't want to waste time with Lu Erlong and others, so he directly activated 2 god-level soul bones. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled violently, bursts of sharp buzzing sounds, and a blazing black flame emerged from the sky, as if the sky fire had descended. The earth cracked, and countless dark ice spikes condensed from the abyss, and then exploded, forming a terrifying ice explosion. "What the hell is this? Don't come over! Palace Master, save me!" For a moment, the original surging crowd suddenly collapsed, and everyone screamed. Some kept releasing their martial souls and soul skills, trying to extinguish the strange black flames on their bodies, but not only did they not see any effect, but instead made the fire on their bodies more and more intense. In the end, in the shrill screams, they turned into a ball of nothingness, without any trace of time left. Some of them moved quickly, trying to avoid the dark ice explosion rising from the ground. But the dark ice explosion was everywhere, covering every corner within a few miles. There was no escape, and in the end, they were all completely submerged by the dark ice explosion with endless despair. In just a moment when the soul bone was activated, the dense crowd of people just now was almost cleared out. And those who survived with higher strength and were still struggling, all looked at their backbone, Lu Erlong, with pleading eyes. However, Lu Erlong had no intention of paying attention to the situation of those temple members at this moment. Her body was already covered with a gorgeous dark purple dragon scale Zhankai, and the wings of the magic dragon appeared behind her. 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, black, black appeared. The arm that turned into a dragon claw, holding a dark purple long sickle, kept waving, struggling to resist the black flames and dark ice that kept coming towards itself. She had already fully demonstrated her full strength, but even so, Lu Erlong still felt powerless in the face of the dark ice and darkness in front of her, which condensed into a violent and turbulent, terrifying and evil energy. This made her face distorted, and she gritted her teeth and persisted. Boom! The violent roar caused by the collision of the 2 extreme energies of ice and fire continued for a while before slowly stopping. At this moment, the original wild forest had completely turned into a wasteland. With the remaining energy floating in the air, the gusts of gloomy wind made this place look so gloomy, like a ghost place. 113 Chapter 112 Yin 113. And the original large number of people in the Demon Dragon Palace had disappeared at this moment, leaving only a broken Zhankai, with a large area of white naked body on Lu Erlong lying not far away, falling into a coma. Although the weak Rakshasa power in her body made her survive the 2 terrifying ice and fire energies just now, she lost consciousness because her divine power and soul power were completely exhausted. Not far away, Chen Yao's figure also collapsed on the ground. He just released the power of 2 divine soul bones at all costs, and his own strength was completely exhausted. Although he did not lose consciousness, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Hey! Chen Yao looked at Lu Erlong, who was only hanging on for one breath in the distance, and exhaled deeply. Then he took out an exquisite dagger from the soul guide with difficulty. This was originally one of Bibi Dong's collections. The material is precious and the workmanship is exquisite. It is worth a lot of money. He embezzled it at the beginning. He originally wanted to sell it for money, but he never thought that one day he would be so weak that he would use this craft to kill people. After pulling the corner of his mouth, Chen Yao handed the dagger to Tang Yuehua who was supporting him, and said weakly. Take this dagger, go kill her, and then take me away from here. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she saw the dagger handed over. Ah? Me? Otherwise, do you think I still have strength now? Chen Yao said weakly. But I can't, I have never killed anyone. Tang Yuehua's hand trembled as she took the dagger, and her face was full of helplessness and panic. Even if you are not talented, you are afraid of killing people in a sect like Haoshan sect. Chen Yao looked incredulous. Tang Yuehua lowered her head and said in a weak voice. Maybe it's because of my martial spirit. I don't like fighting since I was a child. I always stay away from every competition among the disciples in the sect. So Chen Yao was speechless about Tang Yuehua's explanation, and then said impatiently. Okay, if you're not good enough, then I'll teach you how to kill. Now take the dagger, go up to her, stab her 3 times on both sides of her chest, then tear apart her limbs, cut off her head, and throw it all into the fire. Chen Yao pointed to a cluster of black flames that had not yet extinguished beside Lu Erlong not far away and said. Tang Yuehua heard Chen Yao's horrible and bloody words, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, with obvious fear. After struggling in her heart, she still mustered up the courage, holding the dagger, stood up, and was about to walk towards Lu Erlong. However, the next moment, a cold snort suddenly came from behind, causing Chen Yao and Tang Yuehua's expressions to freeze. You, a human, are really evil, and you don't even let your own kind go. Chen Yao turned around suddenly and saw a figure with a good figure slowly approaching. As the figure gradually approached, Chen Yao also saw the man's face clearly at this moment with the weak moonlight. It was a very beautiful woman, with long blue-gold hair cascading down her waist, a fair face, and skin as white as cream. The delicate facial features carried a noble and elegant aura. However, the moment he saw this face, Chen Yao's pupils seemed to tremble violently, and he spoke in disbelief. Yin? How is it possible? How come you? Why am I not dead? Yin's face was indifferent, and she walked slowly. Her demeanor was that of a queen, noble and inviolable. Walking up to Chen Yao, she glanced at Tang Yuehua, who was shaking with the blade, and then looked at Lu Erlong, who was fainting in the distance. Then she looked down at Chen Yao, her eyes full of disdain. It was disgust for his killing, disrespect for life, and contempt for forcing an innocent girl to do that evil thing. Yin really didn't know why there was such an unscrupulous and lawless person like Chen Yao in this world. How did you survive? Don't tell me you were blessed by the gods. Looking up at Yin, Chen Yao suddenly felt a sour feeling in his teeth. He obviously just wanted to leave Wuhun city, why did he encounter so many monsters along the way? First there was Lu Erlong, and then there was Yin who came back from the dead. At this moment, he was a little numb. Yes, thanks to you. Yin did not deny it, but nodded indifferently and admitted it. It was Chen Yao's turn to be stunned. He was just talking casually, thinking that Yin was just reborn because of the huge vitality of the Blue-Silver Emperor and got some opportunity. After all, there are many ways to revive in this Douluo continent, and it's just resurrection at any time. But Chen Yao never thought that Yin actually got the inheritance. As a soul beast? Didn't they say that those guys in the God realm wanted to make the soul beasts unable to raise their heads forever because of the old Dragon King's matter? How could a god choose Yin as his successor and resurrect her? Looking at Chen Yao's unbelievable eyes, Yin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew that Chen Yao was not shocked by her resurrection and revenge, but because her soul beast could inherit the throne of the gods. This shows the attitude of the gods in the god realm towards soul beasts. Although Yin has completely transformed into a human being, she still hopes that soul beasts can have their own habitats and live in harmony with humans, instead of being coveted and hunted by humans all the time. But with her current ability, it is nothing short of a fantasy to want to do this. Perhaps, it will be possible only after she completely inherits the throne of the god of life and gains the right to speak in the god realm. But this is a long time in the future. Now the most important thing is to deal with Chen Yao in front of him. Putting away her worries, Yin looked at Chen Yao with a hint of teasing in her eyes and said. How about it, now that you see me standing in front of you again, do you have anything to say? Chen Yao looked at Yin, who was showing off his power, and his mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head slowly. Now you are really different, unlike before, when you saw me, you didn't even dare to raise your head. You dare to mention the past. Yin's face changed when he heard it, and he scolded with anger. However, Chen Yao shrugged indifferently. Tisk tisk, I really don't know which god is so blind to pass the throne to a grass like you. After provoking, Chen Yao no longer cared about Ayan's murderous eyes, looked at Tang Yuehua beside him, and sighed. Bad luck, it seems you will die here today, how about it, do you regret coming out with me? When Tang Yuehua heard this, she came back to her senses, not only did she not show any fear on her face, but she smiled. At this moment, under the moonlight, she was breathtakingly beautiful. No regrets, maybe this is the punishment for my betrayal of Haoshan sect, but it seems that it feels good to be able to walk this journey with you and die with you, I don't feel any regrets. When Chen Yao heard this, his eyes twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to explain that he would not die, he could still run, and it was only Tang Yuehua who would die. But looking at the deep expression on her face she looked satisfied, but couldn't say the words. Perhaps letting her die in such a confused way would be the best outcome. 114 Chapter 113 Both Prisoners. 114. You don't seem to be afraid. At this moment, Ayan looked at Chen Yao's indifferent expression and asked curiously. Why, if I was afraid, would you let me go and not take revenge? Or do you want to see me fight to the death and disappoint you? Chen Yao looked normal, with a faint smile, and fell to the ground, looking like he accepted his fate. Seeing this, Ayan looked suspicious, always feeling that things were not that simple. But when she was about to say something else, she suddenly received the induction of the blue-silver grass in the distance, and her face changed immediately. After hesitating for a moment, she summoned the blue-silver emperor that had become her martial soul to bind Chen Yao and Tang Yuehua. Then, she saw Lu Erlong, who was unconscious in the distance, with a hint of hesitation on her face and a look of reluctance in her eyes. When she thought that this woman might be killed when the pursuers came, she could not ignore the disappearance of a strange life in front of her eyes. Finally, Ayan gritted her teeth and drove the blue-silver grass to spread towards Lu Erlong, wrapping her body. After doing this, Ayan did not hesitate, and her figure flashed, taking Chen Yao and the other two with her, and disappeared from the spot. After a while, streams of light streaked across the sky and came to the place where the previous few people had fought. The leader Bibi Dong slowly stepped into the air, looking at the ruined battlefield below, which was full of traces of terrifying soul power. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and growled. Search for me. Search this area of 100 miles, 1000 miles. Search it all over. Yes. Your Excellency the Pope. Behind him, the elders of the titled Douluo heard Bibi Dong's voice that seemed to be pregnant with thunderous wrath, and their hearts suddenly trembled. They were soaked in cold sweat and responded hurriedly. Then they scattered and began to search the surroundings. Bibi Dong stood in place, with a delicate face with a bit of ferocity, dark eyes and a constant flash of terrifying light. Chen Yao, you still ran away. Maybe this is a punishment for my previous dull thinking. To deal with you, maybe I have to be tougher like when we first met, so that it will be easier and clearer. I hope you will be surprised when we meet next time. As for Haoshan sect, since you choose to escape with their power, then I will satisfy you. I will use the destruction of Haoshan sect as your return ceremony in advance. While murmuring, the gloomy look on Bibi Dong's face disappeared, turning into a bright smile, and then her figure gradually became illusory, and finally turned into a dark stream of light and disappeared here. You should have relied on the blue-silver grass to sense that Bibi Dong and the others were catching up, so you ran so panicked? But why didn't you kill us first and then leave alone? Why did you bring a few burdens with you? At this moment, Chen Yao, who was tied up, was playing with the tough blue-silver grass on his body, and asked curiously. Shut up, you are just my prisoner now, you have no right to speak. Ayan shouted irritably after hearing this, and a dagger made of blue-silver grass was floating beside Chen Yao. Chen Yao immediately shut up when he saw this. Although he was not afraid that Ayan would kill him, it would be unnecessary to torture him for being mean. Seeing Chen Yao shut up, Ayan felt the terrifying breath of tidal Douluo soul power constantly transmitted back by the blue-silver grass behind him. He gritted his teeth, gathered his soul power again, and hurried on. With the cover of the moonlight and the ubiquitous blue-silver grass behind him to help Ayan detect the movements of the Spirit Hall's pursuers, Ayan finally left the Spirit Hall without any danger. Arriving at a small suburban town at the junction of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire, Ayan found an uninhabited house, took a short rest, and recovered the consumed soul power. As for Chen Yao and the other two, they were tied up like dumplings and thrown into a corner. Although the airtight blue-silver grass had a certain absorption power that could inhibit the recovery of soul power in the human body, Chen Yao himself had already merged with the martial soul and could sense the free soul power in the air, bypassing the obstruction of the blue-silver grass on his body and absorbing it into his body. Although the recovery was a bit slow, it was better than nothing. If Yin could be stabilized for a while and his soul power could be restored to a certain extent, then he could turn the tables. Just as Chen Yao was thinking viciously about how to deal with Yin after he got out of trouble, Lu Erlong, who was unconscious beside him, suddenly groaned and then woke up slowly. "Where is this place?" Lu Erlong frowned and opened his eyes. He felt a splitting headache and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him with a blank look in his eyes. But the next moment, feeling the restraint on her body, Lu Erlong's face changed, and she looked around suddenly, and saw Chen Yao's hateful face. Her pupils shrank immediately, and her memory before she fainted suddenly became clear. "Chen Yao! It's you, you bastard! What do you want to do to me again?" Thinking that she was captured by Chen Yao, Lu Erlong's mind suddenly recalled the humiliation she had suffered because of Chen Yao in Wuhun city. Her pretty face was full of anger, and her eyes were filled with anger. "Tisk, you woke up so soon? Come on, I haven't seen you for a few years, give me to my old master." Wagging the tail and saying hello. Chen Yao looked at Lu Erlong, who was furious, and a bad smile suddenly appeared on his face. Looking at Chen Yao's familiar smile and those words, Lu Erlong's face froze, and an indescribable throbbing surged in her heart. She subconsciously wanted to obey this order, call out her martial soul, wag her tail and beg for mercy to Chen Yao, and stick out her tongue to flatter him. But when she activated her soul power, a sense of emptiness came from all parts of her body, so that Lu Erlong did not get any response from her martial soul. This feeling made her wake up instantly. She was no longer the Lu Erlong of the past. Lu Erlong turned her head suddenly, glared at him, and was about to curse, but suddenly, she saw that Chen Yao's body was like her, with layers of blue-silver grass wrapped around him. Lu Erlong was stunned, and then sneered. "Hee, it turns out that you and I are prisoners. I didn't expect that Chen Yao would have this day." However, Chen Yao said with a normal expression after hearing this. "There are so many things you didn't expect. Just like when you attacked me in the Star Forest, you probably didn't expect that I would treat you so badly afterwards, right? Now think about how you looked at that time. Tisk tisk tisk." As Chen Yao said this, his eyes showed memories. The next moment, as if he recalled something, his expression suddenly became extremely exaggerated, and he kept making tisk tisk sounds. 115 Chapter 114 Awakening one after another, tit for tat. 115. Asshole, shut up. Looking at Chen Yao's appearance, thinking of his unbearable history and humiliating posture, which were still completely preserved in Chen Yao's mind, Lu Erlong was furious. His chest was so big that even the blue-silver grass could not cover it. It was violently ups and downs, and his eyes were almost murderous. "So what method do you want to use to make me shut up now? Are you going to squeeze my eyes out with your two burdens?" Chen Yao sneered, mocking without restraint. If it weren't for Lu Erlong, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Chen Yao was so angry about this, but now he only had one mouth to move, so he could only hope that his words would be so lethal that he could directly anger Lu Erlong to death, so that he could save himself trouble. But then, Lu Erlong didn't get mad and angry as Chen Yao expected, but calmed down. His emotions gradually became stable, and he sneered. "Just like the model of the alliance, I really want to kill you now, but you must hate me to death in your heart. Unfortunately, you are now powerless like me." Although Lu Erlong was easily emotional and lost her mind because of Chen Yao, the training she had received over the years still made her realize that Chen Yao wanted to anger her in revenge. She immediately forced herself to calm down, and she couldn't let Chen Yao get comfortable. Tisk. Seeing this, Chen Yao felt bored and turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Lu Erlong. Since he couldn't make her angry, Chen Yao didn't bother to waste his breath. "Well, Yao, where are we? Is it safe?" At this moment, Tang Yuehua, who had fainted because of her low soul power and couldn't withstand the violent turbulence, slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Yao beside her and asked with a blank face. "I don't know where it is. As for the issue of safety, if you mean the pursuers of the spirit hall, then we should have gotten rid of them temporarily. If it means our own lives, then it is probably still hanging." Chen Yao didn't even turn his head, staring at the broken and dusty ceiling, and said, "Oh." After listening to Chen Yao's words, Tang Yuehua felt as if she didn't hear it, and muttered, then looked at Lu Erlong who was also tied up, and asked again with curiosity. Yao, who is she? Why did she chase us before? Can you tell me? Chen Yao, who was secretly absorbing soul power, came back to his senses, glanced at Lu Erlong, and sneered. Nothing, a dog I raised before, fed it with good food and drink, but it ate too well and turned into a vicious dog to bite its owner. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard Chen Yao describe a powerful and beautiful female soul master with such vicious words. At the same time, she suddenly felt lucky for Chen Yao's indifference to her. Otherwise, she didn't know if her young heart could withstand such vicious words. Lu Erlong, who had already pricked up his ears, frowned when he heard this. He subconsciously wanted to get angry, but he thought of something and forced himself to calm down and not speak. Do you think you can anger me like this? You, such a beast, I really don't know how any woman would be willing to follow you. Chen Yao did not approve of Lu Erlong's lethality and laughed jokingly. Why is she willing to follow me? You have to ask her. But I know you. You fought with Bibi Dong for Yu Xiaogang, but it seems that Bibi Dong didn't bother to care about Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang didn't even bother to look at you. Tisk tisk, I was right to say you are a dog. You are a loser. It's rare for a woman to do this. No one wants you even if you pay for it. As he said that, Chen Yao looked at Lu Erlong with a look of disgust in his eyes. Asshole! I'll kill you! Just as Chen Yao expected, Lu Erlong could no longer control herself and became extremely excited. She struggled violently, as if she wanted to break through the restraints of the blue-silver grass, rushed forward, and cut Chen Yao into pieces. However, Lu Erlong was not angry because Chen Yao said that Yu Xiaogang didn't want her. But she was angry because she heard Chen Yao's words, "No one wants me even if I throw myself at you," and Chen Yao's disdainful look. It immediately reminded Lu Erlong of the night when they last met. Facing her lustful self, Chen Yao looked down on her and threw her a stick with disdain. This was the most unforgettable knot in Lu Erlong's heart, even far exceeding the humiliation caused by losing all dignity and begging for mercy from Chen Yao before. Tang Yuehua, who was standing aside, was also shocked when she saw the emotional Lu Erlong. Then she looked at Chen Yao, who was full of amusement and admired the moment when Lu Erlong broke down. Tang Yuehua's eyes were shining, and she almost worshipped him as a god. At the same time, she also secretly wrote down what Chen Yao had just said in her heart. If there is another chance in the future, she will use these words to make others angry when she has a dispute with others. After all, her martial soul is not good, and she only has a mouth to produce lethality. Damn it! What are you arguing about? You are prisoners now. Can you have some awareness of prisoners? At this moment, Yin, who was meditating in the distance, finally couldn't stand the quarrel of several people. She stood up and came to the three people with a collapsed face, and scolded them angrily. Chen Yao raised his eyes when he heard it. Although Yin looked fierce, she still revealed a little weakness in her bones. Chen Yao didn't believe that Yin would turn into Wrong Mama and give him a few injections, but it was not appropriate to use himself as an experiment, so he shut up tactfully. Tang Yuehua had long been afraid of Yin, who had captured them and controlled their lives, and had shrunk behind Chen Yao, as if there was a devil hidden under Yin's beautiful face. On the contrary, Lu Erlong was surprised and puzzled when he saw Yin's strange face. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Yin was not angry when she heard Lu Erlong's questioning. She pointed at Chen Yao and explained. I have a grudge against this person. I saw you fighting with him before. I thought the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At that time, you were unconscious and the people from the spirit hall were coming. I didn't want you to die in the hands of the spirit hall, so I took you with me. But I'm not sure if you will pose a threat to me after you wake up. In order to be on the safe side, I can only tie you up. I hope you can understand. For people other than Chen Yao, Yin still had that kind and friendly face, which made the twisted Lu Erlong nod his head when he heard it. 116 Chapter 115 The whole story. 116. If that's the case, can you let me go now? I'm running out of soul power now, and I can't threaten you. Lu Erlong said. Yin was about to say something when she heard that, but was interrupted by Chen Yao. Hey, Blue Silver Emperor, I suggest you tie her up. She's the master of the Demon Dragon Hall. You know, the Demon Dragon Hall has been killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of evil on the continent in recent years. If you let her go and let her recover her soul power, then, can you withstand the backstab of a soul Douluo who is undergoing the Rakshasa God test? Chen Yao, with a mocking look on his face, almost revealed all of Lu Erlong's past. However, A Yin's face changed instantly when he heard that, and he shouted in a somewhat sharp voice. What? You are the leader of the Demon Dragon Palace. After A Yin came out of the Star Do Great Forest, she sensed that the last place where her soul bone showed its aura before being refined was Wuhun City, so she went all the way there. However, along the way, she encountered many villages that were destroyed, with corpses everywhere, a tragic scene. This made A Yin furious. Not to mention that she has now transformed into a human being, even when she was still the Blue-Silver Emperor, she would occasionally be offended by humans in her territory, and she would expel them in a gentle way, and almost never harm any kind of creature. And now seeing such a heinous scene, she can be said to be gnashing her teeth in hatred. After asking all the way, she learned that the one who committed such a heinous crime was the Demon Dragon Palace that had emerged in recent years on the continent. After learning about the powerful strength of the Demon Dragon Palace, which even the major sects on the continent could not do anything about, A Yin temporarily suppressed her anger and planned to find Chen Yao first. After she completed the divine test in the future, she would destroy this evil sect and bring peace to this beautiful continent. Now, after learning from Chen Yao that Lu Erlong was the master of the Demon Dragon Palace that she had been thinking about, A Yin suddenly changed her previous kindness, her face was gloomy as water, and a strong murderous intent surged in her eyes. Chen Yao looked at A Yin's murderous expression, and was stunned at first, and then he looked gloating. Although he didn't know how A Yin was offended by the Demon Dragon Palace not long after she was resurrected, he would definitely raise his hands to agree with A Yin to kill Lu Erlong. When Lu Erlong saw that A Yin had changed her previous kind attitude and became as if she had a deep hatred for her, she guessed that A Yin was probably hostile to a righteous man in the Demon Dragon Palace because of some actions of the members of the Demon Dragon Palace. After all, since the statement of the Demon Dragon Hall began to spread to the mainland, Lu Erlong has seen many people with the same expression as A Yin at the moment. Although he knew that with A Yin's hostility towards Chen Yao, if he defended himself and denied his identity, it would probably make A Yin suspicious of Chen Yao's words and save his life. But Lu Erlong did not do so, but just lowered his head in a somewhat frustrated manner and remained silent. Seeing Lu Erlong's tacit attitude, A Yin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It seems that you are really the master of the Demon Dragon Hall, so as long as I kill you, I can destroy the evil soul master organization of the Demon Dragon Hall. Just now, A Yin was indeed questioning the authenticity of Chen Yao's words, but now it seems that there is no need to worry about it. However, just when A Yin was about to take action, Lu Erlong suddenly raised his head again, with a mocking expression, and sneered. You are so naive. Do you really think that a force that is on the opposite side of all the sects on the continent and can still stand firm against the sieges of the major sects can be established by a mere soul master like me? Killing me, a hall master who only has some symbolic significance, can completely eliminate the Demon Dragon Hall? It's ridiculous. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, A Yin's face changed and the movement of his hands also paused. You mean, you are just a puppet? There are other strong people controlling the Demon Dragon Hall. A Yin raised his eyebrows and asked. Chen Yao, who was standing aside, also pricked up his ears quietly at this moment. He was quite curious about this force composed entirely of evil soul masters. At this moment, Lu Erlong nodded, shook his head, and a flash of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he spoke out. The Demon Dragon Hall was indeed established by me, but at that time I just wanted to establish a force to fight against the Spirit Hall, but I suffered from the stability of the world. I had no choice but to focus on those evil spirit masters who could only live in the wild. I started from a small gathering place and founded the Demon Dragon Hall. At the beginning, I relied on my own uniqueness to make a soul guide that could suppress the disadvantages of their spirits and allow them to practice normally and make rapid progress. The Demon Dragon Hall developed steadily. However, as my fame gradually increased, some large gathering places also learned about the soul guides I made, and these large gathering places seemed to have a close connection with the strong people of this type of spirit. After they reported it to their superiors, 3 strong men came to me that night. Their strength was terrifying. At least, they were not comparable to ordinary title Douluo. They came to me not for the soul guide I made, but to confirm my identity, the inheritor of the gods. After they confirmed it, they said they wanted to serve me, but in fact they did not give me a chance to refuse. They used my identity to attract some strong men who had been hiding in the dark for a long time on the continent. Since that day, the statement and deeds of the Demon Dragon Hall began to spread on the continent. Listening to Lu Erlong's words, Ayin's eyebrows could not help but frown. I have never come into contact with evil soul masters, but I know a lot about evil soul beasts. They are uncontrollably manic, bloodthirsty, and eager to kill. I wonder if the disadvantages of evil soul masters you mentioned are this. Lu Erlong heard the words, looked up at Ayin in surprise, and then nodded. Since you have made a soul guide that can curb the evil, why don't you spread it to the members of the Demon Dragon Hall? Why let them kill innocent people on the continent and cause suffering? Ayin said with a chill in her voice. Do you think I don't want to? It's just that those powerful people who are now called the 10 Halls Elders of the Demon Dragon Hall disagree. They think that the soul guide I made is a crooked way. In suppressing the nature of evil soul masters, they should let them follow their hearts and grow and become stronger in the killing. With the support of those elders, those hall members became more and more unscrupulous, which also created the current situation on the continent. 117. Chapter 116 Discovered 117. Lu Erlong said with a bitter face, with a trace of regret in her eyes. At the beginning, the purpose of her founding the Demon Dragon Hall was just to fight against the Spirit Hall and avenge Chen Yao. At the same time, it was also because of the ambition that arose in her heart after she got the inheritance, but she definitely didn't want to avenge the society and cause suffering to the entire continent. Hearing this, Chen Yao's mouth twitched, as if, maybe, Lu Erlong wanted to deal with the Spirit Hall because of him? So now the appearance of the Demon Dragon Hall is actually the mastermind? Seeing that Lu Erlong did not tell the reason for the confrontation with the Spirit Hall, Chen Yao also buried it deep in his heart, otherwise if Ayin knew, he might be angry with him. And then, Chen Yao thought of something again and asked Lu Erlong curiously. You just let them do whatever they want? Those evil soul masters who can grow into titled Douluo are not simple stuff. Will they let you practice slowly, complete the God test, and then find them one by one to settle accounts? Lu Erlong glanced at Chen Yao from the corner of his eyes when he heard this, and seemed unwilling to speak directly about his predicament, and immediately snorted coldly. What does it have to do with you? Chen Yao saw it and immediately understood it, and laughed out with a playful look on his face. Can't I care about the dog I once raised? But it seems that the puppy is not having a good time. He is a little bit out of breath after being bullied by others. You. As if Chen Yao had touched a sore spot, Lu Erlong turned her head go, with an angry look on his face. Okay. Shut up. Especially you. Ayin shouted at this moment, and then glared at Chen Yao fiercely. Chen Yao curled his lips at the sight, but still kept silent. Then, just when Ayin wanted to say something, there was a sudden noisy movement outside, like the regular sound of iron hooves. Except for the Wuhun Hall that was searching for several people, which force would come to this village in the wilderness at this time. The faces of several people in the room suddenly changed. Even Chen Yao was like this. Although it was still unknown what Ayin wanted to do to him, it seemed that he had no intention of killing him in the short term. In this way, he still had room for maneuver, but if he was taken back to the Wuhun Hall to face the furious Bibi Dong, Chen Yao would feel a little numb just thinking about it. At this moment, Ayin's expression was also a little panic, and he quickly connected with the surrounding blue-silver grass. After a while, Ayin slowly opened his eyes, his face was slightly gloomy, and he cursed out loud. Damn it, the people of the Spirit Hall have already surrounded this place. Isn't this search too rigorous? And these people are too rampant. They actually blatantly stepped into the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Isn't the Spirit Hall afraid of causing dissatisfaction from the Heaven Do Empire? However, when Ayin said this, the three people present, including Tang Yuehua, looked at Ayin in silence. The Heaven Do Empire is dissatisfied? What's the use? Could it be that their old emperor, leaning on a cane, will come to attack the Spirit Hall with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Didn't you see that the Spirit Hall went straight to Huanglong and directly took away most of the control of the Sunset Forest in the heart of the Heaven Do Empire, and the Heaven Do royal family didn't dare to say a word? However, at this moment, Ayin had no intention to pay attention to the complaining expressions of the three people behind her. She waved her hand, manipulated the blue-silver grass, and lifted up the three people. Then, she moved like a breeze and flashed out of the house. She couldn't sit here and wait for death. Swoosh! Ayun's figure was constantly shuttling between the gaps in the dilapidated house. Although she was carrying 3 people, she was not slow at all, but extremely flexible. Relying on the surrounding blue-silver grass to transmit the movements of the Spirit Hall Knights in real time, Ayun walked and stopped, avoiding rounds of reconnaissance, and soon quietly reached the entrance of the village. Looking at the few scattered knights left at the entrance of the village, Ayun's face was happy. She thought that the people of the Spirit Hall had gone to search the village and no one was left to guard the entrance of the village. She wanted to rush out in one breath. Chen Yao and Lu Erlong, who saw Ayun's intention, suddenly changed their expressions. They were about to warn her, but Ayun had already moved and jumped out from the hidden shadow. The surrounding blue-silver grass also spread like a tide along with Ayun's leaping figure, and in just a moment, it entangled the ordinary knights at the entrance of the village. Then some kind of hypnotic mist was released from the blue-silver grass. In less than a moment, the knights at the entrance of the village fell down one after another and fell into a coma. Ayun saw this without hesitation and was about to rush to the outside world, but the next moment, a powerful soul power suddenly burst out beside him. Ayun's face changed, and his body shape changed repeatedly, narrowly avoiding this sudden attack. Ayun stood up and looked around, but found that at some point, a group of powerful figures had appeared at the entrance of the village, surrounding Ayun and blocking him. Am I in a trap? Ayun's face was a little dull. You just found out, big sister. Chen Yao said helplessly. It seems that after Ayun was resurrected once, in addition to the increased resentment towards him, her mind was still the same as before, not very smart. Who do you say is the big sister? Ayun looked unhappy when she heard this, and turned her head to look at Chen Yao who was bound by the blue-silver grass behind her. Although she is indeed tens of thousands of years old, it does not mean that she can accept others calling her big sister, and now she has turned into a human body, so her age should be refreshed and calculated, okay? Is it the time to entangle this now? You should first find a way to deal with the people in front. Chen Yao's mouth twitched, and he pursed his lips at the Spirit Hall Knights who formed a human wall in front of him. Although this is just an ordinary search team of the Spirit Hall, it does not mean that the strong men of the Spirit Hall have completely locked their location. It was just a common trick just now, exposing a flaw, just in case. Who knew that Ayun, this stupid fish, would bite the hook directly? Although there were no special strong men in the team at the moment, the overall strength was definitely not weak. The leader was a level 65 Soul Emperor, plus the surrounding Soul Kings and Soul Sects, combined with the tactics of the Spirit Hall. Even though Ayun had broken through from the previous Soul Sect to the level 56 Soul King, and had the inheritance of a certain god, Chen Yao doubted whether she could handle it now. Are you looking down on me? Ayun also saw the strong men in front of her at this moment and felt their soul power. However, after seeing the strong men who did not have the strength to reach the title Douluo, she was obviously relieved. After hearing Chen Yao's tone, she was still in the mood to question him. Then you should take out something, let me look at you with new eyes. Chen Yao's mouth twitched. Humph, do you think I dare to come to you alone, relying on my strength as a Soul King? Ayun snorted with disdain, and then ignored Chen Yao's slightly surprised look, turned around, looked at the Spirit Hall Knight in front, and a group of green light began to linger around him. 118. Chapter 117 Wanted Order 118. The one in front dared to kidnap my Spirit Hall Elder, why don't you release Elder Chen quickly, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. At this moment, the general of the knight in front shouted to Ayun. Great! So they are here to help you. No wonder you want to tell me so much, you want me to let down my guard. Ayun heard this, turned his head, looked at Chen Yao, and said angrily. What else can I say? Then I hope you can defeat them and don't let them rescue me. Thank you. After saying that, Chen Yao simply closed his eyes and was too lazy to care about it. Humph. Seeing this, Ayun snorted coldly, turned around, waved his arms, and a breath of life that made people feel like spring breeze spread out. However, the leader on the opposite side was also a veteran, and immediately noticed the strangeness of this breath. He looked solemn and shouted. Be alert. Set up a formation. After the shout fell, the knights around began to move quickly, forming a formation, with martial spirits attached, soul power surging, and a terrifying breath condensed from the power of everyone was brewing. But at this moment the flowers and plants around them grew wildly and madly under the spread of the breath of life, and kept rising. The relatively open grassland plain where everyone was originally located suddenly turned into a sea of forests covering the sky and the sun. The grass plants that were once crushed to death seemed to have turned into towering trees. Young wild flowers bloomed wildly, hanging on the amazing grass, like the sun, and the stamens continuously emitted green mist, accompanied by the grass that seemed to have life, twisting and swaying, instantly submerging the knights of the spirit hall. After a while, the breath of life dissipated, and the flowers, plants, and trees that had grown horribly began to shrink and turned into their original appearance. As the terrifying forest dissipated, the knights of the spirit hall lying on the ground without moving were revealed. They were not dead, but fell into a coma. Although she was a little out of breath and her soul power was exhausted, Ayin had a little pride on her face at this moment, and turned her head to look at Chen Yao behind her. Humph, don't even think about anyone coming to save you. If you fall into my hands, you're doomed. However, Chen Yao didn't have time to deal with Ayin. Instead, he looked at the unconscious knights behind him and was secretly shocked. Although Chen Yao could ignore Ayin's attack when his soul power was at its peak, the fact that he could solve the formation of these knights in almost an instant also proved Ayin's strength. From this point of view, the position of god that Ayin is about to inherit is definitely not weak, at least a first-level god. Moreover, if the majestic breath of life just now was a little stronger, it would not be impossible for the people in it to be reborn even if their arms were broken. Could such great power be the inheritance of the god of life? For a moment, Chen Yao looked at Ayin, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. If it was really the god of life, this Ayin might not be easy to kill. It was not that he could not beat her, but that he could not kill her. The terrifying healing degree brought by such a powerful life force was definitely beyond Chen Yao's imagination. Maybe, even if Ayin was blasted to pieces, she might be resurrected from some unknown corner one day, which was really a headache. Just when Chen Yao was secretly thinking about how to kill Ayin completely and cleanly, Ayin also took action. Although she had solved these knights of the spirit hall in her mind, she was only temporarily safe and had to leave this place as soon as possible. She was heading towards the Douluo Empire. In her mind, since the spirit hall did not take the Tiandu Empire seriously, so it invaded the border, then she would run to the Douluo Empire. It was impossible for the spirit hall to go straight through the vast territory of the Tiandu Empire and run to the Douluo Empire to find them, right? Just like that, Ayin led a few people and disappeared from the spot. A few days later, Ayin disguised herself and stepped into a small border town of Douluo Empire. Following her were Chen Yao and the other two. However, in order not to attract attention, Ayin had loosened the blue-silver grass on them, but there was still a blue-silver grass around their wrists and ankles. With some strange and irresistible power of absorption, it was difficult for several people to recover their soul power. And Chen Yao guessed that the blue-silver grass had a close connection with Ayin, so in order not to attract Ayin's attention, he only quietly absorbed a little soul power when Ayin was not paying attention. The recovery was also difficult and slow. After this period of time, he only recovered a little. If he wants to get rid of the blue-silver grass on his body and fight against Ayin, it will probably take several days. However, Chen Yao was not in a hurry. In the past few days, Ayin had pretended to be fierce, but Chen Yao did not feel that Ayin wanted to kill him. Although he was confused, he was too lazy to explore and recovered his soul power at ease. The few people who entered the city clearly felt that this should have been the slow-paced, cozy town was a bit nervous, just like the towns of the Tiandu Empire that we had passed by before. What's going on? Aren't we already in the territory of the Douluo Empire? Could it be that the spirit hall has really chased us here? Ayin muttered, feeling a little nervous. Looking around for a while, he found the notice that was posted on the city wall. Ayin frowned and walked forward with a few people. At the top of the notice, there were a few big words, Wuhun Hall wanted order. And below, there were portraits of Ayin and others. However, there was a difference. The background of the portraits of Ayin, Lu Erlong, and Tang Yuehua was a shocking blood-red color, while Chen Yao's background was a plain white color. Seeing this, Ayin was so angry that she gritted her teeth and pointed at the wanted order and cursed Chen Yao. Asshole Chen Yao, you still dare to say that those people from the spirit hall are hunting you? Why are we all red, but you are white? Chen Yao did not reply at this moment, but looked at the dazzling red wanted poster with a strange expression on his face, and then spoke. Instead of worrying about this, you should be careful not to be discovered by the spirit hall. This red is the spirit hall's highest level wanted order. As soon as the news leaks out, the Spirit Hall branch closest to you will immediately send out all its troops. This is not like the previous patrol team, but at least it will be led by a sole Douluo, and there will even be a title Douluo. 119 Chapter 118 Go to the Killing City. 119. Humph. Haven't I been careful enough along the way? How can I be more careful? Yin said angrily at this moment, with a hint of obvious fatigue on her face. Although she has been in the best condition with the blessing of magnificent vitality, she is mentally exhausted. In recent days, she has been constantly on guard, paying attention to the movements of the pursuers at all times, hiding from here and there, and she has some nervous exhaustion. This kind of energy loss cannot be restored by the vitality. Now even the Stardo Empire is covered with wanted posters by the Spirit Hall, where can it hide? The Spirit Hall is really domineering. At this moment, Yin was obviously a little discouraged. After hearing this, Chen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, as if he remembered something, and then spoke. I do know a place that the Spirit Hall can't find. Yin turned her head and looked at Chen Yao. Where? At this time, Lu Erlong also looked at Chen Yao in surprise. She also wanted to hear what Chen Yao said next. After all, apart from the Demon Dragon Hall, she really couldn't think of any other place on the continent that the giant power of the Spirit Hall couldn't reach. The City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter. Yin spoke with surprise. Lu Erlong was the same, and felt very unfamiliar with this place name. Although she is the master of the Demon Dragon Hall, she is no different from a puppet. The elders have never taught her any knowledge, so she knows very little about the secrets of the continent. She only has a rough understanding of some superficial things. Chen Yao nodded and said, it is a chaotic place that seems to be abandoned by the world. There is no order. Generally, only fugitives who have committed serious crimes on the continent will hide there in order to survive. Now we seem to be desperate like those fugitives. Hearing Chen Yao say that he and others are fugitives, Yin's face is obviously unhappy, but he did not say anything. After Chen Yao finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the doubts in his heart. Then why do you say that when we get to the Slaughter City, the people from the Spirit Hall can't find us? Because there are some special rules there. Once you get there, no matter how many rings of Spirit Master you are, you can't use your spirit skills. You can only use your own spirit and self-created spirit skills. So even the strong men of the Spirit Hall will not set foot in the Slaughter City. Chen Yao explained with a chuckle. Can't use spirit skills? Yin murmured, and her eyes lit up. Although the inability to use spirit skills had some impact on her strength, it was definitely not big. At that time, the Life God King was so angry that he directly regarded Yin as the designated successor. On the premise that it was confirmed that Yin could successfully complete the God test, she was given a lot of good things. Now her safety is even safer than carrying a bodyguard with a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. That is, this time she encountered the giant Spirit Hall. Otherwise, if it was any force other than the Spirit Hall, the Demon Dragon Hall, and the upper three sects, she would dare to go up and fight hard. Now, if she were to reach that special place where her soul skills could not be released, she would have an advantage. With the blessing of the God of Life and her own unique blue-silver Emperor martial soul, she would not be afraid even if she was chased by the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Yin thought about it and was obviously a little moved, but then she thought of something and looked at Chen Yao with a look of doubt on her face. Can you tell me a safe place for me to hide? However, Chen Yao just said indifferently after hearing this. I said that those spirit halls are looking for me. I ran away from the Spirit Hall. Outside the city, just to avoid the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. If you hadn't taken me with you, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. If you are safe, it means I am safe. What's more, this is just a suggestion from me. You can choose to adopt it, or you can find a place you think is relatively safe. Yin heard this, and her eyes were tangled. Finally, after a moment, she asked Chen Yao. Where is the City of Slaughter? In the west of the continent. Hearing this, Chen Yao flashed a barely perceptible smile in his eyes and said softly. In fact, the City of Slaughter was his original destination, and he was also very curious about the Killing God domain. When fighting with Tang Hao, although the Killing God domain did not seem to have any power, it did affect Chen Yao invisibly, making him violent, restless, and difficult to calm down, so that Tang Xiao broke his Thousand Generals' Dark Soul domain so quickly afterwards. This kind of invisible domain, if it can cooperate with his Thousand Generals' Dark Soul domain, and it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Chen Yao has no reason to miss it. This time, it is just an attempt. It would be best if Yin is willing to go. In the slaughter city, he also has an absolute advantage. At that time, he might be able to find an opportunity there to kill Yin and Lu Erlong and solve these two major problems. If Yin is unwilling, it doesn't matter. He just needs to wait a few more days. After getting rid of Yin's restraints and recovering his strength, it will be the same to go to the slaughter city. Now that Yin agreed, it was just what he wanted. If Tang Yuehua also went with him, it might be a bit troublesome. If it was not necessary, Chen Yao still didn't want Tang Yuehua to get into trouble. For a moment, a trace of thought appeared in Chen Yao's eyes. The Xingluo Empire is located in the west of the continent, so it took less than a day for several people to reach a small town that looked a bit desolate and sparsely populated. This town is not big, but it exudes a strange atmosphere everywhere. Step on after entering, Yin and Lu Erlong frowned, because they felt the strong murderous aura and bloody smell from the pedestrians on the street. Chen Yao didn't pay attention to these, and looked around. After all, this was his first time to come to the killing city, and he needed to find the specific location carefully. Finally, after a while, Chen Yao found the only tavern in the town. With a little excitement in his eyes, he pointed at the tavern and said to Yin and others. "That's it." The others looked in the direction of the sound and looked at the tavern. "Tavern? You want to drink?" Yin raised his eyebrows and said, with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Lu Erlong also frowned slightly. Obviously, she still had some psychological trauma about the tavern, the origin of her tragedy. "That's the entrance to the killing city, but before we go in, we may need to get a pass first." "What pass? Where to get it?" Yin asked curiously. Hearing this, Chen Yao had a strange smile on his face, and then pointed at the pedestrians on the street and said. "It's very simple, just take off their heads and bring them in." 120 Chapter 119 Test? 120. What? You actually want to use human lives as a pass? Is there such a place in the world? Hearing this, Yin's face changed drastically, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, after spending some time together, Chen Yao also knew Yin's temperament, and hurriedly spoke out. "There are no ordinary people in this place. They are all fugitives who are terrified on the mainland. Everyone has at least more than 10 lives on their hands. If you kill them, it is not considered killing innocent people." Chen Yao just wanted to enter the killing city quickly at this moment, and didn't want to argue with Yin for a long time over these simple lives. Yin was stunned after hearing this. Although he was still a little hesitant, he didn't resist as much as before. He slowly turned his head and looked at the pedestrians with fierce faces. "Chen Yao, you do it." At this moment, Yin pointed at the 4 people lying on the ground and unconscious, and said to Chen Yao. Chen Yao curled his lips when he heard it, but he didn't refuse. He was just being ordered by Yin for a short period of time. Then he took the dagger from Yin's hand, walked to the 4 people, and cut off their heads expressionlessly. The crisp and neat action made Yin feel cold in his heart. Chen Yao kept saying that these people killed people like crazy and were unforgivable, but in fact, he himself, but it is much more terrifying than all these people combined. Yin actually has very complicated feelings towards Chen Yao. Chen Yao was the first human she met after she transformed. Although he brought her painful memories, he was the only human she had close contact with. Due to some complex, even if Chen Yao personally killed Yin still couldn't make up her mind to kill Chen Yao and avenge herself. After all, if you stand in Chen Yao's position at the time, as a human, killing a soul beast is not wrong at all. This is not his fault, but the mainstream melody of the entire continent. But now seeing Chen Yao's cold and ruthless attitude towards his own kind, Yin can no longer find any reason to excuse him. She still doubts whether she made a mistake in not killing Chen Yao before. "Goa, what are you standing there for?" Chen Yao grabbed the hair of the 4 heads and lifted them all in his hands. He looked at Yin who was in a daze and urged him. Yin came back to his senses after hearing this, and temporarily suppressed his complicated thoughts. After taking a deep breath, he followed and walked towards the tavern. The air in the tavern was very turbid, and there was a faint smell of blood. Coupled with the dark decorations covered with strange patterns, it only gave people a gloomy feeling. At this moment, there were not many people in the tavern, and few people spoke. They just focused on drinking the bright red liquid in the wine glass in their hands. After Chen Yao and his friends entered the tavern, the people inside instantly gathered their eyes. Seeing the three beautiful and charming people beside Chen Yao, the tavern was silent at first, and then their eyes began to become hot, and the originally cold atmosphere in the venue began to gradually heat up. Feeling under the obscene gazes from the surroundings, the faces of the three women sank, especially Yin. Although when Chen Yao treated her recklessly in the Star-Do Great Forest, his eyes were more explicit than those of these people, Yin had long been accustomed to it. But this does not mean that she can accept it. Suddenly, a strong soul power surged out, sweeping every corner of this small tavern. Now, the people sitting here are not confident in their own strength, and they are hesitating in their hearts whether to step into the deadly place of the slaughter city where there is no way out. How powerful can such people be? Feeling Yin's breath, they were all shocked and sweaty in an instant, and hurriedly turned back, not daring to look around. As for what was happening behind him, Chen Yao was too lazy to pay attention. He came to the bar, threw the four heads in his hand on the table, and said in a flat tone, "Enter the slaughter city, 4 people." 4? At the bar, the clerk in black raised his eyebrows when he heard this, looked at the 3 women behind Chen Yao, and asked with some doubt, "Are you sure?" Chen Yao just nodded with certainty, without saying anything more. "Okay, do you know the rules? To enter the killing city, each person must drink a glass of Bloody Mary first." As he said, the clerk took out 4 glasses filled with scarlet viscous liquid from under the counter and pushed them in front of Chen Yao. However, Chen Yao shook his head and said, "You can't enter without drinking." Hearing this, the clerk paused, raised his eyes, and looked at Chen Yao with a serious look. "Are you sure? If you don't drink Bloody Mary, entering the killing city is considered a violation of the rules, and you will be punished by the law enforcer. You must defeat him before you can officially enter the killing land." "I'm sure." Seeing Chen Yao's determination, the clerk said nothing more. After nodding, he squatted down and started working under the bar. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the ground behind the clerk opened up like a door, revealing a dark hole. "Go in, here is the entrance to the city of slaughter." Chen Yao nodded, then looked at the 3 women who had followed behind him and said softly, "Let's go." After the words fell, Chen Yao jumped down without hesitation. Tang Yuehua followed closely behind. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Erlong and Yin also gritted their teeth and jumped down. The hole was not deep. They fell down a few meters before landing on the ground. In the darkness, feeling the cold and eerie breath around him, Chen Yao felt relaxed and refreshed. The soul power in his body, which was suppressed by the blue-silver grass, began to become active. Almost. Chen Yao looked at the blue-silver grass on his wrist and whispered softly. At this moment, his figure merged with the dark environment around him. No one could see his expression clearly, but they only felt an inexplicable breath emanating. After walking about a kilometer in this dark corridor, a faint light came from the front. After approaching, they found that it was a half-open door. Pushing the door open, the light shone in completely, and the few people got rid of the darkness. However, when they walked out of the corridor, a group of people surrounded them in front of them, blocking their way. All these people were wearing black armor, and their faces were completely covered by helmets, making it difficult to see their faces. The leader was tall and burly, sitting on a tall warhorse, holding a spear, facing Chen Yao and others. The sight revealed from the helmet was cold and murderous. 121 Chapter 120 Want to kill 2 people? 121. What's going on? Looking at the troops blocking their way ahead, Yin frowned and asked Chen Yao. "The test of entering the city of slaughter." Chen Yao casually perfunctorily answered. But the next moment, "Those who violate the rules must accept the punishment and defeat me to be eligible to enter the city of slaughter." A deep and cold voice came from the tall knight on the horse. "Isn't this a test? What rules did we break?" "Ah!" Yin immediately looked back and stared at Chen Yao, her eyes filled with anger. "According to the normal process, we all need to drink a glass of Bloody Mary before we can enter the city of slaughter." Thinking about his future plans, Chen Yao still thought of a reason and explained. "Then why don't you let us drink? What do you want to do?" Hearing this, Yin asked with a bad face. "The Bloody Mary is made with human blood. If you don't understand, then you can blame me for taking the initiative. I can't refute it." Chen Yao shrugged and said casually. As soon as these words came out, Yin, including Lu Erlong and others, all changed their faces. Before, they were still curious about why the wine those people in the tavern drank was so strange and how it was made, but they never thought it was human blood. For a while, they were secretly glad in their hearts that they had Chen Yao, who knew the situation, to lead the way. Otherwise, if they drank human blood in a daze, it would be unimaginable. With a look of fear on his face, Yin looked at Chen Yao with a slightly relaxed look in his eyes, and said softly, "I have wronged you. Now we just need to defeat this knight to enter the city of slaughter." "Yes." Chen Yao's face remained calm and his words were concise. Yin nodded, then looked at the knight and said, "I accept the challenge." As soon as these words came out, the Black Knight slowly raised the spear in his hand, and then the black armored warriors beside them slowly retreated, leaving a space. "I am the captain of the law enforcement team of the City of Slaughter, the Howling Knight." With a long whistle, the knight took action, clamped his legs, and the warhorse under him suddenly accelerated, and rushed straight to Yin with a strong breath. The aura was filled with iron and blood, and there was no sign of holding back because of Yin's beautiful face. The spear went straight to the vital point. Yin subconsciously activated her soul power when she saw this, but soon she felt that she had lost the connection with her soul ring. However, because of Chen Yao's previous explanation, Yin had expected this and did not panic. She manipulated the blue-silver grass and entangled with the Black Knight. Not far away, Chen Yao looked at this scene with a dim gaze. At the same time, the blue-silver grass wrapped around his wrist hidden under his sleeve was now stained by a touch of darkness. When its entire body turned into a dark color, the blue-silver grass that was originally tightly wrapped around Chen Yao's hand instantly turned into a wisp of flying ash. "Stand behind me later." Chen Yao stared at the battle situation without looking back, but spoke to Tang Yuehua in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard this, then nodded heavily and moved behind Chen Yao without leaving any trace. Although this knight had a great reputation and a strong aura, he had no place to use his strength in the face of the flexible Yin. He was also a little tired of dealing with the blue-silver grass that kept wrapping around him. Finally, under Yin's constant consumption, the Black Knight finally gradually exhausted his strength and soul power and was defeated. You have passed my test, you are qualified to enter the City of Slaughter." Because of exhaustion, the knight knelt on one knee and spoke to Yin with some difficulty. Then, he handed 4 black cards to Yin. Yin took it casually and looked down, and found that there was a skull carved on the card, and there was a string of numbers below, and the numbers on each token were different. "This is your proof that you are in the City of Slaughter. Please enter the city. There will be people to guide you at the city gate." Yin nodded, held the token, and walked behind him. When she came to Chen Yao and the others, Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "This big guy is really strong, but fortunately, I am more skilled." While laughing, Yin also distributed the remaining 3 tokens. After taking the token and feeling Yin's somewhat disordered soul power at the moment, Chen Yao smiled with a slight grin. "Thank you for your hard work, but after we enter the City of Slaughter, we have to pay attention to one thing." "What to pay attention to?" Yin stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and asked casually. "Be careful not to relax your vigilance at any time. Don't trust anyone." As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying scarlet color flashed across Chen Yao's eyes, and the smile on his face was hideous and evil, with bloodthirsty killing intent. Then a violent black gas burst out from his body, countless black tentacles twisted and surged, and a huge black lotus emerged behind him, with petals blooming and black light flowing. Puff! Chen Yao stretched out his hand suddenly, and the ruthless claw pierced Yin's chest directly. Yin stared at the bloody chest with a dull look, his face full of disbelief. However, Chen Yao did not give Yin any time to react. The hand that pierced Yin's chest was holding a green heart. Without hesitation, he crushed it hard. The other hand, clenched into a fist, hit Yin's head hard, and the fist wind on it was so painful that it scratched people's cheeks. At the same time, the endless black beards around him also surged violently, and attacked Lu Erlong beside him crazily. Chen Yao attacked the two at the same time, with a fierce attack and ruthless means, intending to eliminate the 2 hidden dangers at once. However, just as Chen Yao's fist was about to land, Yin's brows knitted. At the heart, a very magical pattern began to emerge, and a strong emerald green divine light burst out. Seeing this, Chen Yao's face suddenly changed, and he cursed in his heart. "Damn it, it's different with a backer, so shameless." He had a strong killing intention in his heart, but facing the magical green light, Chen Yao had to give up this fatal attack and his body swept back frantically. However, in the process, he was also controlling the dark tentacles that kept sweeping towards Lu Erlong. Since Ayin couldn't be killed, let's get rid of Lu Erlong first. But the next moment, the tentacles did not send the satisfying feeling of piercing flesh and blood, but a violent force of reversal. Chen Yao looked at Lu Erlong with a look of astonishment, and saw that Lu Erlong, who should not have any soul power, was wearing a beautiful battle skirt with a beautiful glow. In the gap of the battle skirt, strange purple flames surged. On top of it, the crown covers the forehead, and the sharp horns are soaring into the sky, with a majestic and evil look, giving people a full sense of oppression. 122 Chapter 121 Entering the City. 122. Boom! The dragon claws waved, scattering the black tentacles that kept rising. Then Lu Erlong jumped in front of Ayin and blocked her behind him. He looked in the direction of Chen Yao with great vigilance and spoke. Are you okay? At this moment, Ayin, who was bathed in soft green light behind him, did not answer and closed his eyes tightly. Under the cover of this green light, the hideous blood hole on his chest stopped bleeding, and fresh buds began to grow on the wound, intertwining at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the original empty place was also a gathering of green light particles, condensing into a brand new, active beating heart. After a while, the flesh and blood completely healed. Except for the broken part of Ayin's clothes, there was no sign of the devastating attack she had suffered before. She slowly opened her eyes, and as her soul power surged, the blue-silver grass intertwined to cover the exposed part of her chest. Ayin then spoke with a look of fear. I'm fine. At the same time, she silently said in her heart. This is the second time. Ayin was not surprised that Lu Erlong stood in front of her. Because when Chen Yao proposed to go to the slaughter city, Lu Erlong didn't see anything, but she felt uneasy in her heart. Then, when they were resting halfway, she took advantage of Chen Yao's inattention and proposed to Ayin to loosen the restraints on her body so that she could recover her soul power to prevent Chen Yao from having bad intentions. After hearing Lu Erlong's proposal, Ayin wanted to refuse without thinking, but after thinking of Chen Yao, the words of refusal stopped in her mouth and were not spoken. Finally, after some entanglement, she agreed to Lu Erlong's proposal and unsealed him. Because, compared with Lu Erlong, Ayin was more suspicious and fearful of Chen Yao. Even if Chen Yao's words were perfect, Ayin still couldn't rest assured. Facts have proved that it was right to choose to believe Lu Erlong. Although relying on the energy protection left by the God of Life, even if Lu Erlong didn't take action just now, Ayin would probably not have any problems. But don't forget that she has just stepped into the city of slaughter, and everything is just the beginning. If she didn't untie the blue-silver grass on Lu Erlong's body and let Lu Erlong be easily killed by Chen Yao, then she would have to face Chen Yao, who was unscrupulous and ruthless, alone. When she thought of such a situation, even though Ayin had the inheritance and trump card protection of the God of Life, she still felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. At this moment, Chen Yao looked at Ayin and Lu Erlong standing together, obviously in a group, with a gloomy face, with dangerous and fierce eyes, and various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. But after finding that there was no good way to kill even one of them, he could only sullenly snort, turn his head, and walk towards the city gate not far ahead. However, when he was about to reach the city gate, the Black Knight who had fought with Ayin before stood up again. At this moment, after a period of breathing, he had recovered a lot of physical strength. He stopped in front of Chen Yao and said in an unquestionable tone. Just now you were a group, and the girl accepted my test on your behalf and won you the qualification to enter the city, but now, you two have separated from the girl's group, and you must accept my test again. While the Black Knight was speaking, he suddenly saw the sinister expression on Chen Yao's face in front of him, and the fierce light in his eyes. Even though the knight was the captain of the law enforcement team, he was shocked and paused. Puff! But before he could react, his chest suddenly felt a sharp pain. With his eyes wide open, the knight looked down and found that a thick black tentacle had pierced his chest. And this is not over yet. Then, the second and third. Countless tentacles followed one after another and rushed towards the bloody hole in the Black Knight's chest. Bang! The next moment, the Black Knight didn't even scream, and he exploded into a ball of blood mist in a burst of explosions. And Chen Yao led Tang Yuehua, his face gloomy, without looking back, and walked slowly towards the city gate in the bloody rain. At this moment, the black-armored warriors who had followed the Black Knight came to their senses and looked in the direction where Chen Yao left, but no one stepped forward. Although their faces were covered by helmets, they could still clearly feel the fear spreading among them. And Yin and Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Yao's bloody back with solemn expressions on their faces. Let's go into the city. After a while, Yin sighed and said, and then went in the direction where Chen Yao was heading. Walking into the city, what came into view was a dark world, and the street lamps on both sides only emitted faint lights, and the atmosphere seemed so weird and gloomy. However, Chen Yao had no intention to appreciate this particularly good environment for him at this moment, and impatiently waved away the messenger who introduced him to him. This killing city is divided into two cities, the inner and outer cities, and now they are in the outer city. It is a place where some guys who dare not participate in the hell killing field linger. Chen Yao's goal is the killing god field, so naturally he can't waste time in this outer city. After asking clearly, he took Tang Yuehua and walked straight to the inner city. A moment later, Chen Yao and the others came to a city wall. Compared with the outer city wall, the wall in front of them is not high, and the highest point is only about 10 meters. Behind this wall is the inner city of the killing city. And the city gate is wide open, and there is no guard stationed. Obviously, there are no conditions to enter the inner city, only courage and strength are needed. Compared with the outer city where there are still some rules and protection for those guys who are struggling to survive, the real paradise behind this wall is killing, blood, death, desire, everywhere. But the gate that makes countless people stay away did not make Chen Yao feel any waves. Without hesitation, he took Tang Yuehua in. Along the way, Chen Yao looked around, and after killing a few guys who came up without long eyes, he finally found a very good small building. The exterior decoration is luxurious, and there is a small garden, which is very suitable for Chen Yao's appetite, so he pushed the door and entered with Tang Yuehua. But unfortunately, after Chen Yao entered the house, he found that the house already had an owner. And the original owner of the house was very dissatisfied with Chen Yao and his intrusion. He also spoke harshly to Chen Yao's outspoken request to move in. There was no way, Chen Yao had to send the original owner of the house away in a friendly manner, and kindly warned him when he left. Don't choose such a beautiful and conspicuous house in the next life. 123 Chapter 122 Kilo Tulip 123. After driving away the owner of the house, Chen Yao looked around the house and found that there was nothing he was dissatisfied with, so he stopped being picky and settled down. Then he looked at Tang Yuehua, without saying much, and pulled her to the room upstairs. Looking at Chen Yao's silent and impatient look, Tang Yuehua's cheeks flushed with a surprising blush, as if she had anticipated the scene later. There was fear of Chen Yao's fighting power in her eyes, but there was also a hint of expectation. However, after entering the house with Chen Yao and locking the door, Tang Yuehua was about to ask Chen Yao to wait for a while, so that she could tidy up the bed in the house first. After all, although the original owner of the house was a woman, Tang Yuehua had heard Chen Yao say that the inner layer of this killing city was also lustful and chaotic. I am afraid that there are some unclean things on the bed that will make people feel uncomfortable. But before Tang Yuehua could speak, Chen Yao fumbled in his arms and took out a plant that looked extremely delicate and luxurious. Try to see if you can absorb it. Maybe it can improve your martial soul. This place is different from the outside world. Due to the rules, I may not be able to protect you. Most of the time, you need to rely on the gods. Chen Yao said without any shame. He had revealed the general news of the killing city to Tang Yuehua on the way here. If Tang Yuehua didn't want to, she could leave first. He would find a way to explain to Yin. As for the blue-silver grass restraint on her body, to be honest, with her level 9 soul power, there is actually not much difference between having it and not having it. And unexpectedly but reasonably, Tang Yuehua firmly chose to follow Chen Yao. This was Tang Yuehua's own choice. Chen Yao all he could do was to take out this immortal herb. As for the others, he could do nothing. This was the territory of the Azura god. There was a super Douluo who was once at level 99 and was now possessed by an evil bat. His strength was about level 95 and his soul ring was not restricted. This was not a place where he could run wild now. When Tang Yuehua heard this, she was stunned. Then she realized that she had thought wrongly. Her face suddenly became a little embarrassed, but there was also a flash of loss in her eyes. But soon, her attention was attracted by the exquisite plant in Chen Yao's hand, and she asked curiously. What kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful. Can absorbing this flower improve my martial soul? This is Kilo Tulip. It should be suitable for you. Try it. In fact, Chen Yao did not understand pharmacology. Apart from following the method in the general outline of immortal herbs and guiding Tang Yuehua to absorb it, Chen Yao knew nothing about the principle. Like reading a heavenly book. Whether this Douluo tulip is suitable for Tang Yuehua is still an unknown in Chen Yao's mind. However, in Chen Yao's opinion, Tang Yuehua's martial soul, Ruyi Ring. It is not much different from the 7 treasures glazed tower that can be improved by Douluo tulip. It sounds like some kind of precious object. Maybe there is some kind of connection, so he thought of giving it a try. It's just a fairy grass, and he still has a lot of it in his pocket. Moreover, he still has a piece of the rhizome of this Douluo tulip with some residual medicinal power. Even if he wants to blackmail the 7 treasures glazed sect in the future, it will not affect it. After all, in the current situation where there is no 9 treasures glazed tower, even if this rhizome only contains a little medicinal power, let those people in the 7 treasures glazed sect see even a little hope, they will go crazy for it and get it at all costs. But this is all later. At this moment, Chen Yao saw that Tang Yuehua had entered a state of meditation under his guidance, so he activated his martial soul and destroyed the big bed in the room without leaving any residue. Then he took out a brand new and clean big bed from the soul guide and placed it in the original position. He fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep in just a few breaths. He had been thinking about how to secretly restore his soul power when Ayan was not paying attention when he was in the outside world. He had never rested well. Now he must replenish his energy and restore his soul power that had not yet been replenished. As for the outside of the house, he had left a little trace of darkness. As long as someone stepped into the house within 50 meters, he would be instantly triggered and awakened. With this layer of protection, he could rest at ease. As soon as Chen Yao entered the inner city, he killed several blind thugs in public, killing chickens to scare monkeys, and broke into the most gorgeous house on this street and killed the guy who had created a brilliant record in the hell-killing field. For a while, the whole street was in a state of panic and everyone was in danger. They were afraid that the one who came was a bloodthirsty and ruthless person who would kill people on the street without any explanation. They all stayed away from Chen Yao's house. They felt that it was disrespectful to their lives to look at him more, let alone running to the house to harass them. So during this period of time, Chen Yao had a good sleep and rest. At this moment, in the house, just when Chen Yao's energy was restored and he was half asleep and half awake, suddenly a ball of soul power burst out in the house, which made him startled immediately, his eyes opened wide instantly, and he jumped up from the bed. But the next moment, his expression relaxed again. This breath came from Tang Yuehua. At this moment, Tang Yuehua's soul power was surging, but it was a little erratic. Behind her, the martial soul also condensed and appeared. However, compared with the exquisite and gorgeous jade ruhi that was full of nobility before, it was a little illusory at this moment, with only a little vague outline. However, as the soul power around it continued to surge, the form of this martial soul gradually became clearer. It was still the appearance of the jade ruhi, but the details seemed to have changed a little. The color was purple and there were auspicious cloud patterns. Compared with the previous vase that looked good but was useless, it was a little more panic-stricken and had an indescribable deterrent power. Chen Yao looked at it with a strange look on his face, and he was a little curious in his heart. After Tang Yuehua absorbed the Douluo tulip, what kind of changes would her jade ruhi martial soul undergo? Time passed slowly as Chen Yao waited quietly. The soul power in Tang Yuehua gradually stabilized, and then a noble purple spirit emanated from the ruhi martial soul behind her, illuminating the entire room. When the purple light gradually converged, Tang Yuehua on the ground finally slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, a breathtaking purple light flashed in her pupils. Although she looked the same as before, her temperament had changed dramatically. 124 Asking for leave. Ask for leave. A day off, moi. 125 Chapter 123 Ziwei Xing Ai. 125. How is it, what changes have occurred in the martial soul? Chen Yao looked at Tang Yuehua's uncontrollable smug look, knowing that her martial soul might have changed a lot, so he asked curiously. Ziwei Xing Ai, this is my current martial soul. Tang Yuehua held the martial soul in both hands. The ruhi style was similar to the previous one, but it was tinged with a noble purple halo. There were silver light particles circling around it, like the Milky Way. Looking at the magical martial soul in her hand, Tang Yuehua's eyes were filled with indescribable surprise, very bright, and then explained. It can communicate with the most noble emperor star in the sky, thereby drawing the star power of the Ziwei Emperor Star for my use. It can enhance and assist teammates, and can also be converted into attacks to cause terrible damage. Chen Yao nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Tang Yuehua said so mysteriously, but in fact, it meant that she could be a nurse or AC now, but it seemed that he thought of something, and Chen Yao pointed to the dark sky outside and asked. Since your martial soul needs the power of the stars to exert its power, then can we communicate with the stars in this place? However, before Chen Yao's words were completely finished, Tang Yuehua nodded without hesitation and smiled. Of course, from the moment my martial soul evolved, my connection with the Ziwei Emperor Star was established. No matter what kind of environment I am in, I can attract its star power. Tang Yuehua said, with a sense of pride in her voice. She looked at her martial soul with an infatuated look, and couldn't help but speak again. Do you know, Yao? My original martial soul, Ruyi Ring, was born with a domain skill. If a person stays in this domain for a long time, his temperament will change inadvertently. Women are elegant and men are majestic, so that others can tell their extraordinariness at a glance. Therefore, although I was weak before, I was sought after by those high-ranking dignitaries, including the big figures of Xingluo and Tiandu. They all want me to cultivate a noble temperament that is different from ordinary people for their heirs. So, I call this field the noble field. Before, I had completely lost confidence in cultivation, and I thought that after leaving the Wuhun Hall, I would go to Xingluo or Tiandu to be a noble teacher. But until just now, I realized that my field is not a noble field at all, and it is not cultivating aristocratic temperament. It is the majesty of the lofty Emperor Star. Tang Yuehua became a little excited when she said this. But then she thought of something, her expression became a little inexplicably melancholy, her voice paused, sighed lightly, and then continued. Rather than saying that my martial soul was evolving just now, it is better to say that it was recovering. My martial soul is extraordinary, but because of my incompetence, it caused the pearl to be covered in dust, and even almost used this lofty imperial star field to please those dandy boys in the mortal world. I am so ashamed. But fortunately, because of you, Yao, I was able to be reborn. Perhaps, I will no longer be tarnished by the name of Ziwei Xing'ai in the future. As she said, Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Yao, her eyes full of gratitude and confusion, her cheeks flushed with amazing redness, and she seemed to be already overwhelmed with emotion. Tang Yuehua sat down beside Chen Yao, leaning on his shoulder, her head close to his ear, and spoke with a charming voice that made people numb, exhaling a burning fragrance. Yao. Feeling the itch coming from his ears, Chen Yao's mouth twitched and tried to speak. Thank me? Otherwise, when you go to the killing field of hell, try not to die and waste my fine fairy grass, which will be your thanks to me. When Tang Yuehua heard this, the charming expression on her face froze, and she looked at Chen Yao stiffly with some unkindness in her eyes. Damn, you stinky man, you were smarter than anyone else in that tavern. You guessed everything I was thinking, and frightened me so much that I ended up sleeping with you. But now you are pretending to be stupid? Do you really think you are still a pure boy? Humph! With a cold snort, Tang Yuehua was too lazy to say more nonsense, and pretended to be reserved. She pounced on Chen Yao on the bed without saying anything, just like a hungry tiger. Her gratitude to Chen Yao had already overflowed in her heart, and no one could stop her gratitude to Chen Yao, not even Chen Yao himself. Seeing Tang Yuehua's gratitude overflowing with words and putting it into action, Chen Yao looked helpless, sighing in his heart that the world is going downhill, it is so corrupt, people's hearts are really not as good as they used to be. It seems that even boys have to pay attention to safety when they go out. However, just as he sighed in his heart, after feeling the trembling warmth and softness in his arms, Chen Yao's face was stunned, and his eyes looking at Tang Yuehua began to glow green, revealing greed and evil. Without saying anything, he took action. Go to his corruption. He Huang and gambling and drugs are irreconcilable. The beautiful day passed quietly, and time came to the evening. Chen Yao and the other walked on the street, ignoring the others and showing affection, full of sweetness. Compared with the passers-by around them who were in a hurry, with murderous faces and bloody breath, the style was completely different. They were clearly in the same dim street, but it seemed like they were in two different worlds. Chen Yao was hungry because of the excessive energy consumption before. Although this killing city was very dark, there was still food for normal humans, so he ran out to find food. As for Tang Yuehua, although she was coaxed by Huang Chenyao in the morning and ate a lot of things that were said to be whitening, her belly was bulging and slightly bulging. But now her heart was tied to Chenyao, and she was reluctant to leave him even when she was looking for food. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she insisted on following him. At this moment, her face was full of satisfaction and happiness. However, as they were walking, there was suddenly a commotion in front of them. At least a dozen people surrounded them, and bursts of screams were heard from time to time. I was too lazy to meddle in other people's business and was about to leave. But blood suddenly flowed out from the crowd, and then the onlookers moved aside and made way, and then a figure slowly walked out of the crowd. After seeing that person, Chen Yao and Tang Yuehua were slightly stunned. 126. Chapter 124 Cooperation 126. The girl who walked out of the crowd was wearing a silver robe, with blue-gold hair falling to her waist like a waterfall. The beautiful and delicate face revealed a sense of elegance and nobility. The expressionless look now made her look like a high-ranking, indifferent god girl. It was intimidating and involuntarily respected. But there were also people who were twisted in their hearts because of this inexplicable worship, and couldn't help but want to approach the girl, violate and ravage her, and destroy the girl's high-ranking temperament. It's just that those who put this idea into action may not end well. The bright red blood that was dripping from the long sword made of blue-silver grass in the girl's hand was proof of this. This person was Ayin. The reason why Chen Yao was stunned when he saw Ayin was that he didn't expect that Ayin, the great saint, had only been here for a short day and night, and her hands were stained with blood so quickly. Then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. It seems that this killing city is still very nourishing. As long as Ayin stays here, there will be no less killing in the future. I just don't know what Ayin's reaction will be when he goes out in the future and looks back on the past and finds that he has become the person he once hated the most. Chen Yao really can't wait to see Ayin's expression at that time. Seeing that the enemy he wanted to kill was broken, Chen Yao's pleasure was simply rising uncontrollably. However, just when Chen Yao was smiling with ill intentions, Ayin in front seemed to have noticed something, slowly raised his eyes, and met Chen Yao's eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yao immediately curled his lips and turned around with Tang Yuehua, intending to leave. Now Ayin has teamed up with Lu Erlong. These two are the inheritors of the gods, with strong strength and many means. And his teammate and current girlfriend, Tang Yuehua. Although her martial spirit sounds very powerful after being improved, Chen Yao has not really seen it yet, and he is not sure about the specific situation, so it is not suitable for him to conflict with Ayin and Lu Erlong for the time being. However, Chen Yao took the initiative to give in, but he did not expect Ayin to speed up and run in front of the two of them, blocking Chen Yao's way. Want to fight? Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and looked around vigilantly. He did not believe that Ayin dared to rush up and stop him so rashly by herself. However, Ayin shouted. Don't look for her, Miss Erlong is not around here. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this, and then asked. What are you doing? I'm here to cooperate with you. Ayin said bluntly. Cooperation, what can I cooperate with you? If you stretch your head over to me and let me chop it off, it will be the best cooperation with me. Chen Yao sneered and wanted to leave when he heard this. It's about the hell-killing field. Seeing Chen Yao was about to leave, Yin was anxious and said hurriedly. Hearing this, Chen Yao paused slightly, his expression changed, and he looked at Yin. Tell me about it. Seeing Chen Yao stop, Yin breathed a sigh of relief and said. Yesterday, when we came to the killing city, we knew the rules of the hell-killing field. 10 people fought in a melee, and only by killing the other 9 people could we win the final victory. And there are also 100 consecutive victories to get out of this place. You should have known these rules a long time ago, right? Chen Yao nodded expressionlessly, without feeling any guilt for not reporting the previous knowledge. Seeing this, Ayin no longer bothered to dwell on the past, and continued. This hell-killing field is randomly assigned, which means that unless we decide to participate in the competition in advance, we may be summoned to participate in the competition at any time. This way, it is full of randomness. We don't need to care about other people, but if I or Miss Erlong meet you alone on the field, it should be what you are most happy to see, right? But on the other hand, what if Miss Erlong and I meet her in the competition? At this moment, Ayin pointed at Tang Yuehua beside Chen Yao and continued with a chuckle. Although I know that if she participates in the competition, you should find a way to let her win, but this is only for other people. You should know the confidence of Miss Erlong and me. If you meet us, your methods may be useless. After Yin finished speaking, without waiting for Chen Yao to say anything, Tang Yuehua was the first to be unable to hold back, looking at Yin with anger, and shouted. When that time comes, it's still unclear who will win. Yao, let's go. Although Tang Yuehua had already learned about the origins of Lu Erlong and Yin from Chen Yao, even though her martial soul had transformed, she still had no confidence in facing the inheritor of the gods. However, even if she would really lose to Yin or Lu Erlong, she couldn't let others use her to threaten Chen Yao. She refused to listen and pulled Chen Yao to leave. Seeing Tang Yuehua so excited, Yin knew that Tang Yuehua had misunderstood her meaning. Her face changed and she wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Chen Yao's hand. Similarly, Tang Yuehua was also held by Chen Yao. After both sides were quiet, Chen Yao looked at Yin with interest and said. These should be what Lu Erlong saw, and then taught you to come here and say so. Yin nodded subconsciously, but then realized something, her face changed, and she said with anger. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? Have you been looking at me like this all the way? Chen Yao nodded, looked at Yin with pity in his eyes, and said. You know it now? I thought you had discovered it a long time ago. Then, regardless of Yin's expression that was almost about to explode, he continued. In fact, it is very easy to avoid what you said. As long as we know your competition time, we can choose to participate in advance after your competition. The same is true for you, so there is no need for any negotiation. However, since Lu Erlong asked you to come to me, I guess Lu Erlong wants to cooperate with more than just these. Did she say that if I agree, I will go to your residence to find her and discuss other things? Yin was stunned and subconsciously wanted to nod, but then she realized that if she nodded, wouldn't it confirm the fact that she was stupid? Immediately, her heart became tangled, and her face turned blue and purple, which was very exciting. After a while, in Chen Yao's playful expression, she still gritted her teeth and nodded. 127 Chapter 125 Gathering in the Small House. 127. Okay, I want to see what Lu Erlong wants to say, but I'm not the one who goes to find her, you guys come to find me. The most beautiful small house at the end of the street is my residence. Without teasing Yin anymore, he nodded, and after saying a word, Chen Yao took Tang Yuehua to find a small shop in the city that supplies normal ingredients. After having a good meal, Chen Yao collected ingredients on the spot, found 2 unlucky guys, and made a big bucket of Bloody Mary. After paying the store half a month's food and delivery fees in advance, he left with satisfaction. After returning home, Chen Yao did not choose to rest, but fiddled around in the house. He took out all the offensive soul guides that he had looted from the spirit hall at that time and placed them in various hidden corners of the house. Although the soul guides of today are not as sophisticated as those of later generations, they have already taken shape. With the help of some soul masters, it is still possible to make relatively crude offensive soul guides. Although they are not powerful, even the most powerful soul guides can hardly cause any harm to the strong men above the Soul Emperor. They are mostly circulated on the market as a kind of handicraft. However, the standard for judging this type of soul guide is based on the normal use of soul rings. Now that they are in the killing city, soul rings are banned, so this kind of offensive soul guide, which is regarded as a vase decoration by most people, can produce a panic effect. Lu Erlong said so nicely and wanted to cooperate sincerely, but Chen Yao could not be foolish enough to believe it. He had to make sufficient preparations in advance. Although it was not realistic to kill Lu Erlong and the others with these soul guides, they could more or less interfere with them. If used properly, they could also produce unexpected results. Just after Chen Yao finished all this, he stood in the hall and patted the dust on his hands. Before he could sit down, there was a knock on the door outside. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Suddenly, a dark mass appeared on the ground of the entrance hall about 10 meters away from the hall. A dark tentacle sprang out of the darkness, wrapped around the door handle, and rotated slightly. After the door opened, 2 graceful figures appeared outside the door. They were both graceful and beautiful, but their temperaments were completely different, each with its own charm. They were Yin and Lu Erlong. Come in, sit down wherever you want. Chen Yao raised his teacup, took a sip, and greeted the 2 women with a smile. At this moment, he looked casual and kind, and those who didn't know would think that he and the 2 women were good friends. There was no trace of the murderous look on his face before, wanting to kill the 2 women. Hypocrisy. Just like those old guys in the Demon Dragon Palace. Lu Erlong spat coldly. Yin also nodded with an expression of approval, and his eyes showed contempt for Chen Yao. Tisk, no wonder you were treated so badly by those elders, it seems you still have a lot to learn. Chen Yao was not annoyed after hearing this, he stroked his chin with his fingers, looked at Lu Erlong and said playfully. Humph, I have no interest in that. Although we need to fight, it does not change the nature of our being enemies. If we leave here smoothly, we will still make a decision. Lu Erlong snorted coldly, and then walked into the house with a yin. I am looking forward to it. It is my honor to cooperate with two beauties. Chen Yao laughed and watched the two of them walk in. But in his heart, he sneered at what Lu Erlong said. If the cooperation Lu Erlong said later made him feel unnecessary, he would not have to wait until he went out. In this killing city, he would find a suitable time to make a decision with them. After all, if the two of them went to the outside world and their soul skills were restored, it would only be more troublesome for Chen Yao to kill them again. Lu Erlong and his two daughters came to the hall and sat on the sofa. Tang Yuehua came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit, although because of Chen Yao, from his point of view, she was also very annoyed with the two women and had a cold face. But she still acted like a hostess and put the fruit on the plate on the tea table in front of the two women. And looking at Tang Yuehua wearing home clothes, with her hair tied up high, dressed like a housewife, she suddenly felt a blockage in her heart for some reason, and couldn't help but snorted in her heart. Stupid woman, do you really think that a man like him will treat you sincerely? He is just playing with you. Thinking viciously, Lu Erlong slowly calmed down the waves in her heart, turned her head to look at Chen Yao who came in, and sneered with sarcasm. Now you know that Ayan and I are great beauties, why didn't you show mercy before? When Chen Yao heard this, he admired Lu Erlong's ability to find faults and make things cold. If he was the elder of the Demon Dragon Hall, he would not beat Lu Erlong to death, which would be considered easygoing. Chen Yao was complaining in his heart, but he didn't show it. He still kept a smile on his face and laughed. Okay, let's not talk about such a disappointing thing. Let's talk about how you want to cooperate. Simply skipping the topic directly, Chen Yao sat on the sofa beside him. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua thought that Chen Yao worked so hard in the morning and would be tired. She ignored the discomfort from time to time under her body and walked behind him to massage his shoulders and back considerately. Seeing this, Ayin, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but curl her lips in her heart, feeling very uncomfortable. She just felt that Chen Yao was too much. From beginning to end, she had never expressed hostility to Chen Yao. Even after she died once, she captured him and only took him by her side without killing him. On the other hand, Chen Yao was always ruthless to her, and would kill her at any time. If she hadn't been favored by the god of life and had a strong vitality, she would have died long ago. On the other hand, Tang Yuehua, a woman who was only 9 and could not even be called a soul master, was protected and cared for by Chen Yao all the way, and was not affected in this cannibalistic killing city. On the other hand, she had broken her original belief countless times and killed countless evil people who came up to find trouble. When she thought of this comparison, Ayin felt very unbalanced. At this moment, Lu Erlong also had a cold face. Thinking of her experience in Wuhun city in the past, compared with Tang Yuehua, it was simply a world of difference. She couldn't help but gnashing her teeth again. But fortunately, her heart was already extremely strong at this moment. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and then spoke in a calm tone. 128 Chapter 126 Do you understand? 128. How much do you know about the killing city? Lu Erlong spoke. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, and said sincerely. I know about as much as you do after you come in. It was impossible to tell whether what Chen Yao said was true or false, or it was probably false. Lu Erlong was too lazy to ask any more questions and said it directly. After I came in, I asked the waiter who guided me. If I want to get out of this killing city, I must win 100 games in a row in the hell killing field, and I also have a general understanding of the strength of those contestants. Although they are fierce and fearless in attack, they have a great impact on people who have never been through such a scene. But if you get used to it, you can actually find that the strength of these people is uneven. In a game, there may be only 1 or 2 experienced and powerful strong men, but such people are not a threat. Let alone us, even the geniuses of those powerful sects can easily meet the conditions. So in general, it is relatively simple for us to win 100 games in a row in the killing field. But I learned that in this killing field, every time we win 100 games and walk out of here, we have to win 100 games in a row. There are only one person who appears every few years or even decades. Based on the huge population base of this killing city, even if others are not as lucky as us to be favored by the gods, there are definitely extraordinary people. In this killing city, even under this situation, in the countless history of killing city, the number of people who meet this condition is so rare, which is extremely unreasonable. So I guess, it is very likely that the owner of this killing city, the king of killing, is intentionally controlling the number of people who can walk out of the killing city. Maybe we are very easy to participate in the killing field at the beginning, but later, we are very likely to face a situation of being killed. After hearing Lu Erlong's speculation about entering the killing city in one breath, Chen Yao's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect Lu Erlong to be able to guess this. What she said was actually roughly right. This killing city is actually the inheritance trial field of the god realm Shura God King. Completing this killing competition is actually just the beginning. The real difficulty is still in the Hell Road behind. Only after passing the Hell Road can one obtain the killing domain and be considered as a candidate for the succession of the Ashura God King. And this killing domain is not generated out of thin air. It consumes the divine power left by the Ashura God King in the killing city. When the divine power here is exhausted, it also means the destruction of the killing city. Therefore, the killing king, who has placed all his power and glory on this killing city, naturally cannot let people pass the trial so easily. Walking the road to hell. Except for occasionally letting go of one or two people who are truly in line with the inheritance and have a background that the King of Slaughter is afraid of, the rest of the people have only one ending, staying in the city of Slaughter until they die completely. So, you want to drag me to fight against the King of Slaughter, in case he secretly attacks us after our winning streak increases in the future? Chen Yao pondered. Lu Erlong nodded and said, "Yes, according to what I know, it seems that a killing god just walked out of here 2 years ago. According to the previous rules, the King of Slaughter will not let others walk out of the Slaughter City again in such a short time. Moreover, even if there is no person in front, how can we, who can meet the conditions, walk out smoothly? Even if Ayan and I kill all the people during this period, when we are about to leave, what will you do with the person next to you? Of course, if you decide to give up this woman and leave alone at that time, you can also pretend that we have never been here." Lu Erlong said, pointing to Lu Erlong behind Chen Yao with a malicious smile on his face. Looking at Tang Yuehua who was behind Chen Yao, who looked like she had nothing to do with it, thinking of the grievances she suffered in Wuhun City that year, she was very angry. While talking about the matter, she also did not forget to annoy her. When Tang Yuehua heard this, her eyebrows were furrowed and her face was filled with anger. Before, Ayan was like this, and now Lu Erlong is like this too. What's wrong with them? Let's talk about things. Why do they always like to bring her along? A Yao will naturally find a way when the time comes. I believe in a Yao. It's not your turn to create discord here. Tang Yuehua looked ugly and shouted without any politeness. Seeing Tang Yuehua's angry face, Lu Erlong felt relieved a little, and then looked at Chen Yao with a playful look, expecting his answer. However, Chen Yao remained silent, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In fact, when he heard half of it, Chen Yao did still want to trick Lu Erlong and Ayin. After all, only he knew the specific strength of the King of Slaughter. Level 95, Super Douluo with free soul skills. This terrifying strength is definitely not something they can easily resist. Therefore, Chen Yao originally thought that he would agree to it temporarily, and when he faced the King of Slaughter in the future, he would take the opportunity to turn against him and kill Ayan and Lu Erlong directly, which would be easy and hassle-free. But later, Lu Erlong did hit the nail on the head. After killing the two of them, Chen Yao could indeed leave, but what about Tang Yuehua? He had no friendship with the King of Slaughter, so there was no way he could drink with him and then ask him to be flexible and let one more person go. But if Tang Yuehua could not go out and was left in this city of slaughter, Chen Yao would not be willing to let her go, and he felt a little bit reluctant. So he still hesitated a little. He was tangled in his heart, but Lu Erlong and others were right in front of him, so Chen Yao was too lazy to think about it at this time. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "It sounds good, I agree." Hearing this, Lu Erlong was stunned. She had originally thought that Chen Yao might agree, but at this moment, for some reason, she still felt a touch of joy in her heart. Similarly, Ayan's eyes were slightly curved at this moment, with a hint of smile. At this moment, Lu Erlong's mouth corners slightly lifted, and he spoke in a relaxed and happy tone. So, from now on, we are no longer enemies for the time being, but allies, what do you think? Chen Yao shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. Whatever you say, it is. At this time, Yin also said excitedly. In this case, should we give our group a name? You can figure it out when you go back. Now I want to rest. As he said, Chen Yao glanced at Tang Yuehua, and then said to Lu Erlong and Yin. You understand. 129 Chapter 127 Hell Killing Field 129. After watching the two women with gloomy faces leave, Chen Yao sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he decided in his heart that he would not do those fancy things this time and cooperate with these two people. The King of Slaughter is the ancestor of the Haoshan sect, the 99th level extreme Douluo, Tang Chen. However, now he is possessed by the blood nine-headed Bat King, like a puppet, and his soul power can only be exerted at about level 95. And all of Tang Chen's soul skills are tied to the Haoshan hammer, and the nine-headed Bat King can't exert even 1/10 or 1/12 of them. As for their cooperation, Chen Yao himself is not going to talk about it for now, but Yin and Lu Erlong, the Life God King and the inheritor of the first-level God Rakshasa God, have many trump cards. If they face the blood nine-headed Bat King together, they are not without a chance of winning. Of course, if Chen Yao finds a way to kill them and still take Tang Yuehua away from here, he will still kill these two allies without hesitation. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Yao was too lazy to think too much. He looked at Tang Yuehua behind him, and his eyes suddenly flashed with unkindness, and a ball of anger surged in his heart. For Tang Yuehua, he formed an alliance with two mortal enemies for the first time in history. After paying so much, if it would be unreasonable not to get something back from him. Thinking of this, Chen Yao reached out his hand to the round and perky breasts behind him and pinched them twice mercilessly, causing Tang Yuehua to scream in pain. Ah! What are you doing? Yet. Chen Yao nodded, and then, in the slightly dazed look of Tang Yuehua, he lifted her up and strode into the room with a ball of anger. The next day, Chen Yao slowly walked down from the killing ring that was as big as a football field. His steps were brisk, his face was calm, and his body was spotless. He had a sense of freedom and ease, which formed a sharp contrast with the 9 incomplete corpses scattered in every corner of the ring behind him, and the blood flowed like a river, forming a purgatory-like scene. The people in the stands who were cheering for the killing should have been excited and crazy when they saw such a bloody scene, but at this moment, there was a strange silence. Many people were sweating and looking at the dark and thin figure with calm steps below with fear in their hearts. They knew that the hell-killing field, which had finally calmed down after the killing god walked out a few years ago, was about to stir up waves again. And Chen Yao below, after simply finishing a game, did not choose to leave, but walked straight to the audience seats and chose an empty seat with a good view to sit down. Chen Yao's face was handsome, and because he was in a good mood, there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He exuded a refined and easygoing temperament. But the guys around him who were full of surging murderous intent and fierce expressions, after seeing Chen Yao approach and sit down, one by one, looked terrified. Although it was just Chen Yao's first game, the brutal and violent means made even the old men who had been in the killing city for who knows how long feel inferior to him. At this moment, Chen Yao was no different from a prehistoric beast in their eyes, and they would hide as far away as possible. As a group of veterans in the city of slaughter, they still have some insight. After all, those who have become mentally abnormal because of Bloody Mary and want to rush up and shout and kill when they see someone, the grass on their graves is probably already overgrown. As for the reactions of those around him, Chen Yao did not pay much attention to them. He crossed his arms and waited quietly for the start of the next killing field. After a while, there was another commotion from the audience. Chen Yao opened his eyes and looked at the contestants who kept coming out of the gate. The 9 people in front either had a face full of flesh, fierce expression and murderous aura, or they were full of gloomy aura, like poisonous snakes hidden in the dark. In this arena where killing is the main theme, such people are everywhere, but there is no special feature. When the last person entered, Chen Yao's eyes moved slightly. The person who entered the arena had a fair face, skin as white as cream, and was delicate and noble, like an elegant aristocrat, which formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding killing field full of villains and bloody scenes. At this moment, it was Tang Yuehua who signed up for the competition with Chen Yao. Although Tang Yuehua was wearing a loose dress at the moment, her skin was not visible at all. But the vicious thugs around still had red eyes, and their eyes were full of lust, constantly sweeping over Tang Yuehua, as if they wanted to burn through her dress with their hot eyes, so as to block the beautiful scenery under her skirt. However, Tang Yuehua looked normal and walked onto the stage calmly in the face of these gazes. Soon, in the audience, with the thugs wolf-like howling, another bloody and exciting killing competition kicked off. On the stage, Chen Yao's face was calm, and there was no sign of nervousness in his eyes. Although he didn't know how powerful Tang Yuehua was after her martial soul transformation, for the sake of safety, he had already stored part of his martial soul energy in Tang Yuehua, and others were in control of the scene, so it was difficult for Tang Yuehua to have any accidents. As the killing field gradually unfolded, Chen Yao's calm expression gradually turned into surprise. On the stage at this moment, a touch of purple covered the entire venue, with a kind of terrifying majesty that seemed to want people to see and worship. Above the purple mist, countless magical lights flickered, like stars dotted. Tang Yuehua was in the center of the stars, and all the stars were circling and flickering around her. Her hair was flowing without wind, a magical purple pattern appeared between her eyebrows, she held a purple ruyi in her hand, her expression was indifferent, like a sacred statue. This was the Ziwei star domain, which was transformed from her original noble domain. In the city of Slaughter, domain skills were not affected by the restrictions of the soul ring. At this moment, even though Tang Yuehua's soul power was not strong, and could even be called extremely weak, she was in this domain. Her every move seemed to carry an inexplicable terrifying power and an irresistible will, waving the evolved stars around her, shining and ejecting. While she was waving her arms and legs, the contestants who were originally full of momentum exploded and died one after another under the irresistible and terrifying star brilliance, without any resistance. Although the blood mist exploded, it strangely did not look bloody. Instead, it looked gorgeous and beautiful under the bright starlight. 130 Chapter 128 Hands and FET 130. At the banquet, Chen Yao saw the beautiful scene below the stage, and his eyes were full of surprise. I didn't expect that after Tang Yuehua refined the Douluo tulip, her martial soul would actually exert such power. With the current attack form of her martial soul, coupled with the natural domain, the combination of the two is definitely not inferior to any top martial soul. And don't forget, Tang Yuehua herself also said that her martial soul now has auxiliary capabilities. Although Chen Yao was obsessed with carnal desires most of the night, tossing Tang Yuehua to death, and had no intention of asking about the effect of her martial soul, so he didn't know the specific auxiliary capabilities, but Chen Yao felt that it was probably not weak. In this way, if Tang Yuehua is trained, she will be an extremely versatile teammate. She can control the field, has the means of strong attack, and has the ability to assist. Although she is not very useful in this killing city at the beginning, if he goes to the outside world, he will definitely be able to deal with most situations with Tang Yuehua. Thinking of this, Chen Yao's mouth corners were somewhat difficult to suppress. It seems that his Douluo tulip was not wasted, but successfully turned waste into treasure. However, there is still one thing that makes Chen Yao a little entangled, that is, he does not know how fast Tang Yuehua is practicing now. Although it seems that Tang Yuehua's martial soul is infinitely useful now, if the soul power can't keep up, then let alone provide assistance to Chen Yao, I am afraid it will drag him down for a long time. He is eager to explore, but now in the killing city, Tang Yuehua's soul power has been stuck at level 10 after absorbing the Douluo tulip. Suffering from the lack of soul rings, she can't break through, resulting in Chen Yao's current cultivation speed. Forget it, it's an unexpected surprise, why force it? Just like before, just keep it as a vase, deal with this hell-killing field first, and then talk about the rest after you get out. But after a moment, Chen Yao put down his entanglement again, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Tang Yuehua, who had finished the battle, also found Chen Yao. Let's go, why are you standing here? Looking at Chen Yao with a strange expression, Tang Yuehua asked. Hearing this, Chen Yao also came back to his senses. Nothing, I was shocked by your performance just now. After hearing this, Tang Yuehua raised the corners of her mouth, with a smug look on her face, and raised her chest and head, and said with a proud attitude. Yeah, I think so too, just now in my field, I felt like I was an omnipotent god. Yes, yes, you are a god, a crazy god. Chen Yao looked at Tang Yuehua who was too proud of himself, and his mouth twitched slightly, and then the pig's claw consciously groped to where it should go, and said. Let's go, God, I will reward you well when I go back. Tang Yuehua felt the strangeness behind her, her pretty face suddenly flushed, her jade hand clenched into a fist, gently hit Chen Yao's chest twice, and whispered shyly. It's all your fault that you didn't stop last night. I was so weak on the stage just now. If my domain wasn't so powerful, I might have been killed by those disgusting guys just now. However, Chen Yao said nonchalantly after hearing this. Don't worry, I didn't have any expectations for your martial spirit. I had already done something to you. With me watching, it's hard for you to die. So you don't have confidence in me. Tang Yuehua was unhappy after hearing this. It's because the impression you gave people is so deep-rooted. Isn't it normal to be worried about you? Chen Yao spread his hands and laughed mercilessly. Tang Yuehua was speechless for a while after hearing this, and could only mutter angrily. But I'm different now. You still underestimate me. I'll show you how powerful I am in the future. Okay, I hope you can show me how powerful I am in bed later. Chen Yao responded incoherently while walking. But suddenly, Tang Yuehua seemed to think of something, looked at Chen Yao again, and asked curiously. By the way, what did you do to me? Why didn't I feel it? Chen Yao paused slightly after hearing this, looked at Tang Yuehua, and said with a playful look on his face. Why? Do you want to see it now? Tang Yuehua nodded. She was really curious. Chen Yao looked around and saw that there were few pedestrians and no one was paying attention to this place, so a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then you can watch it. As the voice fell, Tang Yuehua suddenly felt an itch at the tailbone behind her. She turned her head subconsciously and found it surprising. Behind her, several thick black tentacles suddenly appeared, connected to the tail vertebrae, twisting and wriggling wildly. From a distance, they looked like several big tails. At this time, Tang Yuehua knew what Chen Yao meant by hands and feet. He wanted to make his martial spirit form appear on her body. In this way, others would only regard it as her martial spirit and would not have any suspicion. However, in Tang Yuehua's eyes when the look of enlightenment appeared, the tentacles behind her began to wriggle uncontrollably, and then sank into her clothes in Tang Yuehua's shocked and embarrassed expression. Then, Tang Yuehua felt a rush of strangeness. Ah! Stop it! We are still outside. Tang Yuehua's face changed drastically at this moment, her delicate body swayed, she supported Chen Yao, her lips trembled, and she spoke to Chen Yao with difficulty. However, Chen Yao ignored it, and had no intention of stopping at all, and his expression became more and more evil. You! Looking at Chen Yao's appearance, Tang Yuehua wanted to cry but had no tears, then she looked around nervously, gritted her teeth, and left Chen Yao behind, limping into the dark alley on the side. I don't know how long it took before Tang Yuehua walked out of the alley with a bored look on her face. Her cheeks were surprisingly red. As she walked, she straightened her slightly messy dress. When she got to Chen Yao, Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Yao with a face full of resentment. Are you satisfied now? I'm actually on the street. It's so embarrassing. Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth and said. I'm satisfied? Shouldn't it be you who is satisfied? How about it, which is more interesting than being at home? Chen Yao asked Tang Yuehua with a very bad smile on his face. 131 Chapter 129 1 year later. 131. Humph, neither is interesting. Tang Yuehua didn't dare to answer directly. She walked towards home in a hurry with her face bare. Chen Yao smiled and shook his head at Tang Yuehua who was saying one thing and thinking another. Then, when he was about to catch up, he ran into Ayan who was rushing to the hell-killing field to participate in the competition. After entering the slaughter city, Ayan's worldview had been refreshed. She was used to seeing those desires that were more unbearable than those soul beasts in the star forest, which were seen everywhere on the streets. After glimpsing Tang Yuehua's weird and hurried look at the moment, Ayan also understood what had happened between her and Chen Yao. Suddenly, she looked at Chen Yao with disgust. I didn't expect you to be assimilated by this place. You actually did such a thing on the street. You are really shameless. Ayan stared at Chen Yao and said contemptuously. With this nature, how can we assimilate? Besides, we are just allies, so don't worry too much. In response to Ayan's accusation, Chen Yao said indifferently. I just can't stand you bullying that girl like this. Ayan saw Chen Yao's completely indifferent look, and was immediately furious. She racked her brains and came up with this reason. It's really interesting. Tang Yuehua herself didn't say anything. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, Chen Yao ignored Ayan and left. Ayan looked at Chen Yao's back with an angry look on her face. While she despised Chen Yao's beastly behavior, she suddenly recalled the strange feeling that emerged from her body when Chen Yao used all his hands on her in the Xingda Great Forest. As shame spread, Ayan's eyes also flashed with curiosity. What kind of feeling is such behavior? Why do these humans, even Chen Yao, enjoy it? But no one can answer Ayan's doubts at this moment. She can only suppress her curiosity, take a step, and then rush to the killing field. A year later, the cold breath was suffocating. A total of 10 people slowly walked into the hell killing field. Although Lu Erlong was at the end, she was the focus of attention of the other 9 people and even everyone in the stands. At this moment, she was dressed in dark purple, with a strange battle skirt draped over her, and her hair was casually scattered, with a touch of willful beauty in the mess. However, the cold and murderous meaning that was faintly emerging around her attracted the other 9 contestants with fear on their faces, and they were full of despair for the upcoming competition. Because they were about to face a terrifying existence that had come to this point with a complete victory and a terrifying killing record within this year, and was dubbed the Dragon of Killing. It was also one of the people that the strong men in the killing city were most reluctant to meet in the killing field. At this moment, Lu Erlong slowly stood on the ring, looking at the 9 contestants on the stage, with no joy or sadness. This was her 50th match in the past year, and she was about to have her 50th winning streak. This speed was not fast. Because she was concerned about the capture of the Wuhan Hall in the outside world, she was also restraining the number of matches she played while wanting to leave the slaughter city in her heart. Basically, she would wait until the mandatory match was about to happen before she would choose to participate again. The same was true for the other 3 people who came in at the same time as her. Among the 4 of them, she and Chen Yao had experienced the same thing in the outside world, which was actually similar to the slaughter city. Except for the harsher environment, they were basically not affected. Especially Chen Yao, who ate and drank all day long. When he had nothing to do, he took Tang Yuehua to wander around the inner and outer cities of the slaughter city, treating it as a tourist attraction. As for Ayan and Tang Yuehua, it was not so easy. Before entering the slaughter city, they actually lived a naive, romantic, and carefree life. Tang Yuehua, although she has low talent, she can be regarded as a spoiled little princess in Haoshan sect by relying on her father's power. Her biggest worry in the past was how to have a love affair with Tang Hao. As for Ayan, it goes without saying. Although she is a soul beast that has lived for tens of thousands of years, as a blue-silver emperor, she is planted in the soil all day long, without any movement. Even if her territory is invaded by humans, she just moves her lips and lets the blue-silver king under her deal with it. And she only needs to concentrate on absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and then sleep, over and over again, without having to consider other things. But in this short year, they have seen the meanness and ugliness of human nature, and have been accompanied by blood and death all day long. Although their temperament has not changed drastically, they have also become extremely indifferent to life. After these killings, their methods have become extremely decisive and ruthless. They attack directly at the vital points of people, and each time they end the game neatly. This also made the people around them give them the titles of Blue Silver Shura Girl and Purgatory Star Envoy, which showed their fear and respect for the strong. As for Chen Yao, his treacherous methods and the bloody and terrifying scenes he created on the field every time made everyone extremely afraid of him. Apart from the word demon, which represents the extreme evil, there is nothing else to describe him. At this moment, standing in the middle of the stage, looking at the indifferent Lu Erlong, the other 9 people began to tremble all over, fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. With the ringing of the bell that symbolized the start of the game, the 9 people looked at each other at the same time, and then roared and howled, almost at the same time rushing up from the 9 directions around Lu Erlong. They understood that they might not survive if they killed Lu Erlong together, but they would definitely die if they didn't kill Lu Erlong. Faced with the fierce attacks from 9 different directions, Lu Erlong's expression did not change at all. In fact, he had already gotten used to it. She flicked her hand casually, and a ball of dragon flame gushed out from her claws, first burning the person on the far left to ashes. Then, amid the violent wailing, her figure moved and instantly disappeared from the sight of the others, but they could all feel a gust of wind beside them. They looked horrified, and hurriedly closed the distance between them, looking at the court and the surroundings with great vigilance. She's on it! Just when everyone's heart was tense, someone suddenly screamed in shock, and everyone's expression changed when they heard it, and they looked up. They saw Lu Erlong soaring into the air, shaking the dragon wings with a wingspan of about 2 meters behind her, and rushing towards the crowd below. Her face was indifferent, and her eyes seemed to be looking at a group of dead people. The dragon claws reflected a cold and sharp cold light. For a moment, almost everyone smelled the breath of death. 132 Chapter 130 In a hurry. 132. Get out of the way! Someone screamed. When they heard this, they were startled and scattered towards the ring without hesitation. But it was too late. By the time they reacted, the sharp dragon claw in the air had already fallen like the sickle of the god of death. Puff! Blood splattered, and the necks of the 3 people who reacted a little slower instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist, and their bodies were separated. On the heads that kept rolling on the ground, there was still a look of despair that they could not believe. It was only a moment before the start of the game. On the stage, the person who was regarded as a powerful person by most people in the city of slaughter was like a child. In Lu Erlong's hands, he had no power to resist. For a moment, fear spread among the survivors, cold sweat dripped, and calves trembled. It was not until this moment that they began to regret why they had stepped into the city of slaughter and into this hellish killing field. However, Lu Erlong obviously did not give these people time to regret. After harvesting the lives of 3 people, she did not pause or sway back. She shook again and rushed into the gathering place of the remaining few people, like a wolf breaking into a flock of sheep. The simple moves were displayed vividly in her hands. 1 punch and 1 claw were fierce and fierce. Every strike pierced a huge blood hole in the enemy standing in front of her. The deep purple streamer transformed by Lu Erlong shuttled through the crowd. The contestants, who were touched by the streamer, fell down one after another like harvested straw. Soon, there was only one person left standing on the stage. However, that person did not react at this moment. His expression was numb, as if he had accepted his fate and was waiting for death. Seeing this, Lu Erlong paused slightly, fearing a trick, and wanted to release the dragon flame from a distance to end the game completely. However, just when the dragon flame was about to burst out, the man suddenly raised his eyes with a hideous smile on his face. You are very cautious, but the distance is still enough. Then, 2 bags suddenly appeared in his hands, and his arms swung violently, and a large amount of pink powder suddenly burst out of the bags, flying all over the sky. When Lu Erlong saw this very familiar red mist, his face changed, and he dodged everywhere. I said, it's over. If you want to kill me, you'll have no chance. Dragon of slaughter? Completely degenerate in this sinful place. Ha ha ha. In the red fog, the man looked at Lu Erlong who was dodging constantly, and a touch of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have imagined the uncontrollable scene of Lu Erlong, and his face was full of hideous smiles. On the other side, Lu Erlong tried his best to dodge, but still couldn't escape the coverage of the red fog. In this short moment, it had spread to most of the arena. Lu Erlong looked gloomy, gritted his teeth, stopped, and urged the dragon flame in his hand. Then the man was completely engulfed by the flames with that wild and wanton laughter. Eyes after that, except for Lu Erlong, no one was standing on the stage. She had already won, but there was no joy on her face. This is a kind of effect similar to the powder of the pink lady she encountered that year, but the effect is much stronger. In theory, even if it is so, Lu Erlong can actually suppress it with the soul power of the soul Douluo level. But now, although she is not affected by the killing city, this long-term continuous killing has accumulated a certain amount of pressure and burden in her heart. In addition to the incident with Chen Yao that year afterwards, even though she was resentful, she still couldn't help but think about it from time to time. However, she didn't dare to reveal anything to the outside world, and she kept it deep in her heart. But now, after the catalysis of the red mist, all the distracting thoughts in her heart were suddenly pulled out, and there were signs that it was out of control. At this moment, Lu Erlong forced herself to stay rational, looking at the ashes that the original man had turned into, gritted her teeth, and then left the killing field without saying a word amid the excited cheers from the stands. Outside the street Lu Erlong's movements were a little difficult, his steps were slow and staggering, his eyebrows were furrowed, as if he was trying to hold back something. Many people around him also noticed Lu Erlong's strange behavior at this moment, and immediately had a lot of thoughts in their minds. Could it be that the Dragon of Slaughter was injured in the previous game? Although they were respectful to the strong, if they found an opportunity, they would be very happy to pull that strong man off the altar. For a moment, the people around him suddenly became restless. Humph! Aware of the situation around him, Lu Erlong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He had no choice but to use part of the soul power that suppressed the impulse in his body and released the dragon flame, which instantly engulfed the long line of people on the left side of the street. Seeing Lu Erlong's killing spree, those who had originally hoped for luck were instantly poured with a basin of cold water in their hearts, and they felt cold to the bone. Without the slightest hesitation, they scattered like birds and beasts. Although killing the chicken to scare the monkeys and driving away those who had bad intentions around, because of the gap in soul power just now, the abnormality in his body had obviously shown a trend that was difficult to suppress. For a while, Lu Erlong was like an ant on a hot pot, not knowing what to do. But suddenly at this moment, as if he thought of something, his eyebrows were raised and he gritted his teeth. Forget it, anyway, the dog has bitten me once, so what's the harm in letting it bite me again? It's a bargain for that guy. With hatred in her heart, Lu Erlong moved her steps and headed towards Chen Yao's hut. After a while, after going through hardships and dangers along the way, the tortured Lu Erlong finally arrived in front of Chen Yao's hut. She no longer had the hatred on her face. Instead, she looked like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the desert and saw a clear spring, with a look of desire. She couldn't wait to knock on the door of Chen Yao's house. However, after a few breaths, there was no response. Bang bang bang! Lu Erlong was stunned for a moment, and then she banged on the door again unwillingly. This time, she got a response. No matter who you are, get out of here right now. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Chen Yao in the house was entangled with Tang Yuehua, enjoying it, and venting the suppressed emotions accumulated in the city of slaughter together. But he didn't know who was so inconsiderate that he knocked on the door at this time, ruining his mood and making him very angry. When Lu Erlong heard Chen Yao's roar in the house, he was stunned at first, and then he immediately understood what Chen Yao was doing now. A moment of hesitation flashed across his face, but he soon became firm again, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Lu Erlong didn't say anything, and directly raised his foot and kicked the beautifully decorated door to pieces. 133 Chapter 131 A shocking scene. 133. Boom! A huge roar, even Chen Yao, who was working hard in the room, heard it clearly. Climbing up from Tang Yuehua's body, Chen Yao's face was full of confusion. What happened to him? The door was smashed? Good, good, good. Really amazing. Chen Yao was so angry that he laughed. He got up from the bed, put on a thin bathrobe, and his soul power surged violently. However, before he could leave the room, the door was also slammed open. As for the daring person outside, Chen Yao wanted to give a full-strength blow to show respect. But after seeing the person outside the door clearly, Chen Yao paused and looked stunned. Why is it you? What are you doing here? At the same time, the person on the bed used a slightly damp blanket to wipe his skin. Tang Yuehua, who was wrapped up completely, also cast a confused look at this moment. It's urgent, there's no time to explain. Lu Erlong said hurriedly, and at the same time, he did not forget to look at Tang Yuehua on the bed, with an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, I'll lend you my man. As she said that, Lu Erlong turned into a hungry dragon in the stunned expressions of Chen Yao and Tang Yuehua, and threw Chen Yao onto the bed. Chen Yao did not expect Lu Erlong's sudden riot. He was caught off guard and was directly pressed down on the bed. After he reacted, he subconsciously wanted to fight back, but suddenly he felt something strange coming from his body. Chen Yao's curses stopped abruptly, and his hands stopped moving. With a suspicious look, he began to look at Lu Erlong's cheek carefully. When he saw the amazing blush on his face and the heavy breathing in his mouth, Chen Yao also understood instantly that Lu Erlong had used a new trick. Is he here to treat him as an antidote? However, just when Lu Erlong's clothes were all shattered by his soul power and his movements became more and more rude and brutal, Chen Yao suddenly made a pause gesture. Stop! Lu Erlong didn't want to pay attention, but Chen Yao tightly grasped his bathrobe. The strength was so great that even Lu Erlong couldn't pry his hands apart for a while, so he had to say helplessly and anxiously. What are you doing? After you were poisoned, you wanted to find Brother Yao to detoxify you. Brother Yao was very happy and helpful, but you won't go crazy afterwards, right? I won't serve you then. Chen Yao asked with a questioning look on his face. Don't talk nonsense, I know exactly what I'm doing now. Let go. Lu Erlong gritted his teeth and said, still desperately pulling Chen Yao's bathrobe. I know, why are you in such a hurry? After hearing this, Chen Yao grumbled and gave up resistance, opening his arms, as if letting him do whatever he wanted. After returning to the fields and removing his armor, Lu Erlong also smelled the aroma of meat and could no longer control himself. His eyes turned bloodthirsty and he rushed forward. At this time, Tang Yuehua, who had been shattered by the scene in front of her, just came back to her senses. She was anxious and angry. It was just that she and Chen Yao were lingering at home, how could she become an irrelevant person in such a short moment? Feeling aggrieved, Tang Yuehua yelled at Chen Yao. Yao, what are you doing? Push her away. I want to, but she is a dragon-type beast spirit battle spirit master. She is too strong and I can't push her. After hearing this, Chen Yao pretended to be embarrassed and symbolically pushed Lu Erlong, who had already gone crazy, with both hands, but it was of no use. Use your soul power. Tang Yuehua shouted anxiously. Isn't this too bad? Now that she and I have reconciled, we are all friends. It is reasonable for friends to help each other when they encounter difficulties. At this moment, Chen Yao responded absent-mindedly. You? What a friend! Tang Yuehua was a little upset after hearing this, and was about to cry because of Chen Yao. Yao, please, push her away quickly, this is not good. However, in the face of Tang Yuehua's pleading, Chen Yao responded intermittently. Okay, it's almost there. It's almost there. Time passed slowly as he perfunctorily replied. On the other hand, Yin, who had been waiting for Lu Erlong to come back at home, was suspicious and worried. Knowing that Lu Erlong went out to participate in the killing match, she was afraid that Lu Erlong would capsize and have an accident, so she immediately got up and walked out of the house. After reaching the killing field, she searched for to no avail. Yin's bad premonition became stronger. After grabbing a person who often hangs out at the killing field, he learned that Lu Erlong had walked out of the killing field and was heading towards Chen Yao's home. Without hesitation, he threw the person who answered aside and rushed towards Chen Yao's home in the man's horrified eyes. When he arrived at the door of Chen Yao's house, he saw that the door was in a state of disrepair. He was shocked and thought that something had happened between Lu Erlong and Chen Yao. He didn't have time to think about it. She rushed into the house. But once she entered the house, Yin did not see any signs of fighting. With a puzzled look on her face, she walked upstairs. While walking on the stairs, Yin heard the strange sound coming from the room upstairs. Having been in the city of slaughter for so long, how could she not understand what such a sound meant? This is Chen Yao's house. With Chen Yao's temper, it is common for him to indulge in lust in broad daylight. Yin is no longer surprised. But why is this sound so different from that of Lu? Two dragons are so similar? An extremely scary guess flashed through her mind, and she hesitated on her face, wondering whether she should go up. But after a moment, curiosity and exploration finally prevailed, and she slowed down her pace and kept going upstairs. Soon she came to the corridor, and Yin caught a glimpse of the half-closed door. Her heart skipped a beat, and then she tiptoed and approached quietly, putting her head into the crack of the door. Then, Yin saw a scene that she would never forget. Inside, two white figures kept rising and falling. Lu Erlong looked crazy, which she had never seen before. Chen Yao looked numb and silent, and Tang Yuehua, who was already dressed neatly, sitting on the sofa beside him, with her arms folded across her chest, watching coldly, with a depressed and angry face. Such a shocking scene made Yin's pink lips slightly open, and she almost screamed. But she quickly covered them with both hands. After suppressing the urge to shout, Yin looked indignant and cursed in a low voice. Stinky Erlong, I was so worried about you just now, but I didn't expect you to sneak here to steal the enemy. Is that kind of thing really so wonderful that you are willing to lower yourself and come to find Chen Yao, the great enemy? Yin muttered, subconsciously moving back. Reason told her that it was time to leave now. If she continued to watch, something bad might happen. But for some reason, the footsteps that kept wanting to move did not move. She stood in front of the door like a pillar, her sight completely attracted by the absurd and decadent picture inside, unable to move away, and at the same time, a strange feeling of strangeness and impulse emerged in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, the movement in the room slowly stopped. Seeing the two people stop moving, Yin outside the room woke up as if from a dream, with a bare face, taking two weak and trembling legs, and fled away from here. In the room, Tang Yuehua saw that she finally had the opportunity to speak, so she jumped up from the sofa, put her hands on her waist, looked at Lu Erlong who was leaning against the head of the bed, with the afterglow still on his face, and said unkindly. "It's over, can you please leave now?" Tang Yuehua almost gritted her teeth when she said the last few words, which was enough to show how angry she was at the moment. "Why, you won't even let me take a break?" Lu Erlong let out a long breath, her face was comfortable, her body and mind were refreshed, and she said to Tang Yuehua nonchalantly. "No, you are not welcome here. As for what happened today, I will pretend I don't know because you were accidentally hit in the killing field, but I don't want you to come here again in the future." Tang Yuehua stared at Lu Erlong and said with a gloomy face. However, after hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression did not change. She sat up calmly from the bed and walked to the closet beside her. In the midst of Tang Yuehua's gnashing teeth, she took out a dress from it and asked. "Is it okay to lend you another piece of clothing?" Although it seemed like a question, she didn't wait for Tang Yuehua to respond, and she put on the dress and walked out the door. However, when passing by Tang Yuehua, Lu Erlong paused slightly, put her lips close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "I'm sorry about what happened today, but I may not be able to guarantee your request." After saying that, ignoring Tang Yuehua's murderous gaze, Lu Erlong left the place with a gorgeous smile on her lips, twisting her slender waist that could barely be held in one hand. Although she was eager to take revenge on Chen Yao before, just now, Lu Erlong suddenly found that when she pressed Chen Yao under her body and oppressed him, she actually felt a sense of satisfaction of revenge in her heart. It was as if she had returned the humiliation of crawling under Chen Yao's crotch and being despised by him. Although she also knew that Chen Yao let her do what she did just now, it was just because this lustful man was greedy for pleasure and indulged in desire. But even so, this feeling still made Lu Erlong feel like she couldn't stop. Now that she had finally found a way to vent her hatred and the humiliation she had suffered in the past, how could she give up? As for Tang Yuehua, she could only say sorry. After Lu Erlong left, Tang Yuehua took several deep breaths before she could suppress her anger. Then she turned her head and looked at Chen Yao. She wanted to get angry and blame him directly, but for some reason, every time she saw Chen Yao, her momentum seemed to weaken a little, and the resentment and anger stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it out. This was actually because she had rushed to be with Chen Yao before, and she was naturally in a weak position in the relationship. Facing Chen Yao's mistakes, she even found it difficult to say the accusations. Finally, her dissatisfaction and resentment had to turn into grievances. She sat beside Chen Yao and said weakly to Chen Yao. Yao, I know it was an accident just now, but I'm really sad. Please don't contact Lu Erlong anymore, okay? Chen Yao actually has a lot of experience in this kind of embarrassing situation. He put his arm around Lu Erlong's shoulders and grinned. Don't worry. You saw the situation just now. She was obviously a little bit wrong. If you don't follow her wishes, I'm afraid a conflict is inevitable. If that's the reason, I will break up with those two people. It will be a bit troublesome for me to take you out later. Besides, I didn't lose anything just now, so just treat it as a kind of revenge on her. As for the future, I will naturally not have any contact with her. After a while, when we all walk out of the killing city, we will naturally go our separate ways. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a little better. Then she fiddled with her skirt and looked at Chen Yao with charming eyes. Speaking of, Yao, what do you think I should do now? I was interrupted by Lu Erlong just now, and I haven't recovered yet. Hearing this, Chen Yao's mouth twitched slightly and said. I'll go fix the door first. No need, the door in the room can be locked, the door doesn't matter on that day. Tang Yuehua hurriedly grabbed Chen Yao's hand who was about to get up. After Chen Yao heard the time of that day, he immediately understood what Tang Yuehua meant and couldn't help but take a breath. It's not that there is no revenge, it's just that the time has not come. It turns out that Tang Yuehua's revenge is waiting here. But Chen Yao didn't have any good way to deal with this. After all, he had to pay for the evil he had done. In the end, Chen Yao also shook his head and smiled bitterly, then raised his chest and raised his head, and took off his armor again. On the other side, after Lu Erlong returned home, he saw Yin, who had a slightly weird expression at the moment. But Lu Erlong was not in the mood to think too much at the moment. The tossing and turning just now, although it made her body and mind relaxed, also made her a little tired, and she needed a good rest. Ignoring Yin, she was about to go back to the bedroom, but was suddenly stopped by Yin. Erlong, what kind of feeling is it for men and women? Why do people here enjoy that kind of pleasure? Is it really that attractive? At this moment, Yin looked at Lu Erlong seriously and asked. After hearing Yin's words, Lu Erlong's face froze, and she always felt that she seemed to be seen through by Yin. Repressing the weird feeling in her heart, Lu Erlong forced a smile and said perfunctorily. There's nothing attractive. You don't need to be curious. It's all the bad nature of those stinky men. Not daring to let Yin know that she and Chen Yao, the great enemy, rolled together, Lu Erlong hurried back to the room after saying that. Humph, you're still hiding it from me. If you don't tell me, I'll go experience it myself. Looking at the fleeing Lu Erlong, Yin snorted with dissatisfaction on his face. 134 Chapter 132 Pressure Release 134. A few months later. In Chen Yao's room, accompanied by a low shout, the two closely intertwined figures on the sofa finally separated. Hey! Leaning on the sofa, Chen Yao let out a long breath, looking at the sky outside, his eyes changed slightly, and then he spoke to Lu Erlong, who had his eyes closed and looked after. I forgot the time today, it's a bit late, Yue Hua's game is almost over, you should go back quickly, otherwise when she comes back, she will see you here, I'm afraid she will misunderstand, and then there will be some trouble. Humph! Lu Erlong snorted twice, then slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chen Yao, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. What misunderstanding? This is just a fact, what's there to misunderstand? After the accident, Lu Erlong was relieved physically and mentally. She was still brooding over this matter, and could not help but often looked for Chen Yao when he was alone. Sometimes he was at home, sometimes in the hell-killing field, and sometimes in the dark alleys on the street. In short, in the past few months, the two of them had almost walked through the inner and outer cities of this killing city. At the beginning, Lu Erlong was still thinking about taking revenge on Chen Yao in this way to vent his anger and humiliation in his heart. But Chen Yao was just curious about this method at the beginning, and let Lu Erlong do whatever he wanted. But after several times, he was a little uninterested and began to take the initiative. Unlike the way he treated Tang Yuehua, Chen Yao treated Lu Erlong more brutally and cruelly, which made Lu Erlong recall the humiliating scene of shaking her tail and begging for mercy at Chen Yao's feet. But this time, Lu Erlong didn't know why, she couldn't raise any resentment in her heart, but instead felt an extremely strong excitement. In the torture of unbearable humiliation, her heart became more and more fanatical and crazy. Perhaps, as early as that year, under Chen Yao's coercion, in the process of her repeated obedience, her heart had already become subtly obedient to him, deep into her bones. It was just because of Chen Yao's sudden departure that this distorted change did not show up completely on the surface, but was deeply buried in Lu Erlong's heart, and even she herself did not notice it. At the beginning of Chen Yao's disappearance, she lost her goal for a while, and no longer looked forward to the arrival of noon and midnight every day, because no one would bring her food to relieve the hunger in her body that was like torture. Although at that time, without Chen Yao, she could eat normally and would not be threatened. But for some reason, she felt empty inside, a sense of emptiness lingering in her heart. She could not even take care of the hunger that she was most afraid of before. She stayed in the dilapidated building for 3 days without eating or drinking. Finally, she dragged her extremely weak body out of the room in a daze and left Wuhun city, like an abandoned puppy, looking full of sadness. It was not until she stepped out of the gate of Wuhun city that she came back to her senses, turned her head suddenly, and looked at the majestic city gate. This city that brought her endless humiliation, at the moment of leaving, in addition to the hatred in her heart, there was actually a trace of nostalgia and reluctance. Finally, she left with a hint of determination in her eyes. At that time, there was only one obsession left in her heart, that is, to find Chen Yao. Lu Erlong, who could not see through her own heart, only thought that all the thoughts that emerged in her heart were just to avenge the humiliation that Chen Yao had imposed on her. But she didn't know that she looked like this at the moment. And now, Lu Erlong showed Chen Yao the same violent side as before. In the process, he kept forcing her to do one unbearable action after another with the unquestionable command tone. In the interweaving of shame and anger, a certain complex hidden deep in her heart completely broke out, and it was out of control. Unable to extricate herself. But her body and mind were completely open, and she was no longer tortured by the hatred and humiliation that lingered in her dreams even when she was asleep. Seeing that Lu Erlong seemed to be angry at the moment, Chen Yao, who had a deep understanding of Lu Erlong, did not say much. He covered Lu Erlong's flawless neck with his big hand and exerted a little force. A feeling of suffocation came like a tide. But her expression did not show any fear. This was the painful and humiliating feeling she had in Wuhan city back then. Seeing that Lu Erlong's pink tongue had already come out, Chen Yao loosened his strength, looked sinister, and leaned close to Lu Erlong's ear, smiling sinisterly. This is my order. Next time, I don't want to hear you question me again, otherwise, there will be punishment. When Lu Erlong heard the word punishment, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, but at the same time, she nodded heavily with a hint of expectation. Then she quickly picked up the scattered clothes around, dressed neatly, looked at Chen Yao with a trembling heart, and limped away after getting his nod. In the house, after watching Lu Erlong's figure completely disappear, Chen Yao reached out and touched the sweat stains on his forehead, and then said with a tut. I didn't expect Lu Erlong to have such a property. It's really strange. I didn't see it before. If I hadn't studied this circle in my previous life, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. After complaining, Chen Yao slowly got up and dressed. After randomly tidying up the messy hall, Chen Yao sat on the sofa again and closed his eyes to rest. After Lu Erlong left, it was not the end. He still had a tough battle to fight. After the incident with Lu Erlong, although Tang Yuehua showed something in front of Chen Yao, but her image in the outside world became more and more brutal. Originally, although Tang Yuehua also killed countless people in the killing field, she would only end the lives of those contestants in an instant with the extremely brilliant starlight, and did it cleanly. But after that, all the contestants on the same stage with her were tortured to death. The brilliant starlight was no longer direct and straightforward, but kept scratching those people. Every time, it would cause a splash of blood and flesh, but would not take people's lives. This repeated until those contestants were covered in blood and flesh, wailing non-stop, and a river of blood condensed on the ring. Only then did Tang Yuehua give them the end of death. This cruel and bloody method is almost catching up with Chen Yao, who is called demon. As a result, the people in the killing field were in a panic recently, fearing that they would face Tang Yuehua. For them, death is not scary, but being tortured to death is like a nightmare. But Tang Yuehua was unmoved by this, as if only in this way could she vent the depression and shadow brought to her by the Lu Erlong incident. Click! At this moment, just as Chen Yao was gathering his strength, there was a sound outside the door, and the door was gently pushed open. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Tang Yuehua, whose eyes flashed with a touch of bloodthirsty scarlet and full of murderous aura. However, Chen Yao was already somewhat accustomed to this image of Tang Yuehua. Ah! With a sigh in his heart, Chen Yao made a big character, lying on the sofa, welcoming Tang Yuehua who was walking slowly. After the fierce battle just now, although Chen Yao still had energy, he was too lazy to move, so he just let Tang Yuehua move by herself. At this moment, Tang Yuehua also walked up to him, lying on Chen Yao, gently stroking his cheek with her jade hands, and asked curiously. Ah Yao, why do you feel that you have become a little lazy? You are not active anymore, is it because you do it too frequently? Are you a little tired? Chen Yao deeply agreed. In fact, it was okay at the beginning. Tang Yuehua's delicate body could not bear the tossing, and she fell asleep in an hour or two, so even if he freed up some more time, he was still relaxed. But now, Tang Yuehua didn't know when he had figured out a starlight body quenching, and his body was terrifying. If Tang Yuehua didn't go out to participate in the competition, when he stayed at home, he would have to find a way to deal with this matter for 14 hours out of 24 hours a day. And Tang Yuehua's time is still increasing. Who knows how long Tang Yuehua can hold on in the future? When Tang Yuehua is not around, he needs to deal with Lu Erlong during the day and Tang Yuehua who has returned home at night. Such a powerful the workload was so heavy that there was not even a day off. Even a man like him who had the wheel of reincarnation was a little overworked. However, Chen Yao did not show it on the surface. He just shook his head and made up an excuse to perfunctorily say. I have been studying my martial soul recently, which has consumed some energy. Even if the man could not bear it, he would still be stubborn until his death. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded thoughtfully and said. Okay, then, Yao, I will try to be faster today. As she said this, Tang Yuehua, who was sitting on Chen Yao, asked all the people. Let you go and rest early. After the words fell, Tang Yuehua's eyes suddenly widened, and then a breathtakingly beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, full of indulgence. And Chen Yao's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes dimmed, and he said secretly in his heart. No, I can't indulge them like this anymore. As a man, I have to learn how to reject women. I have to find a reason to go out for a vacation in 2 days. On the other side, Lu Erlong, who had just arrived at home, opened the door and walked into the entrance hall, and heard a hurried and flustered movement in the hall. Hearing the sound, Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly, walked through the corridor, and came to the hall, and saw that the layout in the hall was a little messy. And Ayin, who was sitting on the sofa, had slightly wrinkled clothes on her body, and her cheeks had a strange blush. Her whole expression was also a little weird, as if she was still frightened. What are you doing? Seeing this strange scene, Lu Erlong frowned and asked. It's nothing, there was a problem with my martial soul just now, so I studied it a little. Ayin coughed lightly, hiding her inner panic, and said aloud. Okay, I'm glad nothing happened. I'll go to rest first. Although Lu Erlong still felt something was wrong, he didn't think much about it after seeing Ayin say so. After saying hello, he returned to his room. When the sound of Lu Erlong's door came back, Ayin secretly looked back and confirmed that the door was closed, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then she blushed and quickly grabbed the towel on the table, constantly wiping her left hand covered with sticky stains, and at the same time she couldn't help muttering from time to time. Really, this Lu Erlong, it's okay to run away with that stinky Chen Yao, but he doesn't have a fixed time to come back every day, and I almost got caught. After saying that, after wiping her hands, Ayin shook them gently again, put them to the tip of her nose and sniffed, and after confirming that there was no residue or odor, she was completely relieved. Then she lay on the sofa, glanced at Lu Erlong's room, and said angrily. Really? You said that there was nothing attractive about it, and that all men were bad, but you went out every day. But while she was talking, Ayin seemed to remember something, and her cheeks were uncontrollably stained with a surprising blush. Although she said before that she wanted to experience it, it was impossible for her to just drag anyone to try it, right? It was too dirty for Ayin to kill the people in the killing city. Plus, she had no experience in this and had no idea where to start, so in the end, she could only let it go. However, not long after Ayin settled down, one time when she came back late from the killing field, she was about to go upstairs when she suddenly noticed a faint strange sound coming from Lu Erlong's room. Out of curiosity, Ayin couldn't help but get close to Lu Erlong's door, and used the blue-silver grass to poke through the crack of the door, wanting to see what Lu Erlong was doing. But after she pokes in, she sees a shocking scene. During this period, Tang Yuehua and Chen Yao did not need to participate in the competition. They stayed together all day. Seeing that there was no place for Lu Erlong to intervene, he had to stay at home and secretly provide for himself to relieve himself. But he was caught by Ayin, who had no concept of privacy. After seeing this scene, Ayin blushed and ran away. But after returning to the room and lying on the bed, she could not calm down. She had never thought that there was such a way. Why don't I try it too? At that time, a bold idea emerged in Ayin's mind, and then it was difficult to dispel it. Finally, under the control of some kind of power, Ayin reached into the quilt like a demon. After that, Ayin completely opened the door to a new world. Although Ayin, like several others, only participated in the killing field competition after a period of time, although there was a gap, over time, she also accumulated a lot of pressure and burden in her heart. But this method actually made her vent all the negative emotions. So, Ayin was completely addicted to it. Whenever she had time to be alone, she would quietly go to the bar at home to release the pressure. 135 Chapter 133 Late Night Pub 135. However, although she was addicted, as the number of times she did it increased, Ayin began to feel bored, as if something was missing. In response, Ayin was unwilling to give up and tried many times in a row, but it was of no use. Not only did she fail to relieve her inner anxiety, but because of this constant tossing the inexplicable impulse in his body intensified. This made him depressed and unhappy. But Ayin had no good solution for this, and was too embarrassed to ask Lu Erlong, so he had to give up and went back to his room, trying to calm the restlessness in his body with sleep. A few days later, in the middle of the night, in a busy tavern on the street, surrounded by a group of bloodthirsty villains, Chen Yao sat at the wine table, looking at the person in front of him who was nervously shuffling cards with interest. It must be said that Chen Yao could really go along with the filth in such a place. Everyone hidden here is talented and speaks well. In his spare time, he likes to come here to have a drink and play a few cards. And now, because of Lu Erlong and Tang Yuehua, Chen Yao found an excuse to give himself a short vacation, and naturally he also went into this tavern to have fun. Although he is notorious in the killing field of hell, Chen Yao will not kill people easily outside, and he is also very happy. If these drunkards and gamblers did not meet Chen Yao in the killing field, they would still like to play with Chen Yao. Of course, there is another layer of restriction, that is, sometimes when they are emotional, they must control themselves and never yell at Chen Yao because of habit. Although this is not a clear rule, it is obvious that someone got a ticket to the next life in advance because of his unrestrained talk after drinking, so everyone in the tavern now has to take it as a warning. What? You don't open the cards yet? If it's small, just admit defeat. At this moment, Chen Yao, who was at the card table, said with a smile. Although Chen Yao was not like the onlookers around him, who were so excited about the upcoming winner that they lost their minds and kept shouting, he was also very excited. Small bets are fun, but big bets are harmful to the body. Moreover, he was now in the city of slaughter, where the hard currency was Bloody Mary. Chen Yao could get a large bucket of that thing just by walking around. In addition, his card skills were not bad, so he played back and forth and found it quite interesting. Hearing Chen Yao's words, the man in front of him had a dead look on his face and spread out his cards dejectedly. After seeing the number of cards that man had, there was a burst of boos around him. Looking at the expression of the man with a grey face, they all had a bit of teasing. Chen Yao also had a big smile on his face. Although he didn't like the Bloody Marys he won, the feeling of winning was really good. It was perfect for killing time and recuperating. Soon, under the constant urging of the crowd, the loser took out all the Bloody Marys he had left. However, when someone wanted to take over at the table, he looked unmoved no matter how he pushed that person. He stared at Chen Yao and had no intention of leaving the table. What? Still want to play? You don't have any chips. Chen Yao had seen through the minds of these gamblers, so he smiled and shook his head. I don't have Bloody Mary anymore, but I'll bet my life. The man's eyes were red at the moment, and he looked like he had lost all his Bloody Marys. What awaited him next was entering the hell killing field. He couldn't delay. Instead of facing the purgatory-like game, he might as well bet with Chen Yao. The chance of survival might be a little higher. Hearing this, Chen Yao and even the other spectators all had a flash of interest in their eyes. In fact, there was no such thing as betting on life in the killing city, not because it was too cruel. On the contrary, the people here had long been accustomed to life and death. A gambler's life and the Bloody Mary squeezed out after death were not enough to pay for the chips on the gambling table. Therefore, after these people lost their money, they were usually driven away and died somewhere else, so that they would not have to clean up. That is to say, after Chen Yao came, he looked down on those Bloody Marys, so he set a rule that if you lose in the end and are penniless, you can bet your life with him. If Chen Yao loses, he will return all the Bloody Marys he won before. If Chen Yao wins, there is naturally nothing to say. It depends on whether he wants to do it himself or Chen Yao will help him. Chen Yao looked down on those Bloody Marys, so he was naturally happy to put on some shows to make himself more fun. And the spectators who originally disdained gambling for life, after watching a few of Chen Yao's gambling games, they also found it quite interesting. Although they could not do such a wasteful thing as Chen Yao using Bloody Marys to have fun, they also watched with relish. Amid the shouting of the crowd, Chen Yao also smiled and nodded, and then looked at the maid beside him who was wearing revealing clothes, wearing animal ears on her head, and with a cat tail behind her that was connected to an unknown place. After pinching the roundness behind him twice, Chen Yao chuckled. Continue dealing cards. The maid blushed when she heard this, and turned her head to look at Chen Yao with affection, but she saw that he was looking away with a calm expression. Suddenly, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She had to give up those fantasies, do her job well, stand in the middle of the card table, and start to issue cards to both sides. However, halfway through the cards, there was a commotion outside the tavern that was slightly different from the usual noise. Who is so angry again that he wants to smash the tavern? Someone muttered. I don't know, in the past if we go, we might have some fun, but if someone wants to destroy this tavern today, the consequences will probably not be good. This person is here today. Someone answered with gloating. The man who spoke earlier nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chen Yao also noticed the movement outside the door, frowned slightly, then glanced at the crowd, pointed at a familiar person and said, "Go outside and see if anyone is causing trouble, drive them away, don't ruin my mood." "Okay, sir." When the man saw that he was named by Chen Yao, he was immediately delighted, with a look of honor on his face, and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. Although under the rigid conditions of the killing field, if you have a good relationship with Chen Yao, you will not get any preferential treatment, and you will die anyway. But if it is in the outside world, it will be different. He will be labeled as Chen Yao to some extent. At least if he walks out of the killing field and returns seriously injured, those guys on the street who want to pay attention to him will at least think twice. After a while, the person who went out ran back, but with a little hesitation on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still said to Chen Yao, "Sir, the person outside is the Shura girl." Hearing this, Chen Yao's face was stunned, and the action of grabbing the cards in his hand also paused. He was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Yin to come to such a place. But after being surprised for a moment, Chen Yao waved his hand and said, "Since it's her, don't worry about it. Let her do whatever she wants. She won't make trouble." Now, Yin is the more normal one among the four of them. She will not come out to find trouble for no reason, so Chen Yao did not take it to heart. And because of the embarrassing thing, Yin was depressed. "I have heard that wine can help people forget their troubles." After another indulgence tonight, she felt that she was on fire and it was difficult to calm down. After hesitation, she chose to try this wine to see if it was as magical as Lu Erlong said. After entering the pub, Yin went to the front desk to ask for wine, but heard a commotion on one side of the pub. Yin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that side was full of people. Out of curiosity, after taking the wine glass handed by the bar, she came to the front of the crowd, feeling the bloody smell and the pungent smell of alcohol and tobacco on these people. Yin frowned slightly, then released the blue silver grass and patted those people. "Fuck! Who is taking a photo of me?" Someone turned around and cursed, feeling very dissatisfied because he was suddenly interrupted while watching the excitement. But when he turned around completely, he saw the expressionless Yin, his face froze, and the scolding that had not yet been finished was completely frozen. "I want to go in, help me clear the way." Yin raised the wine glass, took a sip gently, and felt the strange taste lingering in his mouth. He couldn't help but frown slightly. After swallowing it with difficulty, he was relieved and looked at the person who turned around again and spoke. The man nodded repeatedly after hearing the words, and then began to move towards the crowd. Although it caused dissatisfaction among those in front at the beginning, soon, under the guidance of that person, everyone saw Yin staring at the wine glass and frowning in thought in the back, and they all became honest and obediently made way. "It's really hard to drink. I don't know why these people are so keen on wine. It seems that if they don't drink it for a day, they will feel uncomfortable all over." Yin muttered to herself as she passed through the horizontal path and came to the inner circle. As soon as she came in, she spotted Chen Yao, who was busy shuffling cards on the card table. She immediately spoke in surprise. "Chen Yao? What are you doing here?" But Chen Yao didn't even raise his head, but said briefly, "Play. Play? What are you playing?" "I'm just having fun." Yin became interested when she heard it, and immediately walked to Chen Yao's side, looking at the maid who had returned to the seat next to Chen Yao, and immediately gave her a threatening look. The maid's heart trembled when she saw this. She was naturally aware of Yin's reputation in the killing field, and she was extremely afraid. She did not dare to hesitate and quickly gave up her seat. Yin nodded with satisfaction, and then sat next to Chen Yao, staring at the cards in Chen Yao's hand with curiosity. But as she got closer, Yin smelled the scent of Chen Yao. Although Chen Yao may have killed more people than those present, there were many people, but strangely, there was no blood on his body. Although he still smelled a little bit of alcohol, Yin didn't feel disgusted. Because this was a familiar smell to her. At the same time, she also remembered the shameful things that Chen Yao had done to her in the Star Do Great Forest. A blush suddenly climbed up her cheeks, and the restlessness that had been suppressed in her heart with great difficulty suddenly emerged again, with an unstoppable momentum. Yin was shocked and shook her head repeatedly to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. "What is this thing and how to play it?" Yin asked Chen Yao, trying to divert her attention. Hearing this, Chen Yao raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Yin. He didn't want to pay attention to her, but after thinking about it, he spoke to the person he had sent before. "You come and explain it to her." The man was delighted when he heard this and responded repeatedly. Ayin was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. This Chen Yao always liked to ignore her. But as the man began to explain the rules of the game to Ayin, Ayin's attention was also attracted by this. The novel way of having fun was very interesting. As Ayin gradually understood the rules, the game was about to be revealed. After Chen Yao and his partner opened their cards, the result was presented to everyone. Unfortunately, the person who gambled did not change his fate, and he still lost. It was luck. Everyone who played cards with Chen Yao knew that he just liked the excitement brought by the unknown when the cards were opened, and he didn't care about the Bloody Mary. After he came in, he also played with both losses and wins. So even the person who gambled did not suspect that Chen Yao cheated, but at this moment his face was pale, without the slightest blood color, and his eyes were full of madness. Some people could not believe that they would end up like this. However, the eyes cast by the people around him were not pitiful at all, but full of disdain and ridicule. For this kind of guy who did not leave his life in the killing field, but lost at the gambling table, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. He lost, didn't he? What was the price? Ayin asked curiously when she saw the man's crazy look. He doesn't have Bloody Mary on him now, so the price of losing is naturally his own life. In fact, it's because Lord Demon is kind-hearted and willing to accept his bet. Otherwise, the Bloody Mary made from his blood wouldn't even be enough for 1/10 of the chips on the gambling table. The man who was explaining to Ayin at this moment also said with disdain. Ayin didn't feel any waves in her heart when she heard this. Being in an environment like the City of Slaughter, she has long been indifferent to the passing of a life. Just as Ayin nodded, Chen Yao yawned in his chair, pointed at the man in front of the table, and said lazily. Who can help me collect the bets? Hee. I'm happy to serve you. At this time, all the onlookers showed a ferocious smile on their faces, and they approached the gambler step by step. In his face of fear and despair, a series of dark figures submerged him. 136 Chapter 134 Strength, 2 chapters in 1. 136. The death of a gambler did not affect the atmosphere. On the contrary, the smell of blood that began to spread made the crowd in the field even more excited. Who's next? Chen Yao smiled and grabbed the cards at this moment, with a strange light in his eyes, and he was obviously in high spirits. However, just when some people in the crowd were ready to move, Ayin on the side suddenly spoke. I'll do it. Suddenly, the field was silent, and even Chen Yao looked at Ayin in surprise. You? Yes, why, is it not okay? Ayin raised her head and said. Not that it is not okay. Chen Yao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Anyway, he just came out to have fun, and it didn't matter who he played with. Besides, Ayin was much more attractive than the gamblers in the tavern, so Chen Yao agreed immediately. But we don't bet on Bloody Mary, I don't want that thing. Ayin said again. Okay, then what do you want to bet on? Chen Yao didn't care. Like Ayin, he didn't care about Bloody Mary. It was just a chip for fun. Well, I just came in and saw those people next to me drinking. Let's play this too. The loser drinks. After thinking for a moment, Ayin suddenly brightened up and spoke. The loser drinks? Sure. Chen Yao couldn't help laughing when he heard this. To deal with Ayin, a novice who just learned to play cards, Chen Yao estimated that he would be thirsty after waiting for a while Ayin had already drunk and passed out on the ground. Although this way, there is less of the game and expectation of meeting a master, but isn't it also a kind of fun to bully a novice? Thinking of this, Chen Yao waved to the scantily clad maid. Deal the cards. The maid twisted her slender waist and walked up when she heard this. The gamblers who were watching on the side saw that Chen Yao and Ayin's bet did not have Bloody Mary as a bet, and they immediately felt bored and less exciting, so they dispersed one after another. Chen Yao didn't care about this. He just came out to have fun. What's more, most of these people were his Bloody Mary reserves, so why should he care about their thoughts? At this moment, he was only thinking about how to torture the Yang Ayin, so that he could laugh at her drunken ugly appearance. However, about an hour later, Chen Yao looked at the number of cards on the table of both parties, his expression was stunned. Thinking about the game that he lost 9 times out of 10, he began to doubt his life. Chen Yao looked up at Ayin and couldn't help but said. Is this really your first time playing? Didn't you fool me? At this moment, Ayin raised her head, her face was slightly flushed because of excitement, and she smiled with a smug look. Of course, I have only been out of the Stardow forest for a short time. How could I have come into contact with the idiot before? Besides, when that guy was teaching me the rules just now, wasn't I watching from the side? Chen Yao opened his mouth when he heard it, but he didn't know what to say. What Ayin said was right, but thinking about it, the previous card game was so weird that Chen Yao thought about it. If it weren't for Ayin's clumsy hand, she would even suspect that Ayin was a perennial con man who was playing dumb with him. Is this a natural gambling god or a benefit for newbies? Looking at Ayin's happy face, Chen Yao couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in his teeth. Grinning, Chen Yao grabbed the big cup filled with fine wheat wine on the table and drank it all. Then a fierce look appeared on his face. Come on! I want to see what kind of monster you are. As he said, Chen Yao grabbed the cards again. And Ayin also took out the cards with a smile. Another time passed, and the pointer of the clock on the tavern had pointed to the time representing the early morning. At this moment, Chen Yao walked out of the tavern with the help of the wall, full of drunkenness. Behind him, Ayin also walked out. Although her face was also flushed with drunkenness, her steps were very steady. The following card game still ended with Chen Yao losing the majority. In the end, Ayin was thirsty from waiting. Seeing Chen Yao pouring wine all the time, although she didn't lose, she couldn't help but drink one more cup. Although she still felt it was hard to drink at the beginning, she gradually noticed the taste after a few cups, so she became interested and started to drink one cup after another. Until now, she actually drank no less than Chen Yao, who kept losing the game, but compared with Chen Yao, who was drunk at the moment, Ayin was still able to maintain basic sobriety. Looking at Chen Yao, who was staggering in front of her, Ayin looked a little helpless, stepped forward to steady him, and said, "Hey, if you feel uncomfortable, why don't you use your soul power to dispel the alcohol?" However, Chen Yao shook Ayin's hand away when he heard it. "Humph, I'm willing to accept the loss. What's the point of soul force forcing me to drink? Just leave me alone." If he was sober, Chen Yao would definitely not say such principled words, but now he was drunk and was as stubborn as a bull. As he said that, Chen Yao used his powerful soul power and walked towards a small building next to him. He broke open the door and quickly pulled out a poor guy who was sleeping in the house. After setting up dark traces outside the house, Chen Yao was about to close the door, but he found that Ayin had appeared in the house at some point. Chen Yao rubbed his eyebrows tiredly and asked unhappily, "What are you doing here? Get out now, I'm going to sleep. It's a pity that I met such a weirdo like you today. I'm drunk too. My home is not close to here. I'm too lazy to walk so far, so I can only stay here with you for now." Ayin shook her head and looked at Chen Yao with an inexplicable look in her eyes. Just now, when she came out of the tavern, Ayin saw drunken men and women lingering on the street without any worries, and they didn't pass by any dark alleys, and there were also tempting sounds from time to time. This made Ayin recall the boredom of being self-sufficient at home, and the completely different strangeness that came from her body when she was flirted with by Chen Yao in the Xingda Great Forest. For a moment, Ayin, who was also a little drunk, looked at Chen Yao with ill intentions. "Chen Yao looks drunk and will fall asleep soon. I'll try it secretly and I shouldn't be discovered." Thinking of this, Ayin followed Chen Yao into the house. But in the same way, she also learned from Chen Yao and took sufficient precautions outside. Playing is playing, making noise is making noise, but when you go out, you can't joke with your life. It's inexplicable, whatever you want. Chen Yao rubbed his messy hair, feeling sleepy and no longer able to argue with Ayin. He went upstairs by himself. With the sound of a heavy door closing, the building was completely silent. And Ayin sat on the sofa in the hall, holding the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, her face flushed, and she waited anxiously in her heart. In this silence, Ayin waited for a long time, and at the same time, she experienced an unbearable torment in her heart. Irritably raised her head and looked in the direction of the stairs, her eyes gradually became firm. "I'll give it a try and see if there's anything different from when I'm at home. It'll only take a moment. It'll be quick and I won't be discovered." Ayin muttered to herself, then stood up from the sofa, tiptoed, and walked up the stairs. She came to the corridor and walked to the door of Chen Yao's resting room. Just as she was about to push the door, she suddenly noticed that there was a faint cold soul power lingering on the door handle. "Damn it, Chen Yao, this guy is still on guard against me when he's drunk." Ayin was so angry that she grimaced, then looked at the door with a sinister look and muttered, "Humph, you don't think you can stop me like this, do you? Then, she summoned her martial soul and operated her soul power. Suddenly, a breath of life was everywhere, and countless blue-silver grass grew out of the cracks in the room, spreading through tiny cracks towards the room where Chen Yao was. If Chen Yao was awake at this moment, he would find that the floor of his room was now covered with blue-silver grass, which was constantly intertwining and entwining, and finally formed a strange flower knot. Feeling the connection with the house, Ayin's lips curled slightly, and finally whispered. Life transmission. Suddenly, a dazzling emerald green light began to appear on Ayin's body. When Ayin opened her eyes again, she found that the scene in front of her was completely different. This was Chen Yao's room. Looking at Chen Yao lying quietly on the bed, Ayin's mouth corners rose. She successfully crossed the barrier outside the house and came in. Chen Yao, who was sleeping, suddenly felt that his supreme bone seemed to have something strange, and a familiar feeling swept over him. This made Chen Yao's mind, which had been in a stagnation, slowly revive. He subconsciously thought that it was Tang Yuehua who was causing trouble, but at this moment, the memory before going to bed began to recall in his mind. When he realized that he was not at home at the moment, Chen Yao was shocked in his heart and his eyes suddenly opened wide. But when he opened his eyes and saw the white scene in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. Ayin, what are you doing? Ayin was shocked when she heard Chen Yao's voice. Her face changed drastically, her cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth and spoke. Chen Yao? How did you wake up? Has it been so long? Damn it! Forget it, Chen Yao, don't get up yet, I'll be fine soon. As she spoke, regardless of the stunned Chen Yao, Ayin went about her own business. As time passed, the room gradually fell into peace again. At this moment, Chen Yao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and dressed neatly, looked at Ayin, who was lying on the bed with her tongue sticking out and breathing, and his mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. I thought that one of you two was already amazing, but I didn't expect there was a phoenix like you. Wolong? Phoenix? What do you mean? Ayin heard the words and sat up with difficulty, and asked Chen Yao curiously. Looking at Ayin's clear eyes, Chen Yao shook his head. Nothing, I'm praising you. As he said that, Chen Yao lay down on the bed, looking up at the ceiling with a complicated expression. He was a little confused. When he came in, they were fine and tit for tat. How did they suddenly become like this? Lu Erlong was still okay, but Ayin, why would she do such a thing? What attitude would he have towards Ayin afterwards? However, while Chen Yao was thinking, Ayin suddenly thought of something and jumped onto Chen Yao's body. Her delicate and flawless face was almost touching Chen Yao's face. Chen Yao could also clearly smell the fresh fragrance from Ayin, which seemed to come from nature. There was no fishy smell because of the absurd tossing. Erlong went to see you every day before, so he should have done the same thing, right? How about it, did I do anything wrong just now? Do you have any special skills? Looking at the studious Ayin, feeling the warmth in his arms and the refreshing fragrance, Chen Yao swallowed his saliva subconsciously and shook his head. Well, you did a good job. As for the technique, Chen Yao said absent-mindedly, his hands began to move restlessly again. At this moment, after several years of precipitation, Ayin was no longer the girlish posture that Chen Yao had no interest in. Instead, she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, with delicate and elegant cheeks, and occasionally inadvertently revealed a sense of innocence. Although her body was not as plump and hot as Lu Erlong's, it was also well proportioned and beautifully lined. Especially the snow-white skin, crystal clear, gently stroked, like fingertips sliding over a pool of milk, tender and smooth. It actually made Chen Yao love it for a while. What about the technique? Seeing Chen Yao suddenly silent and his expression erratic, Ayin asked anxiously. Hey! Hearing this, Chen Yao exhaled a long breath, his eyes dark, and said aloud. Skills can be learned. If you want to learn, I will teach you. Okay. Teach me. Ayin was delighted when she heard this. She looked at Chen Yao with a smile, not knowing what she would face next, like a pure little white sheep. Seeing this, Chen Yao could no longer hold back. He turned into a hungry wolf, his eyes bloodshot, leaned over, disassembled the white lamb and swallowed it into his stomach, leaving nothing behind. Then, melodious and graceful songs began to be heard from the small building, continuously, until 2 days later, when it slowly stopped. Then, the two people, dressed neatly, walked out of the house side by side. Just as they were about to walk out of the garden and into the street, Yin suddenly looked back and looked at Chen Yao. Chen Yao, it's so fun to drink with you. Can I come to drink with you again in the future? Chen Yao's mouth twitched when he heard this. He vaguely remembered that he came out this time to reduce the burden. Why did he increase the intensity again for no reason? But the special style of Yin, which was completely different from Lu Erlong and Tang Yuehua, also made Chen Yao's heart eager to move. He could only grit his teeth and nodded with tears. Okay, but if you want to drink, I will go to you. Don't go directly to me. 137 Asking for leave. Ask for leave. A day off, moi, end of this chapter. 138 Chapter 135 Road to Hell. 138. Another year has passed. In the killing field of hell. Puff. The last opponent was pierced through the chest by the dark tentacles and his body fell to the ground with a bang. In the field, there was silence at first, and then it was like a bomb was detonated, setting off a scream of landslide and tsunami. These spectators were celebrating for Chen Yao, who was lying in a pool of blood. This was Chen Yao's 100th consecutive victory. They were celebrating the birth of a new god of killing. At the same time, they were cheering for themselves. After the god of killing was born, he would leave the killing city. They no longer had to worry about whether they had met Chen Yao every time they participated in the killing field. After completing 100 consecutive victories, Chen Yao stood on the stage without any movement, but was waiting for something. After a while, 3 other graceful figures with different styles appeared under the stage. It was Lu Erlong, Tang Yuehua, and Yin. They had each completed 100 consecutive victories not long before Chen Yao. At this moment, they had all been crowned with the title of God of Killing and qualified to leave the killing city. Now, they are fulfilling the covenant made 3 years ago and leaving the killing city together. At this moment, on the highest stand of the hell killing field, a sturdy figure was looking at the 4 people below through the SLR glass. His eyes were dim. This person is the supreme master of this killing city, the king of killing. When Chen Yao was in the killing city, he had met the king of killing several times, and he had politely rejected his obscure words of recruitment, which had caused the king of killing to be furious. But if Chen Yao could see the king of killing at this moment, he would find that he seemed to be different from before, with deep and calm eyes, different from the bloody and violent ones in the past. Alas, this woman, life, is so childish as a god king. At this moment, the king of killing's eyes stayed on Yin, and his face began to show some helplessness. Then, he turned to Lu Erlong, and his eyes also flashed with some complexity. Rakshasa muttered, and then the king of killing rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. I just didn't notice it for a while. How come you all came to me? Are you showing off to me on purpose? After a light sigh, the king of slaughter showed a serious expression and began to examine Lu Erlong and Yin. Although the stimulation of the evil guy caused life to act a little hastily, this person is not bad. Now he has also gotten rid of the beast body, which is very consistent with the inheritance of life. Thinking of this, the king of slaughter also recalled the excited reaction of the god of life when he found out that Yin was in the city of slaughter not long ago, asking him to come down quickly to see that Yin was not allowed to make any mistakes. Unable to bear the nagging of the god of life, he couldn't help it, and a divine thought occupied the controller of the city of slaughter. Who would have thought that he would receive such a big surprise as soon as he came down? Life, Rakshasa, are about to be freed, so what about me? While thinking, the king of slaughter raised his palm again, looking a little absent-minded. Tang Chen was indeed good at the time, but unfortunately, he was too impatient. One of his descendants also obtained the god of killing domain, but it was not good enough. However, he is already the 2 people who meet my requirements in recent years on this continent. Am I asking too much? Otherwise, give Tang Chen another chance. But soon, the king of killing shook his head again and laughed at himself. He was almost led astray by that guy life. Forget it, let's wait and see. Otherwise, this inheritance will become a joke. As he said, the king of killing raised his eyes again, moving his sight away from Yin and Lu Erlong and focusing on Chen Yao and Tang Yuehua. These 2 people. Looking at the 2, the king of killing frowned slightly. The spirit is a bit strange, and it takes some ability to get to this point, but unfortunately it still does not meet my standards. Well, since you are with the descendants of life, let's go out together. It won't consume more divine power. After the voice fell, the tall and strong figure quietly disappeared in this luxurious room. Congratulations, you have passed the 100th killing trial. Just when everyone in the field cheered for the 4 people on the stage and the atmosphere rose to the extreme, a blood-red figure, with a low and hoarse voice, slowly descended from the sky. King of Killing, King of Killing. The atmosphere in the field became more heated, and the shouts rose. Looking at the scarlet figure falling from the air, Chen Yao and the other 4 became nervous, and their eyes were all flashing with vigilance. Obviously, they had all been summoned by the King of Slaughter and wanted to recruit them, but after refusing, they had all felt the terrifying soul power that erupted from the King of Slaughter and understood his violent temper, and believed that the King of Slaughter would not let them go easily. They had already made the best plan in their hearts. However, the next moment, the words of the King of Slaughter were somewhat beyond their expectations. You are all strong men who have won 100 consecutive victories in the slaughter field and have the qualifications to walk out of the slaughter city, but before that, you still need to pass the last test, which is the Hell Road. I hope you have known this road before. As he spoke, circles of faint red halos spread out from the body of the King of Slaughter, slowly spreading and sweeping the entire venue. Suddenly, all around the audience, under the cover of the red light, began to quiet down, and the excitement on their faces slowly subsided, becoming numb and lifeless. It didn't take long for the red light to form a scarlet barrier in this hell-killing field. Boom! A series of explosions of flesh and blood accompanied by shrill screams began to resound in the barrier, continuous and horrifying. Tang Yuehua and the other 2, who were confused about the situation, looked nervous, clenched their palms, and stared at the tall figure standing proudly in the blood mist explosions. On the contrary, Chen Yao looked puzzled. Although the current scene was weird, he knew that this was indeed the prelude to the opening of the Hell Road. Using the blood of tens of thousands of people present as a sacrifice, the Hell Road was opened. But this was also where Chen Yao was confused. Why would the King of Killing open the Hell Road so easily and let them leave? However, before Chen Yao could think too much, the blood mist formed by countless people around him, which was almost everywhere in the killing field, began to gather in large quantities, turning into real blood, and flowing towards the central field of the killing field. Finally, an extremely strange scarlet pattern was formed in the field, flashing a breathtaking red light. The road to hell has been opened, go in. Without giving Chen Yao and others a chance to react, the King of Slaughter waved his left hand lightly, and then the 4 of them felt a terrifying force that they could not resist at all. Without time to be shocked by the terrifying power of the King of Slaughter, they were pulled by that force and flew uncontrollably towards the center of the bloody pattern. When they fell into it, the blood began to spread around them, wrapping them all up. Good luck to you on the road to hell. The vague yet clear voice of the King of Slaughter sounded outside the red fog, and then the vision of several people began to become blurred, and everything around them began to distort and deform, as if they were in an illusion, and they only felt dizzy. This state lasted for an unknown period of time. With a violent turbulence, they felt their consciousness return to their bodies and regained control of their bodies. As the blood light around them gradually faded, the consciousness of the 4 people was completely clear. Looking around, the 4 people found that they were on a circular platform at the moment. Where is this? Looking at the dark and strange environment around them, Yin's face was slightly gloomy. Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong did not speak, looking at the surrounding environment, and their hearts were extremely alert. This is the road to hell mentioned by the King of Slaughter. At this time, Chen Yao walked down the platform, looked around, touched his chin with his fingers, and thought aloud. What? This is the Hell Road? Is the King of Slaughter going to let us go like this? Lu Erlong was stunned when he heard this, and then he was surprised. At this time, Yin and Tang Yuehua also heard the voice and cast their eyes on Chen Yao. It seems that after entering the Hell Road, he should not be able to catch up and attack us. Chen Yao nodded. How could this be? When he came to us before, he didn't look like he could let us go so easily. At this moment, the faces of the 3 women were also full of doubts and suspicions. Maybe. This time, it was because of you 2. Hearing this, Chen Yao seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his eyes were on Yin and Lu Erlong, and a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. It was because of us 2? What do you mean? Lu Erlong and Yin were stunned. Nothing, let's go. Although there is no threat from the King of Slaughter, this road to hell is not so easy to walk. Chen Yao shook his head. This was just his guess. Now that he had come out, there was no need to say more. It would be better to think more about the next road. Recover your mind and look forward. Outside this narrow platform is an invisible abyss. In addition, there is only a narrow path with a width of less than half a foot, which can only accommodate 2 feet at the same time, leading to an unknown dark place. However, for this seemingly steep terrain, the 4 people present did not have too much pressure, as they all had the means to fly. Chen Yao took the lead in stepping onto the path, and the 3 women followed closely behind, walking slowly and steadily towards the front. As they continued to progress, the dead silence was finally broken, and a strange buzzing sound appeared in the air around them, and then it began to flicker continuously, and dots of dark red light spots filled the surrounding space. Then, the temperature around them gradually rose, as if there was a raging fire burning their bodies. For a moment, everyone felt a little hot and unbearable. Has it started? Lu Erlong felt the changes around her and thought to herself. She didn't believe that this road to hell would be unobstructed. Now that there were some changes, they were also expected. Soon, the temperature around them gradually rose, making everyone feel hot and unbearable. Not only the changes in body temperature, but also a touch of heat rose in their hearts. If it weren't for the wrong position at the moment, plus there were so many people. The 3 women couldn't help it and wanted to pull Chen Yao to cool down. Wow! Since she couldn't cool down physically, Ayin also activated her martial arts spirit. Accompanied by a touch of green light, countless blue-silver grasses emerged. The green light ball in his palm spread out, constantly interweaving together, and spread out on the path in front of the few people. Walking on this green path that has undergone tremendous changes, everyone's feeling suddenly changed. These blue-silver grass roots seemed to breathe, constantly spewing out fresh air, gathering together, turning into a breeze, spreading on this path. Chen Yao was fine, because he had already merged with the dark martial spirit, and his body was often surrounded by a cold and cool feeling that made him feel comfortable, and he didn't feel the previous burning heat. But Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong were different. Feeling the breeze on the path blowing over their bodies, the heat in their bodies suddenly disappeared, and their bodies and minds were refreshed, making them feel as relaxed as if they were in nature. Is this a domain soul skill? Lu Erlong looked at the large area of vibrant blue-silver grass on the path, and a touch of surprise appeared in her eyes. Hehe, don't envy me too much. Ayin nodded with a smug look on her face after hearing this. Lu Erlong curled her lips, but in her heart she was also envious of Ayin's domain soul skill that could change the environment and put herself in the main battlefield at any time. Because of the characteristics of her martial soul, she did not have the many strange means of Ayin and Chen Yao. She only used the means of increasing herself and the unstoppable strong attack, which was a bit simple. Humph, let's go quickly. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. Lu Erlong didn't want to pay attention to the complacent Ayin, and left a sentence, then walked forward with a stinky face. However, after moving forward for a long distance, the buzzing sound that had been constantly ringing in the air became more and more intense. The pace of the few people's progress also paused at this moment. Because in the darkness in front of them, dense scarlet light spots appeared. Those are bats. After sensing the image sent back from the front through Ayin, who had covered a distance ahead, his face suddenly changed, and he spoke in surprise. It's a huge tide of soul power. The strength of these bats is not weak. Lu Erlong sensed the front, and his face was slightly condensed. These bats are nothing. Among these bats, there is a bat king, whose strength is about 60,000 years. We need to pay attention to it. At this time, Chen Yao also stared at the front and said slowly. 139 Chapter 136 Obstacles, Inner Alchemy. 139. 60,000 years? It's equivalent to a soul saint who can use soul skills normally. No wonder it is said that the road to hell after winning 100 games in a row is a more difficult test. If ordinary people encounter it, it will be very dangerous. Lu Erlong was stunned when he heard it, and then analyzed it. But it's bad luck for this soul beast to meet us this time. But Chen Yao, how do you know so clearly? The King of Slaughter shouldn't tell you this, right? At this time, Ayin looked at Chen Yao with some curiosity. The original intention of this hell road is just to let the participants escape the pursuit of the Bat King, not to fight it head-on. The Wuhun Palace is a big family, so naturally there are capable people who come to the Slaughter City to train, and they are naturally clear about the information here. Chen Yao perfunctorily said, but as soon as his voice fell, there was a commotion in front of him. Countless bats opened their scarlet eyes, opened their mouths, showed their sharp teeth, and emitted a strong sound wave that made people's eardrums vibrate. Then they flew and attacked Chen Yao and others. Wow! However, before the bats approached, Lu Erlong took the lead and jumped up. The wings of the magic dragon behind him vibrated, and a ball of surging purple fire swept out, covering the endless bats. Accompanied by a series of screams, pieces of black charcoal fell from the sky. When the flames dissipated, the sky was clear. The bats that were not affected by the flames and survived screamed again. Then a huge figure appeared from the darkness. It was a big guy. About 1 person tall, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters behind, dark gold all over, scarlet eyes, looking at Chen Yao and others with bloodthirsty intent. Is this the Bat King? It doesn't look good? Is this the test of the road to hell? A Yin cast a look, with a flash of inquiry in her eyes. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, she could naturally identify the approximate strength of the soul beast in front of her. Compared with some outstanding soul beasts of the same level in the Star Do Great Forest, this Bat King was obviously much worse. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what this bat is like, kill it first. Lu Erlong interrupted Yin before he finished speaking. Looking at the huge bat in front of him, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He flapped his wings, raised his claws, and rushed towards the Bat King. The advantage of the Bat King in being able to fly in such a narrow and dangerous area was completely gone when facing Lu Erlong. How could it compare to the magic dragon strengthened by divine power by relying solely on the power of the flesh? In just a short encounter with Lu Erlong, the Bat King fell into a disadvantage, and his body kept retreating in the air. Shocking scarlet bloodstains appeared on his thick arms and huge bat wings. And the ground seeing this, Xiaoyan did not stand idly by. He waved his hands, and in a low humming sound like prayer, the blue-silver grass on the path suddenly began to grow wildly, constantly extending to the sky above. In just a short moment, it grew to nearly 20 meters, almost occupying the dim space and turning it into a dense forest. Countless thick blue-silver grasses twisted wildly in the air, sweeping towards the already difficult-to-resist Bat King. At the same time, facing the unstoppable fierce Tyrannosaurus in front of him and the sneak attack control of countless absent blue-silver grasses, the Bat King had already shown fatigue. Even if it used its most powerful soul skills, it was submerged by the countless blue-silver grasses in front of it, and did not stir up a single wave. For a moment, a touch of human despair flashed in the Bat King's scarlet eyes. Soon, with the cooperation of Yin and Lu Erlong, the breath of the Bat King continued to weaken. Finally, his physical strength gradually ran out. After a scream, he was completely drowned by the endless blue-silver grass and the strong purple flame. Hey! A piece of cake! Looking at the broken corpse that fell heavily on the cliff not far away, with a black soul ring rising, Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. Tap! At this time, Lu Erlong also slowly fell from the sky, glanced at the corpse of the Bat King, then looked at Chen Yao and said. It's pretty easy. The strength of this Bat King should be only above average among the 60,000-year-old soul beasts, not the top level. Is this the test of the Hell Road just like this? Chen Yao shook his head when he heard it. There is one last test. It is not a soul beast. Anyway, it is much stronger than the Bat King. However, with our strength, it is not too troublesome to deal with it. Lu Erlong nodded after hearing this. Let's go, get out as soon as possible. Several people agreed with what they said, and then stepped forward again. As for the soul ring of the Bat King, they were naturally ignored by all of them. Not to mention that they could not absorb the soul ring due to the restrictions of this place, and no one of them could take a fancy to the soul ring of the Bat King. After walking for a distance, although the road was covered by the Ayin domain, everyone still clearly felt that the temperature around them began to rise continuously. A scorching hot wind whistled, which made the people in the domain feel refreshed. It seems that we are almost there. Is it a guy with fire attribute? Lu Erlong felt the changing environment around him and murmured. However, Yin shook his head and told the message he received from the blue-silver grass. No, we're here. That guy is in front. After hearing this, the few people moved forward a distance and saw the guy they were about to face. Its body was very huge, crawling on the path, with no end in sight, blocking the way forward. On the huge head, the red and bloodthirsty eyes like two lanterns stared at Chen Yao and others in front of them, and on the head, there were 9 tumors, each of which looked like a bright red mushroom. During the period, it seemed that blood was flowing and some energy was brewing. It is indeed much stronger than the Bat King. Lu Erlong stared at the giant snake in front of him, his expression slightly solemn. Pay attention to those 9 tumors, which contain strong toxins. If you are infected, it will be troublesome. None of us can detoxify. Chen Yao nodded and reminded him, then took a step forward. Lu Erlong will attack, I will assist, Ayan and Yue Hua will control and assist. After assigning the duties of several people, Chen Yao's figure gradually became illusory and disappeared in the dark shadows, but at the same time, a cold and terrifying atmosphere was also raised around him. In such an environment, it is not only the soul beasts, but also Chen Yao's home field. As a dragon-type combat soul master, Lu Erlong, who has thick skin and flesh, is more suitable for attracting hatred, strong attacks, and resistance. Chen Yao is more suitable for hiding in the dark, looking for opportunities, and then pouring out terrifying energy and soul power. As for Tang Yuehua and Ayan hiding in the back to provide assistance and control, there is no need to say more. So after hearing this, several people nodded and had no objection to Chen Yao's allocation. Almost at the same time, Lu Erlong's magic wings emerged from behind, vibrating the air, soaring into the air, wrapped in purple flames, and rushed towards the giant snake in front. And Ayan and Tang Yuehua stood together. First, the green light waved by Ayan turned into a barrier, covering the two of them, ensuring their safety. Then it began to stimulate the growth of blue-silver grass, turning this place into a sea of forests again, sweeping towards the giant snake to interfere. And Tang Yuehua, who was inside the barrier, was not idle either. Holding the purple ruyi in both hands, she turned this dim cave into a starry sky. The starlight flickered and shone towards Lu Erlong, Ayan, and Chen Yao hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, the three felt a surge of soul power in their bodies, as if it was endless, their minds were clear, and the trajectory of things in front of them slowed down a lot. Tang Yuehua's auxiliary ability does not rely on the spirit ring, but the spirit ring itself can provide almost all-round assist. Roar! Feeling the terrifying soul power rising in front of it, the ferocious head of the monster snake showed a violent look, and roared, causing the rocks in this space to tremble. Then a fiery red flame suddenly erupted from its mouth, carrying a strong fishy smell, and went towards Lu Erlong, who was leading the way with a surging momentum. Playing with fire? I'm not afraid of anyone. Seeing this, Lu Erlong sneered, and then purple flames burst out around her body, and she herself did not dodge, and rushed into the fiery red flames spewed by the monster snake. Lu Erlong's body was engulfed by the fiery red color, but the flames also stopped at the spot. After a moment, a purple meaning suddenly emerged from the flames, and then continued to spread. Boom! Then, accompanied by a roar of explosion, the ball of light and flame was burst by the ball of purple, and exploded. Sparks flew all over the surrounding mountain walls, causing another earthquake. Lu Erlong, who had dispersed the light and flame and walked out slowly, showed a sneer on his face towards the giant snake, and then kicked the ground with his toes, and flew again, approaching the strange snake. The strange snake was shocked and angry at this moment, and its huge body was surging, and its whole body was full of vigor. It was about to launch an attack on Lu Erlong in front of it, but suddenly, it felt a shadow covering its body. The strange snake secretly felt that something was wrong and wanted to move its body, but suddenly countless blue-silver grasses swept in from all directions, wrapping up its huge body. It was shocked and hurriedly urged the energy in its body. Suddenly, a layer of blazing light and flames burned on its body surface, and began to burn the blue-silver grass on its body. However, the blue-silver grass with great vitality lasted for 3 breaths before it was burned off. And the layers of blue-silver grass on its body, which covered countless layers, could not be completely burned for a while, making it unable to escape. Just when the monster snake was trapped in the blue-silver grass, the previous darkness completely enveloped its huge body. Then, in the shadows all over its body, sharp and cold black thorns burst out. The intense pain that seemed to be planted into its body from another level, bursting out from its flesh and bones, piercing the surface of its body, instantly made the pupils of the monster snake tremble violently, and then burst out a sharp scream. But it was not over yet. At this time, Lu Erlong, who was wrapped in purple flames, also followed. She was right above the head of the monster snake, looking at the monster snake struggling and twisting below, with a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her sharp dragon claws and swooped down. Faintly, the strong wind that tore the air around her seemed to gather and form a majestic dragon roar. Puff! Accompanied by a flash of scarlet blood in the dim space, Lu Erlong's figure had already appeared in the belly of the monster snake. And on the head of the monster snake, which was raised high, a scarlet blood hole had appeared at this moment, and the scarlet eyes that originally had a violent look also lost their spirit at this moment and became extremely dim. Then, the head drooped weakly, driving the entire huge body, and fell down with a bang, lying on the ground, without a trace of life. Looking at the huge corpse in front of her, Lu Erlong stood below, with a flash of doubt in her eyes. Ayan and Tang Yuehua behind him had already removed the barrier and walked up to look at the strange snake, also with puzzlement on their faces. Strange, why is there no soul ring after this soul beast died? Tang Yuehua asked curiously. At this time, Chen Yao, who had been hiding in the darkness, slowly emerged, stepped on the huge body of the strange snake, slowly walked to the position of the head, summoned a black tentacle, and drilled into the hideous blood hole on it. After a while of groping, the tentacle was slowly pulled out. There was also a small golden red bead on it. The small bead was round and shiny, with a strange color, and there was no blood stain on it, which looked full of magic. Then, Chen Yao jumped down from the head of the strange snake. After it slowly landed, the three women also hurried over and looked at the small bead in Chen Yao's hand with curiosity. Ah Yao, what is this? Where is the soul ring of this soul beast? Tang Yuehua asked first. How should I put it? This snake is not a soul beast. It has no soul ring. All its energy is concentrated in this small bead. Chen Yao looked at the small bead in his hand and said after thinking for a moment. Oh? Then can the absorption of this small bead form a soul ring? Ayan was full of curiosity about this soul beast without soul ring and asked. No, and because of the properties of this 10-headed scorching sun snake, the bead is full of toxins from its body. I see that none of us have martial spirits related to toxins, so I will keep this thing first. Chen Yao made up an excuse casually and shamelessly put the small bead into his soul guide, causing Lu Erlong and Ayan to roll their eyes. However, they had long been accustomed to Chen Yao's shamelessness, and did not think it was strange, nor did they bother to say more. As long as Chen Yao could hand in his homework on time, everything could be discussed. 140 Chapter 137 Persuasion 140. After solving the 10 Liang after the python, the journey of the few people was much smoother. Although they were still affected by the harsh environment, they were not disturbed too much when walking in Ayan's domain, and they came to the exit unimpeded. The exit was particularly conspicuous, and the white light condensed into an elliptical light curtain, indicating the end of this hell road. When they saw the white light curtain, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But Chen Yao paused at this moment, turned around, and looked down at the blood plasma with a strong fishy smell and bubbling continuously under the path. This is the energy source of the killing city. Looking at the blood plasma flowing continuously to the depths below, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with a touch of desire. If possible, he really wanted someone to learn and cut off the way back. After all, although Ayan got together with him by accident, he had no intention of giving birth to offspring. After each action, he used his soul power to destroy the vitality in it, so there was no possibility that Tang San would be born on his side. Then only Tang Hao was left. Although the soul beasts in the Star Do forest understood the importance of Tang Hao's affairs, Chen Yao always felt that after he left, those soul beasts might not get any results in the end and did not have any expectations. So, Tang San might still be born from the union of Tang Hao and a certain woman in the future. For Tang San, Chen Yao was too lazy to comment too much. His character had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he was not a good guy. If he sat in Tang San's position in the future, let alone learning from Tang San to turn Douluo continent into his own backyard, as long as he was happy, he would be fine with destroying Douluo continent. So, for Tang San, Chen Yao simply wanted him to die. This slaughter city is also an extremely important part of Tang San's growth. Without knowing Tang Hao's whereabouts and whether he can meet Tang San in advance in the future, Chen Yao naturally wants to destroy this slaughter city to eliminate future troubles. But unfortunately, not to mention that this slaughter city is related to someone in the sky, no one knows whether he will attract the Shura god to settle accounts with him if he destroys the slaughter city without confirming his successor. Besides, the blood swan kiss that can destroy the slaughter city has long been swallowed by Bibi Dong and is not with him. So Chen Yao could only shake his head helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the light curtain with the women. And the moment they stepped into the white light curtain, they felt that their bodies had entered a special world, surrounded by a vast expanse of white nothingness, and countless terrifying energies were converging and pouring into their bodies. Feeling the strangeness on their bodies, the three women showed a little panic, but Chen Yao seemed to be calmer, because he knew that this should be the phenomenon of the killing god domain condensing in the body. Unlike the women whose consciousness was a little blurred due to the severe pain caused by the transformation of the killing god domain. Such pain was not a piece of cake for Chen Yao, who had undergone the transformation of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, but it was also within the range that he could bear, and his consciousness was extremely clear. Carefully watching the changes in his body, Chen Yao soon discovered that his 3 layers of soul rings that had never moved had completely gotten rid of the suppression of the killing city and burst out from behind. And the extremely strange and special energies around him were like a tide, pouring into his 3rd soul ring, which was the location of the soul ring of the 1000 Generals' dark soul domain. Is this improving my domain? Chen Yao stroked his chin and stared at the scene with a strange look on his face. At the same time, he found that the 9 nether black lotus in his body was also quietly moving, and a black light gathered to form a barrier, blocking the front of his soul ring. When the energy around wanted to flow into the soul ring, it would be blocked by the dark barrier. After the energy was filtered by the barrier and the dregs containing the will of the Shura god were removed and turned into extremely pure and ownerless divine power, it was allowed to pass through for the 3rd soul ring to absorb at will. It was unknown how long time had passed, and the free energy was also absorbed by several people. The white light around gradually dissipated, and Chen Yao's vision slowly became clear. What came into view was a lawn, green and full of vitality, like a soft jade, shining under the sunlight. This was outside the killing city. Chen Yao slowly stood up and looked around, but found that the surrounding lawns were flat and there was no trace of the exit of the Hell Road. It seemed that the Hell Road they had experienced before was not directly connected to the mainland, but was transmitted to this place through the white light. While Chen Yao was thinking, the women behind him also woke up slowly. As soon as they woke up, they began to hurriedly explore their bodies. When they found that their soul rings were finally unrestricted, they showed a touch of joy on their faces, which meant that they had completely left the scope of the killing city. At the same time, they also found an unusual energy in their bodies. They had heard from Chen Yao that after walking out of the Hell Road, they would gain a domain skill that is rare in the world. Suddenly, the faces of the 3 women were full of ecstasy, and Lu Erlong was the most excited. Because among the 4 people, Chen Yao, A Yin, and Tang Yuehua originally had their own domain skills, only Lu Erlong had only brute force and purple flames, and her methods were relatively simple. And now, with an additional innate domain skill, how could she not be ecstatic? She couldn't wait to release her martial soul. Accompanied by a dragon roar on the lawn, an exquisite battle armor covered her graceful body. But unlike the previous black and purple, there were more grey and white lines on it, which gathered into a strange pattern. It was exactly the same as the pattern formed by blood gathering on the ground of the killing field when the Hell Road was opened. Seeing this, Lu Erlong subconsciously felt the white lines on his body. In an instant, a surge of white light filled the air, and a repressive atmosphere swept the entire venue. A suffocating feeling of murderous aura spread all around. Is this the killing god domain? Feeling the mysterious feeling of extending outward but being fully controlled, Lu Erlong's mouth corners rose, and his eyes were full of brilliance. And Chen Yao, who was standing aside, also felt the killing god domain released by Lu Erlong at this moment. In his heart, he secretly compared it with Tang Hao, whom he met that year, and found that he was the same as Tang Hao. His martial soul was extremely compatible with the killing god domain. When the two were combined, they could greatly exert the power of the killing god domain. On the contrary, although Ayin and Tang Yuehua had also experienced a lot of killing in the killing city and had a heavy killing intent on their bodies, due to the difference in their martial souls, the killing god domain did not help them as much as they imagined. However, this was already a pleasant surprise. They all had their own most suitable talent domains, so even if this killing god domain did not meet their inner standards, they did not look disappointed. As for Chen Yao, he did not form the killing god domain in his body. Even his original domain, whether in terms of power or coverage, did not change. But it added a feature. That is, every creature that died in Chen Yao's hands, whether human or beast, their souls and true spirits would not perish, but would be absorbed into the domain, wipe out their minds, and turn into vicious souls with only instincts left, immortal and indestructible, guarding the domain forever. And every creature absorbed into the domain, their strength in their lifetime would be fully transformed into nutrients for the domain. As the number of powerful creatures entering the domain continues to grow, the scope and power of the domain will continue to increase. And there is no upper limit to this improvement. Living beings are nutrients. Looking at his palm, feeling the third soul skill in his body, which is more appropriately called the soul-devouring field, Chen Yao's eyes were dim, and a bone-chilling cold light flashed from it. Finally, we came out. We deliberately delayed for so long in the city of slaughter. The spirit hall should not be looking for us anymore, right? Where should we go next? A Yin, who had experienced a new field, walked towards Chen Yao with a relaxed smile on her face and asked him. After hearing A Yin's words, Chen Yao came back to his senses, took a deep breath, shook his head slowly, and temporarily suppressed the terrible thought that had just risen in his heart. Now he is not in a desperate situation, and there is no need to become the public enemy of the continent because of this. Even if he wants to do it, it is quite difficult to implement it, so let's put it aside for the time being and take it one step at a time. Suppressing his restless heart, Chen Yao looked at A Yin and said, I'm going to the Douluo Great Forest. When he was approaching the level 70 barrier, he entered the slaughter city. Although the soul power was thin, Chen Yao's soul power was already full in the first year and reached the bottleneck. The first thing he did now was to hunt for soul rings. A Yin muttered with a little dissatisfaction when he heard it. Humph, I have to hunt soul beasts again. But then he looked at Chen Yao with his big watery eyes and said with a slightly aggrieved tone. Then can you not hurt those kind soul beasts and hunt those evil soul beasts? If I meet the soul beast I need, I can't care whether it is kind or evil, but do you think that the soul beast I need is kind? As Chen Yao said, he raised his palm, and a dark mass with a gloomy and cold feeling condensed. If that's the case, I can help you find those soul beasts. Those evil soul beasts, staying in the forest, will do no good to the forest except destroy it. A Yin smiled happily when she heard this, and looked at Chen Yao with curved eyes. In the narrow slit of her eyes, there was a strong spring that was difficult to dissolve. Chen Yao was also motionless after hearing this. He almost forgot A Yin's ability to communicate with the blue-silver grass. With this ability to help him, if he ran into the forest and hunted soul rings, he would not need to drill into the soul beast nests one by one. It was like carrying a navigation with him, and he could get straight to the point. But at this moment, Tang Yuehua came up with a gloomy face and spoke to A Yin. Since we have left the killing city, our previous cooperation has officially ended. From now on, we will go our separate ways, no contact with each other. As for the soul ring, Yao and I will get it by ourselves, no need to bother. Chen Yao's mouth twitched when he heard this. He did promise Tang Yuehua that he would have nothing to do with these two people after he came out. He did think so at the time, but who knew it would develop into this? For a moment, Chen Yao's mind was racing. When he was about to make up another reason to appease Tang Yuehua, A Yin couldn't wait to speak. Don't you know that the kind of soul beasts that Chen Yao needs are extremely precious in the Douluo forest, especially the soul beasts that meet his age requirements? If I don't help, do you know how much time he would have to waste looking for soul beasts? Besides, I originally came out of the Douluo forest. Now my soul power has reached the limit. I need a soul ring breakthrough. Can't I go to the Douluo forest? You can go. Like Chen Yao, among the few people, except Lu Erlong, the soul powers of A Yin and Tang Yuehua have also reached bottlenecks. Besides, A Yin's body has now been reshaped by the god of life, completely getting rid of the category of soul beasts. She is a real person, not a soul beast incarnation, so naturally she can't condense soul rings on her own. So it is reasonable to go to the Douluo Great Forest, which makes Tang Yuehua speechless. At this time, Lu Erlong, who was originally immersed in the newly acquired killing god domain, also came up. In my current situation, returning to the Demon Dragon Palace is not a wise choice, so I will go with you for the time being. With my strength, I can also help a lot in hunting soul beasts. As he said this, Lu Erlong also glanced at Chen Yao obscurely, and the meaning was self-evident. You guys! Looking at the children who refused to leave, Tang Yuehua was so anxious that her face turned red. Then, she was at a loss and suddenly looked at Chen Yao and pulled his sleeve. Yao, say something. Looking at Tang Yuehua's anxious look, Chen Yao sighed in his heart, then pulled her aside, gently stroked Tang Yuehua's back, and comforted her softly. Yuehua, don't think too much. I'm not a gold soul coin. I can't be loved by everyone. A Yin has been my enemy for a long time. How could she be interested in me? The reason why she said she would help me search for soul beasts is just to supervise me and prevent me from killing innocent people in the Xingda Great Forest. After all, although she is a human now, she was a soul beast before. And I just need her to help me find soul beasts. This way, it will save a lot of trouble. Why not do it? Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard the words, but she calmed down a little and looked at Chen Yao. Really? 141 Chapter 138 Meeting an Acquaintance. 141. Of course, and although you can dominate the competition field in the Slaughter City with the advantage of your martial spirit, you are still a little soul warrior without even a spirit ring in the outside world. Compared to us, your need for spirit rings is more urgent, and you are probably very picky about spirit rings, so traveling with a yin will help you far more than you can imagine. Chen Yao lied and coaxed Tang Yuehua so much that she was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Since you have no objection, let's get going quickly. We don't know how far we are from the Star Do Great Forest. As he said that, Chen Yao pulled Tang Yuehua, who had not yet completely recovered, towards Ayin and the others. After coming out of the Hell Road, although it was a strange place, they were still in the western part of the continent, not far from the Xingda Great Forest in the middle. After a few days of travel, they had arrived at a small town not far from the Xingda Forest. This time, when they revisited the old place, familiar scenes came into view, but Chen Yao was not a sentimental person, and his face remained calm. On the contrary, Lu Erlong looked at the surrounding environment, and a complex color flashed in her eyes. If she had not met Bibi Dong and Chen Yao in this town, perhaps her life trajectory would be completely different from now. If that were the case, would she be with Yu Xiaogang now? Thinking of this, Lu Erlong suddenly recalled the image of Yu Xiaogang in her mind. The appearance of messy hair, unshaven beard and shabby clothes. Suddenly, Lu Erlong shuddered subconsciously and quickly moved closer to Chen Yao beside her. While she was feeling relieved, she also began to doubt what she was thinking at the beginning and why she was so obsessed with Yu Xiaogang. Although she never judged people by appearance, she still had to keep them clean and tidy. But Yu Xiaogang was always sloppy. Even though she knew that Yu Xiaogang often studied those books all night and had no intention of dressing up, she couldn't accept it. According to her personality, although she would appreciate Yu Xiaogang, it was far from the level of love between men and women, not to mention that she was like a madman at the beginning, almost willing to die for him. I really don't know what I was thinking at the beginning. Lu Erlong lowered her eyes, curled her lips, muttered, and then seemed to think of something again, and her expression was stunned. If at that time, after that incident happened, I didn't get angry and chase him, but had a good talk with him, with his personality, the relationship between him and me wouldn't be like it is now, in such an awkward situation. Why is he standing beside him in an awkward situation? Lu Erlong's thoughts diverged, and she subconsciously raised her head and glanced in the direction of Chen Yao, only to find that he was flirting with Tang Yuehua and A Yin, so intense that he forgot himself. Suddenly, Lu Erlong came back to his senses, only to feel a sour tooth, a sour face, and snorted coldly. This is not a good thing either. Why didn't I catch up with you and burn you to ashes? While saying this, Lu Erlong's movements were not slow, and she also chased after him quickly. In the midst of a fight among several people, they also stepped into the scope of the Xingda Great Forest. Chen Yao himself had stayed in the Xingda Great Forest for a long time, and with a yin, a native forest man. After they entered the forest, they had a smooth journey and soon approached the depths of the forest. This is almost here, let's start looking from here. Chen Yao looked around and said to Ayin. Ayin nodded when she heard this, but suddenly she noticed a commotion in the forest beside her. Not only Ayin, but others also noticed it and turned around. With everyone's amazing eyesight, they soon discovered that 100 meters away, a plump and graceful figure was holding a child of about 3 years old, dodging in the forest with a panic on her face. Above the woman, there was a snow-white bird soul beast with wings like steel blades, reflecting the cold light, chasing after the dodging figure below, with a humanized playful look on its face. This was a normal scene of humans being attacked by soul beasts in the forest. Chen Yao did not feel anything about this, and was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But suddenly, he found that the pretty face of the figure running in front of him seemed a little familiar. After sorting out his memory, Chen Yao was slightly surprised to find that although he was not familiar with this woman, he was still half acquainted with her. This person was the woman he met outside the luxury store when he and Bibi Dong went to the Sunset Forest and passed through Tiandu City. He even coveted a little. I didn't expect that after so many years, the child has grown up so much, and her figure is more plump and looks more attractive. I just don't know why she appeared in the Xingda Great Forest alone with a child and was chased by soul beasts." Just when Chen Yao was stunned, Tang Yuehua on the side said with a look of pity. Yao, let's save her, an orphan and a widow, it's too pitiful." Although Tang Yuehua was decisive in killing in the city of slaughter, in her heart at that time, she killed those who should be killed. When she came to the outside world, because of her domain, her killing intention was naturally well controlled, and she would not lose her original intention and reason. So when she saw such a pitiful scene, she still felt pity. After hearing what Tang Yuehua said, Chen Yao's eyes suddenly rolled, and a deep smile flashed in his eyes. At the beginning, because he was in a hurry, he didn't try to get involved in the couple, which was a little regretful. Unexpectedly, now he has a chance to make up for his regrets, and he has also given birth to a child, which is a big plus. In addition to Tang Yuehua's request, Chen Yao felt that if he didn't take action to save that woman, he would be worse than a beast. While thinking, the soul power around Chen Yao surged. "Yuehua, I think you are right, I will go to save people now." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yao's figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared above the head of the bird flying high in the sky. "Ga." The bird was obviously caught off guard by the human who suddenly appeared above its head, and there was a look of astonishment in its eyes. However, before it could react, a black tentacle pierced its huge head. The bird felt a pain on its head, and its eyes went black. Then it lost its voice and fell from the sky. This bird was only about 50,000 years old, much worse than the big bats encountered in the Hell Road before. Facing Chen Yao, whose soul rings were fully restored, it naturally had there was no room for resistance. Chen Yao landed slowly and came to the body of the soul beast. 6 soul rings rose up behind him, and the third soul ring began to shine. Then, a terrifying suction force surged out. Then, the bird and beast corpse, along with the dark soul ring that had risen on its body, began to decompose together, turning into dark light particles, and then all sank into the third soul ring. At the same time, Chen Yao felt the changes in the third soul skill and smacked his lips. "Too weak, better than nothing." Slowly shaking his head, Chen Yao then turned around and looked at the mother and son behind him. The woman had noticed the movement long before. After seeing someone helping her, she was a little surprised, but she still stopped. It was not because she was not on guard. It was because with her current physical strength, even if she wanted to run, she couldn't run for long, so she could only hope to help them. He was really a kind person passing by, not a person with ulterior motives. When Chen Yao walked in front of her, the woman was obviously stunned. As a woman in a high position, her observation ability was naturally amazing. Even though she hadn't seen him for many years, she could still feel a little familiar from Chen Yao's eyebrows. "It seems you still have some impression of me. Let me remind you that you were with your man outside those luxury shops in Tiandu City." Chen Yao looked at the stunned expression of the woman and smiled. The woman was stunned when she heard the words. After thinking for a while, she was surprised. "It turned out to be you?" She didn't expect that she would meet the man she had only met once in such a desperate situation. As for why this man would help, the woman also understood from Chen Yao's unscrupulous and fiery eyes that kept sweeping across her sensitive parts. However, the woman did not resist it, because her daughter was saved anyway, and she had been irreparably injured by the attack of the soul beast just now. Time is running out. I am afraid that she can't let Chen Yao get what he wants, and she will not betray her husband. Why did you bring your child to the forest and be attacked by the soul beast? Although Chen Yao had bad intentions, he was still a little alert in his heart, hoping that he would not encounter any trap. Although he was not afraid, he did not like the feeling of being fooled. When the woman heard this, she forced a smile on her face and said weakly, "My husband has recently broken through level 70. Since there is an elder in the sect leading the team, I thought there should be no accidents, so I took my daughter out to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, I encountered an inexplicable riot of soul beasts in the forest. In that chaos, I was separated from my husband with my daughter, and I also encountered that soul beast. If I hadn't met the benefactor, my daughter and I would have died in the beast's mouth. Bai Ji is here, thank you benefactor." As she said this, the woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed. No need to perform such a great ceremony. Just kidding, Chen Yao didn't want to be her benefactor. He was about to help the woman up, but when he touched the woman's body, he suddenly felt his body soften. He lowered his eyes and found that the woman had already fallen into his arms. Just when Chen Yao was confused, the woman used up her last strength and put the child in her arms into Chen Yao's hands. Then, a smile appeared on her pale and bloodless face. "Benefactor, I can't do it anymore. Bai Ji has no way to repay you for your kindness. But Bai Ji dares to trouble you with one more thing, which is to take care of my daughter for a while. My husband should be searching for my traces in the forest now, and he will find me soon. At that time, he will give you a satisfactory reward." After saying that, in Chen Yao's blank eyes, Bai Ji's eyes lost focus and her hands fell weakly. "He's dead now?" Chen Yao finally came back to his senses at this moment. Looking at the woman in his arms who had completely lost her breath, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he just wanted to curse in his heart. "Mom, Mom, Mom!" The delicate child in Chen Yao's arms at this moment didn't know what happened, but seeing her mother close her eyes and not move, her heart suddenly panicked, tears soaked her eyes, and she began to cry helplessly. But at this time, the mother who used to obey her in everything could no longer give her any response. Seeing this, Chen Yao also felt a headache. This time, he also lost more than he gained. Put the woman's body on the ground. Then grabbed the girl's collar and brought her in front of him. From a distance, looking at the pitiful face with tears in her eyes, Chen Yao's face flashed with disgust, and then made a fierce expression and said in a vicious voice. "Child, don't cry, your mother is dead. If you cry, I will send you to see your mother." However, after hearing Chen Yao's fierce words, the child in his hand lost control and cried loudly. "Ah Yao, what's going on?" Just when Chen Yao had a headache, Tang Yuehua and others finally rushed over, looking at the little girl in Chen Yao's hand and the corpse on the ground, with a dazed look on their faces, and asked in confusion. "That woman hasn't repaid the favor yet, and she left a girl to die. I really lost this time. Yin, come and see if you can revive this woman." Chen Yao grabbed the girl's collar and said with a depressed face. Yin was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at the woman on the ground who had no signs of life, and suddenly said speechlessly. "Hey, if this woman was just seriously injured and dying, I would have some ways, but now this woman is dead, how can I revive? I am the descendant of the god of life, not the god of life." After hearing this, Chen Yao was a little crazy. "Why didn't you come earlier? She just died." However, Yin explained after hearing this. Judging from her injuries, she was just holding on because she was worried about her daughter. It was a last gasp. "In this case, even if I came earlier, it would be useless. What should we do now? Who of you can take care of children?" It was Chen Yao's turn to be speechless. He pulled the little girl to a far distance and asked with a look of disgust. However, at this time, the three girls who had always responded to Chen Yao's requests all looked at him with a look of embarrassment. They looked at him and laughed. "None of us have taken care of children. This is the trouble you caused. You can take care of it yourself. Do it." 142 Ask for leave. Ask for leave. Halfway through writing, my head suddenly hurts so much that I go to the hospital. End of this chapter. 143 Chapter 139 Ning Fengzi comes. 143. Hey? What is this? Just when Chen Yao was at a loss about what to do with the crying child in his hand, Tang Yuehua, who was standing beside him, seemed to have found something on the woman's body. She walked up to her, opened her coat, and then saw an exquisite token on her waist. Chen Yao, who was thinking about whether to abandon the child here, looked in the direction of the voice when he heard the words, and his sight was immediately attracted by the token in Tang Yuehua's hand. Is this the token of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? No wonder she said her husband would give me a satisfactory reward. I guess she is also a high-ranking person in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Chen Yao grabbed the child, walked forward, looked at the token, and raised his eyebrows slightly. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and then he gave up the idea of abandoning the child. He still had a rhizome of the Douluo tulip in his storage soul guide. Even if the medicinal power was running out, it was still irresistible to the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. When the time came, he would take out the rhizome and use the child to repay the favor. Even if the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect were reluctant in their hearts, they would have to bite their teeth and swallow it. Thinking of this, Chen Yao's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at the little girl in his hand, there was no longer the previous disdain, but a gleam of brilliance appeared, and a warm smile squeezed out of his face, and asked aloud. "Child, how old are you, can you speak?" "Mom." However, Chen Yao's self-proclaimed friendly smile was so eerie and terrifying in the eyes of the little girl. She was terrified and kept sobbing. The tears in her eyes were about to burst. "Don't say Mom if you cry again. I will make sure you can't even see Dad in the future." It seemed that Chen Yao's threat worked. The little girl's body suddenly stiffened. She tried hard not to cry anymore and looked at Chen Yao timidly. "Don't cry anymore." Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and asked. The little girl nodded fearfully. "What's your name?" "My name is Ning Rong Rong." Although the little girl spoke with a baby voice and her pronunciation was not accurate, Chen Yao still recognized the name from her mouth. He was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect that this little girl was actually the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. With Ning Rong Rong in hand, he was absolutely confident that he could dig a big piece of meat from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. "Very good, Ning Rong Rong, I saved your life just now. I am the benefactor of my meringue, do you know?" "Benefactor?" Ning Rong Rong heard the words, not knowing whether she understood the meaning or was frightened by Chen Yao's scary look, nodded and spoke stutteringly. But after she finished speaking, as if she thought of something, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face. Finally, she mustered up the courage, tugged at Chen Yao's collar, and spoke. "My benefactor, my mother is asleep. Can you help me wake her up and tell her that Rong Rong wants to go home?" Looking at Ning Rong Rong's expectant eyes, Chen Yao's heart was also slightly touched. He couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. "Unfortunately, your mother is dead." "Dead? What does dead mean?" Little Rong Rong didn't know why, but when she heard this word, she felt an unspeakable sadness in her heart, which made her feel very uncomfortable and wanted to cry, but thinking of Chen Yao's previous threat, she resisted the urge and asked in confusion. "Death, that is?" When Chen Yao was thinking about how to explain, Tang Yuehua had already walked up behind him and glanced at Chen Yao with complaint. Yao, it seems that you really don't know how to take care of children. She is still so young, how can you tell her these things?" As she said, she took Ning Rong Rong from Chen Yao's hands and coaxed her. After a while, Ning Rong Rong, who was crying and making a fuss in Chen Yao's hands, was actually amused by Tang Yuehua. Seeing this, Chen Yao was relieved. It was okay to let him kill people, but he really didn't have any good way to deal with children. At the beginning, in the Wuhan Hall, he had no way to deal with Qian Rongxiu. "Okay, let's go. We have wasted a lot of time. Let's go find the soul ring quickly." The woman just said that her husband was searching for her in the forest, so it must be Ning Fengzi. Although he didn't understand why Ning Fengzi, the sect master, got separated from his woman. But Chen Yao also knew that the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who succeeded in recent years, was always accompanied by two powerful titled Douluo. Since Chen Yao planned to blackmail the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he naturally had to have enough strength as a backing, and he was thinking about finding a suitable spirit ring to absorb as soon as possible. Not long after the few people left, suddenly there was a commotion. It was seen that the pair, who had been wearing exquisite armor, were walking through the forest. And the handsome man at the head of this team, his steps were hurried and disordered, and his face flashed with gloom. Ning Fengzi recalled everything that happened before, and his heart was bleeding. Before, he was in the depths of the forest with his wife and children. Although he had spirit rings, his original intention was to take them out for fun. After all, with two powerful title Douluo accompanying him, it would be difficult to imagine an accident under normal circumstances. But Ning Fengzi was unexpectedly, he found a figure that was somewhat unexpected in the forest. Several years ago, Tang Hao, the second young master of Haoshan sect, who was gradually gaining fame on the mainland. Because he was of the same generation, Ning Fengzi was also quite concerned about Tang Hao. When he saw that Tang Hao, who had disappeared, appeared in the forest in ragged clothes, Ning Fengzi was immediately surprised. Seeing that the other party was in a difficult situation, he no longer had the high spirits when he first left the mainland. Ning Fengzi, who had been quite optimistic about Tang Hao before, naturally wanted to step forward and ask him. If the other party needed it, he would be happy to lend a hand and establish a good relationship. After all, in recent years, the Spirit Hall has also thoroughly demonstrated its ambition and unfathomable strength, and has even begun to attack the Haoshan sect. Although it did not collapse at the first touch, it was also retreating step by step. As early as a year ago, it was forced to close the sect and hide in an unknown corner to recuperate. After receiving the news of Haoshan sect, Ning Fengzi felt deeply sorry and realized the crisis. When the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. So when he met Tang Hao, Ning Fengzi wanted to establish a good relationship with him and unite the remaining forces of Haoshan sect to reach an alliance with Haoshan sect. Not seeking development, but self-preservation. After seeing Ning Fengzi, Tang Hao's face flashed with surprise, which made Ning Fengzi happy and determined that Tang Hao was really in trouble. However, just as he was about to move forward, a shocking roar suddenly broke out from the depths of the forest, and then the endless beast tide surged from all directions of the forest. In the center of the beast tide, a huge figure like a hill stood, staring at the direction of Ning Fengzi and others, two scarlet eyes like lanterns, exuding bloodthirsty murderous intent. The majestic and fierce soul power lingering around it told everyone at the scene that this was a genuine 100,000-year soul beast. Faced with this terrifying scene, even with the protection of two titled Douluo elders around him, Ning Fengzi felt his scalp tingling. With Ning Fengzi's brain, how could he not guess that these soul beasts were coming for Tang Hao? Otherwise, they had entered the depths of the forest for so many days without any accidents. Why did such a thing happen when they encountered it? For a moment, Ning Fengzi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. But in times of crisis, Ning Fengzi also knew that it was not the time to entangle such problems. He immediately released his martial soul and followed the sword, Bone Douluo to meet the enemy. Although with the assistance of Ning Fengzi, the 93rd and 92nd level swords and Bone Douluo suppressed the 100,000-year soul beast under the joint efforts, but they had no intention of taking care of the side. The beasts in the forest also rushed into the team of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and dispersed them. The scene was a mess. Although they successfully repelled the soul beasts in the end, Tang Hao, the cause of everything, had disappeared. What made Ning Fengzi even more crazy was that his wife and daughter also lost their traces in the chaos just now. Ning Fengzi immediately ordered to search the forest at all costs, to find the person alive or the body dead. Tang Hao deserves to be killed, the soul beasts deserve to be killed. If anything happens to Aja and Rong, I, Ning Fengzi, will tear you into pieces. Ning Fengzi, who used to be gentle and elegant, now looked ferocious, like a murderer who chose to eat people, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Bone Douluo could even clearly hear the sound of teeth grinding from the sword beside him. It was conceivable that Ning Fengzi was filled with hatred at this moment. Just as Bone Douluo was thinking about how to comfort Ning Fengzi, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Ning Fengzi and knelt on one knee. Report to the sect master, the front. At this point, a hint of hesitation flashed across the face of the figure. What's going on in front? Tell me. Ning Fengzi stared at the man in front of him and roared. The lady's body was found in front. The figure was trembling with fear after being yelled at by Ning Fengzi. After speaking, he lowered his head deeply. When Ning Fengzi heard this, his pupils trembled violently, his brain went blank, and he felt that the world he saw seemed to be spinning upside down, accompanied by a buzzing sound circling in his ears, making him dizzy. Fengzi. Seeing Ning Fengzi's legs weakened and about to collapse on the ground, Gu Rong quickly supported him and shouted worriedly. Uncle Gu, I'm fine. Ning Fengzi calmed down and stood up again. He waved to Gu Rong with a pale face and then looked at the man in front of him. What about Rong? No trace of the young lady was found, but there was a message on the side of the lady. It seems that the young lady was rescued. Ning Fengzi took a deep breath when he heard it. The knuckles on his clenched fist turned white, and the nails pierced the palm of his hand. The bright red blood dripped through the gaps between his fingers. Take me there. Yes. After walking about 100 meters, Ning Fengzi saw the figure in the forest without the man's reminder. His clothes were stained with a little dust and messy wrinkles, but the face is clean and white. Leaning against a sturdy old tree, with a dignified demeanor and eyes closed. The scattered sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting spots of light on the beautiful face. Looking at this beautiful scene, Ning Fengzi even had the illusion that his wife was just sleeping here. Aja. Ning Fengzi looked at the figure, his face twitched and the corners of his lips trembled. Behind him, everyone fell into a dead silence. Standing there for a moment, Ning Fengzi finally mustered up the courage, took a step, and walked towards the figure in front of him with a trembling figure. Aja. When he came to the front, Ning Fengzi couldn't believe it and murmured again, but didn't get any response. Hat. With a self-deprecating smile on his face, Ning Fengzi slowly leaned down, gently stroked his wife's cheek, which had no temperature at all, and wiped the dirt on her clothes, smoothed the messy wrinkles, and then stood up expressionlessly. Come on, send the lady back to the clan. Yes. Immediately, several people in the team walked out, selected the most precious wood around, and built a beautiful coffin on the spot. The maid carried Bai Ji's body into it, and then several soul saints escorted and walked out of the forest with the coffin. Looking at the crowd that was gradually moving away, Ning Fengzi's eyes could no longer control the sparkling color. Aja, I can't take you on this last leg of the journey. I still have to find our Rong. After I bring Rong home, I will bury you with my own hands. Moreover, I will do my best to make the people and animals related to today's events buried with you. While muttering, Ning Fengzi's face once again showed a hint of ferocity. At this moment, the sword and bone Douluo beside him walked to the side of Ning Fengzi and looked at the information left by Chen Yao next to Bai Ji's body just now. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Fengzi, do you think this information is true or false? Hearing this, Ning Fengzi took a deep breath and turned around. He had just walked over, so he had naturally seen the information engraved in a very conspicuous position. Ning Fengzi shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I just checked. All the injuries on Aja's body were caused by soul beasts. There was no sign of soul masters taking action. Maybe what he said was true. But no matter whether it is true or not, it is certain that Rong is in his hands now. The most urgent thing is to find Rong first, and then discuss other things. The two titled Douluo nodded when they heard it. The handwriting looks quite new. They should not have gone far. Let's catch up with them. 144. Chapter 140 Tang Hao, The Little Hairy Boy Tang San 144. On the other side, in the deep hinterland of the Xingde forest, surrounded by lush green trees, pink petals falling, and quiet streams gurgling, it seems like a paradise. You want to run? At this moment, a roar of anger accompanied by a little stumbling suddenly sounded, breaking this beautiful and peaceful picture. The Titan ape, which was as big as a hill, stared at the 2-meter-tall Tang Hao in front of him with a pair of huge, red eyes like lanterns, and looked a little ferocious. However, Tang Hao was no longer afraid of the Titan ape at this moment, and just smiled coldly and said, What else? Am I a human being going to stay with you soul beasts in this deep mountain forest until death? Tang Hao's words did not make the Titan ape angry, but stunned. Then, the original fierce momentum on his body also became weak. He said with a hint of decadence and sadness on his face. You are right, Qing is dead. My sister is dead. Its sister, the 90,000-year-old green ape, reached the limit of the continent's rules a year ago, and the catastrophe fell. As expected by the Titan ape, the green ape had no outstanding strength except for its beautiful appearance, and finally fell under the heavenly tribulation. When Tang Hao in front of him heard the Titan ape mention the green ape, he was unmoved and expressionless, and even his dark eyes were mixed with a deep resentment. Obviously, the company of day and night not only did not let Tang Hao let go of his resentment, but it had a tendency to intensify. Alas! The Titan ape was immersed in sorrow at the moment, and did not notice Tang Hao's resentful expression. He hung his head and sighed heavily, then slowly stood up, looked at Tang Hao again, and said, I think you are right. You are a human after all, and you are not suitable to live in the forest. You want to leave, and I will not stop you. However, you need to take Xiao San with you. He is your child with Qing, and he is even closer to you as a human, so he is more suitable to live in the human world. As he said, the Titan giant ape handed his palm to Tang Hao and slowly spread it out. It can be seen that a child of about 2 years old is lying in the palm of the Titan giant ape, sleeping quietly. However, compared with normal human children, this child's body and even face are covered with thick hair, blue and purple, which is very creepy from a human perspective. The Titan giant ape looked at the child in the palm of his hand, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. For this child, it is in its heart. He also liked it very much, especially the magical hair, which was simply the best among apes. But it was only the child's uncle after all, and although the child had abundant hair, his body shape was close to that of humans, and he was even a little thin. So it was not suitable for him to stay in the forest, and it would be more appropriate to let his father take care of him. Seeing the child in the hands of the Titan giant ape and looking at the lush fur, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with an indescribable disgust. Even through this child, he recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the years he stayed in the forest. The hatred in his heart surged, and the murderous intention rose greatly, but because the Titan giant ape was in front of him, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the strangeness in his heart. Now, his first priority was to leave this forest first. Tang Hao took the child expressionlessly, looked at the Titan giant ape, and spoke indifferently. "Can I leave now? Let's go." Before the Titan ape finished speaking, Tang Hao turned around and left without any pause. Looking at Tang Hao's back, the Titan ape felt a little lonely. Although it looked down on Tang Hao at first, it did not treat Tang Hao badly during the year when its sister passed away. On the contrary, because of its sister's almost morbid doting on Tang Hao, the Titan ape also pinned its thoughts on Tang Hao and truly regarded him as its brother-in-law. But today, Tang Hao left with his nephew with a cold expression, and the Titan ape finally realized that its only sister in this world, who was closely related by blood, was really gone. With a lonely look on his face, the Titan ape slowly turned around and walked towards the cave behind, but its majestic body was now a little hunched. After walking out of the heart of the forest, Tang Hao looked back and took a general look at the situation, and then he set his eyes on the child in his arms. His eyes moved slightly, and his calloused hands moved to the child's slender neck involuntarily. "Bastard!" Tang Hao's face became ferocious unconsciously, gritted his teeth and whispered, and his hands subconsciously wanted to use force. But for some reason, the palm that could easily break the steel bars in the past suddenly couldn't exert any strength. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Even though Tang Hao hated Tang San's mother deeply, even if she died tragically under the heavenly tribulation, Tang Hao still felt that her death was too easy and it was difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. But facing this child with half of his blood, he could strangle her to death in the next second, hide the traces in his unbearable past, walk out of the forest, and return to the mainland. He is still the favored son of heaven. But at this critical moment, he hesitated and struggled in his heart. He found that he couldn't bring himself to kill his child. But if he didn't kill him, it would be difficult to eliminate his hatred for that evil beast. What should I do? Tang Hao looked helpless, holding the child, his body softened on the ground, and a mist began to appear in his eyes. This 2-meter-tall man looked like he was about to cry. It can be seen that in the past few years, under the doting of the green ape, this man who was originally fearless has become much softer. However, just when Tang Hao was in a trance, he suddenly noticed a movement not far away. Having lived in the forest for so many years, he naturally knew that this movement was not made by a soul beast. He was subconsciously alert and suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart. He flashed and leaped on the tree very skillfully, like a flexible ape, hiding his body in an instant. "Chen Yao, you are too picky, aren't you? The Purgatory Eye just now is an extremely rare dark attribute soul beast, and it is 50,000 years old. It is a perfect match for your 7th soul ring. You are still not satisfied. You should know that I have never encountered a Purgatory Eye that has grown to this level when I lived in the Star Forest before." At this moment, on the path in the forest, Yin was indignant, feeling that the fruits of his previous labor were wasted by Chen Yao, and he couldn't help complaining. At this moment, Chen Yao was holding a soul bone with a dark red color and a gloomy aura in his hand. After hearing Yin's words, he couldn't help shaking his head. Although the Purgatory Eye that Yin found just now was very good, it was a pity that the age was too low, only 50,000 years. It might be just right for others, but it was far from enough for him. In addition, the Purgatory Demon Eye was extremely rare, and there was no tribe for Chen Yao to perform the Black Jet, so Chen Yao could only bear the pain and give up the soul ring of the Purgatory Demon Eye. However, fortunately, with the idea that if he couldn't get it, no one else could have the soul ring of this rare soul beast, after killing the Purgatory Demon Eye, he was lucky enough to have a soul bone. However, Chen Yao's attitude towards this skull was the same as the previous soul ring. He always felt that the age was a bit low and he looked down on it, so he didn't absorb it immediately, but just played with it in his hand. And not only this skull, he also had another skull on his body, which was the last thing he got from Bibi Dong that year, the skull of the Dark Abyss Ghost Seal Eye. He didn't absorb that skull either, and kept it all the time. Both soul beasts are extremely rare, and the soul bones they explode are extremely precious and in short supply. Absorbing one of them will greatly improve one's combat power, but in the final analysis, Chen Yao is too greedy and pursues details, and always feels that the age of these two soul bones is not good enough. In addition, at that time, he was in the city of slaughter, and there was no irresistible crisis approaching. He was not in a hurry to improve his strength, so he kept the soul bones aside and waited and watched. Okay, you said you would follow me and help me find soul beasts, so you must find them until I am satisfied. Hurry up and work, don't be lazy. Chen Yao pretended not to hear Yin's complaints. Such a useful radar must be used to its fullest extent and cannot be wasted. Humph, I really owe you. Yin muttered again, and then reluctantly began to search the surrounding area for places with abundant dark attribute energy again. Okay, you said you would come and help me find soul beasts, so you must find them until I am satisfied. Hurry up and work, don't be lazy. Chen Yao pretended not to hear Yin's complaints. Such a useful radar must be used to its fullest extent and cannot be wasted. Humph, I really owe you. Yin muttered again, and then reluctantly began to search the surrounding area again for places with abundant dark attribute energy. As the group moved forward, a line of sight was fixed on Chen Yao and the team. The owner of the line of sight, Tang Hao, looked at Chen Yao surrounded by several women, and a huge hatred surged in his eyes. He would never forget the culprit who made him neither human nor beast until his death. And, that is Yuehua. At this moment, in addition to Chen Yao, Tang Hao also noticed that Tang Yuehua, who was following behind him, was holding a delicate and lovely child in her arms. Looking at the little girl who used to stick to him all day, she is now beautiful, with a graceful and plump figure, and exudes a mature charm in her every move. Tang Hao felt mixed emotions. He couldn't help but compare the green ape with Tang Yuehua. For a moment, Tang Hao wanted to die. When he saw the child in Tang Yuehua's arms, Tang Hao's heart was filled with inexplicable anger. Yuehua gave birth to a child? Who is the father? Him. Subconsciously, he thought that the child was born by Tang Yuehua. While muttering, Tang Hao locked his sight on Chen Yao again, and his face suddenly became ferocious. In his opinion, Tang Yuehua would definitely not choose to be with a wicked person like Chen Yao. It must be that lewd and evil Chen Yao who coveted Tang Yuehua's beauty and used tough means to force Tang Yuehua, who could not practice, to be with him. Asshole, you forced me to have sex with that beast, and forced Yuehua. You have already chosen death. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were filled with anger. He wanted revenge. And the overwhelming hatred in his heart could not let him endure it at all. He wanted revenge now. Thinking of it, his figure gradually disappeared. Looking at the way he came, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he resolutely walked towards the hinterland of the forest again. Down below, Chen Yao paused slightly, turned around, and looked at the tree where Tang Hao had been before. Yao, what's wrong? Tang Yuehua came over with Xia Rongrong in her arms, and asked curiously. Chen Yao shook his head, thought for a moment, pointed to the area he was looking at, and said to Yin. Explore that place. Although he didn't have any means of detection, his intuition was very sharp, and he didn't think that the feeling of being watched just now was an illusion. Yin also stopped sensing the dark attribute energy, looked at the place Chen Yao pointed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to connect with the blue-silver grass in that area. But after a moment, Yin opened his eyes again, but slowly shook his head. There is no blue-silver grass there, I can't find out the situation. No blue-silver grass? How is it possible? Was it destroyed just now? Chen Yao heard the words, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then thought of a possibility, and hurriedly asked. But Yin still shook his head. No, the blue-silver grass in this area has been eradicated for a while, and there seems to be some means to suppress the regrowth of blue-silver grass. However, this place is close to the heart of the forest, so it should be done by the 100,000-year-old soul beasts there. After all, after knowing my ability, they all became wary of blue-silver. No matter whether it is soul beasts or humans, they don't like the feeling of being spied on. In fact, it is not much different from Yin's guess. At the beginning, Tang Hao had already learned about Yin's specialness from the Titan giant ape. Therefore, in the past few years, Tang Hao had already opened up a road where no blue-silver grass grew to prepare for his escape. After hearing Yin's guess, Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and felt that it was not impossible. But the situation of the blue-silver grass being cleared really reminded him that when he took Yin to search for Tang Hao in the forest, he also encountered the same problem. Also, was the person who was secretly spying just now a human or a beast? Chen Yao was thinking whether to catch up and find out what was going on. Mom. However, at this moment, little Rong, who was sleeping soundly in Tang Yuehua's arms, suddenly remembered her mother again, woke up and cried out, disrupting Chen Yao's thoughts. Chen Yao glanced at little Rong, then looked at the area before, and shook his head. Whether it was a soul beast passing by or Tang Hao who was still in the forest before, the most important thing for him now was to find a suitable group of beasts and make soul rings to absorb them. 145 Chapter 141 Private Customized by People 145. A day passed in a blink of an eye, and during this period, no soul beasts or beast groups were found that satisfied Chen Yao. Then there were some precious and rare soul beasts, but most of them were of very low age. However, among them, there were still many soul beasts suitable for Tang Yuehua. Back then, after a period of frustration in searching for soul rings in the Star Do forest, Chen Yao also understood the importance of reading. Afterwards, in the Wuhun Hall, he also searched for many books about the characteristics of soul beasts and stored them in the Soul Guide. In the Killing City, in his spare time, in addition to having fun, Chen Yao would occasionally calm down and take a look. So he recognized most of the soul beasts he encountered. In his understanding, since Tang Yuehua's martial soul can attack and assist, and he has him as a safety guarantee, then he can use the soul skills of the early stage 1 to 4, which have less effect in the later stage, to absorb the soul rings of auxiliary nature. After getting Tang Yuehua's approval, Chen Yao also found 3 rare soul beasts that matched his martial soul nature from the soul beasts he saw and asked him to absorb them. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang Yuehua's soul power accumulated in the Slaughter City was completely released. Although the soul power in the Slaughter City was thin, Chen Yao and Lu Erlong had little surplus except for recovering the soul power they consumed. But for Tang Yuehua, who was only a level 9 soul warrior at the time, it was more than enough. After breaking through the bottleneck, plus the soul power generated when absorbing the soul ring, she actually reached the level of 37 directly. Although this amount of soul power is still a little insufficient now, her 2 soul skills are exclusive auxiliary soul skills specially customized for Chen Yao at her suggestion. Even though the gap between her and Chen Yao, who is already at the bottleneck of level 70, is too large, it can also make a terrifying improvement in his combat power. She was born with a domain, and after her martial soul transformed, it turned into the Zaiwei Star domain. In her domain, releasing starlight and covering teammates can improve their strength, speed, spirit and soul power in an all-round way. And her first soul skill is Starlight Focus. Teammate covered by starlight will get starlight gain, and the probability of triggering any of their own probabilistic soul skills will be increased by 3 times. It doesn't sound outstanding, because there are very few soul masters on the mainland who will add this probabilistic soul skill. Once the luck is bad, the price paid may be their own life. But this soul skill is not used to assist others. Chen Yao's second soul skill, the core of the Evil Fang, has an additional effect, Black Bite. Any attack of Chen Yao has a 10% chance of triggering Black Bite, and the power cost is increased by 1000% on the original basis. Chen Yao himself relies on the countless black tentacles extended by his own martial soul, and the Black Bite effect triggered is already very frequent. Because this effect is calculated separately for each tentacle. If Tang Yuehua's starlight concentration is added, it is very likely that Chen Yao will trigger nearly a dozen Black Bites in just one round of attack. Such an increase is not insignificant. And its second soul skill, Chenhui Brilliant. The Emperor Star Chenhui adds attribute affinity to teammates in the field and increases the quality of its own attributes. For Chen Yao, who possesses pure energy, the effect is naturally self-evident. As for the third soul skill, Star Track Transfer. A soul skill that changes the form of its own field. Cancel the amplification effect of the range coverage form in its own field, condense all the gains together, turn them into star chains, and link with a designated teammate. The rest of the teammates will no longer enjoy any gains, and the teammates connected to the star chain will have their gains increased by 3 times. And the star chain is invisible, the starlight does not disperse, the star chain is continuous, and the gain is also not dispersed. In other words, as long as Tang Yuehua has enough soul power, then this gain is almost permanent and there is no time limit. In Douluo continent, there is no such thing as a magic treasure, but at this moment, Tang Yuehua has completely become Chen Yao's customized humanoid magic weapon. After listening to Tang Yuehua's description of her own soul skills, Chen Yao's face flashed with a touch of relief. Fortunately, he did not skimp at the beginning and let Tang Yuehua absorb most of the medicinal power of the Kilo tulip. For him, such auxiliary ability is simply something that he cannot get back even if he extorts the 7 treasures glazed sect 100 times. In addition to Tang Yuehua, Yin also completed the absorption of his soul ring early. As the inheritor of the god of life, although others may not be able to detect it, the majestic vitality of Yin is like a candle in the dark, bright and warm to the plants in the forest. Almost as soon as he stepped into the depths of the forest, countless powerful plant soul beasts released their thoughts and rushed to express their intention to sacrifice to Yin. After years of killing, Yin was also decisive. From those thoughts, she found an ancient kangrong tree that was most suitable for her and accepted its sacrifice. However, after accepting the sacrifice, Yin did not choose to absorb the soul power on the soul ring, but used the life force to condense the soul power again and turned it into a seed. When she successfully obtains the godhood in the future, she will bring this seed to the god realm to plant, and let the ancient tree that sacrificed for her live again. Now, Tang Yuehua and Yin have both obtained their own soul rings and their soul power has broken through. Lu Erlong's soul power had not reached the bottleneck, so only Chen Yao was left. After obtaining the soul ring, they could end this trip to the forest. However, according to Chen Yao's pickiness, the girls did not think that this was a short journey, and they were almost ready to stay in the forest for 10 days, half a month, or even more than a month. But not long after, Yin, who was constantly exploring in front, suddenly looked happy and said, "I found the nest of the Dark Void Shadow." Dark Void Shadow. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard it, and recalled in his mind, that is, he remembered the introduction of the Dark Void Shadow. Similar to the Shadow Beast, it is composed of dark energy, with only outlines and no entity. But compared with the Shadow Beast, the energy of the Dark Void Shadow is purer, with almost no impurities, and the attacks released are also complex and strange, with powerful power. It is an extremely rare soul beast, and it is also a soul beast that fits Chen Yao's 7th soul ring very well. How old are they? How many are there? But Chen Yao didn't get too happy when he heard that. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and asked Yin. There are 2 dark shadows in total. They seem to be a couple. One is 70,000 years old and the other is 60,000 years old. Yin blurted out. Although the dark shadows are not like the shadow heads, they can give birth to new life by putting their soul power into the shadows. And they have no entity, regardless of male or female. But they can merge their energy with their own kind. The friction and collision of the cores of the 2 beasts can derive a new energy, and this energy will be born into a new dark shadow over time. And the dark shadows are different from their names. They have emotions that are not inferior to humans. Therefore, after giving birth to a new dark shadow together, the mother and father will not separate. Instead, they will recognize each other and travel together from then on. This is also the reason why Yin called them a couple. After hearing Yin's words, Chen Yao's eyes lit up. One is 70,000 years old, and the other is 60,000 years old. If he uses the black, he can break through the 100,000 year mark. In addition to the characteristics of the dark shadow, it can be said that these 2 soul beasts are the most suitable choices for his 7th soul ring. These 2 are the ones, let's go. As he said this, Chen Yao pushed Yin and signaled her to lead the way quickly, with excitement in his eyes. Soon, under the leadership of Yin, the few people gradually walked into a dark dense forest. There were gusts of cold wind and cold air here. Compared with the outside world, it was extremely gloomy and strange. As they continued to go deeper, the few people could see a simple altar built with stones. On the altar, 2 groups of dark energy slowly floated. It was the 2 dark shadows. They were dark all over, and there was no regularity in their shapes. Only on the top, there were 2 scarlet eyes flashing. However, there was no trace of rage and frenzy in those scarlet eyes. There was only the hostility and vigilance when the 2 sides looked at each other and when they found Chen Yao and others coming. Buzz! At this time, the 2 dark shadows slowly floated into the air, and the 2 pairs of eyes locked on Chen Yao and the other 4. A strange sound wave began to spread from them. The eardrums of Chen Yao and the others began to tremble uncontrollably. This seemed to be a warning to Chen Yao and the others to leave immediately. Lu Erlong, Yin, don't attack, Yuehua, assist me. Chen Yao felt the terrifying aura coming from the 2 dark shadows and became interested. It happened that he had only roughly experienced Tang Yuehua's soul skills and had not actually felt how effective they were in battle. These 2 beasts were the best targets now. Tang Yuehua nodded excitedly upon hearing this, and then handed the ignorant little Rong in her arms to Yin, and then she took a step forward, clasped her hands together, and placed them on her chest. Accompanied by a dazzling purple surge, Tang Yuehua's hands spread out like a lotus, and a noble and exquisite purple ruyi was suspended in her palms. Ziwei Star Domain. Accompanied by Tang Yuehua's light shout, the surrounding scene instantly changed. A Ziwei Emperor Star with a sense of dignity and majesty instantly appeared in the sky, replacing the position of the sun. The brilliant purple light projected from the Emperor Star, rendering this dark area purple. Star Track Transfer. The starlight is brilliant. Starlight is focused. The domain was formed, and behind Tang Yuehua, 3 purple soul rings rose, bursting out with dazzling brilliance. Then, the dazzling starlight gathered around and turned into an exquisite star chain that seemed like a natural sculpture, falling from the Emperor Star in the sky and landing on Chen Yao's back. At the moment of connecting with the star chain, Chen Yao's eyes suddenly widened and his whole body trembled. At this moment, the soul power in his body seemed to have completely transformed from the original rivers into an endless ocean, surging and roaring like a river and sea. The dark aura around him also surged, and it was so thick that it was almost difficult to dissolve. Compared with the 2 dark shadows in front of him, Chen Yao was more like the dark master of this dark forest. At the same time, everything in the world seemed to become extremely clear in his eyes. The 2 beasts in front of him were a little flustered because of the change in the situation. Chen Yao saw all the flaws. At this moment, Chen Yao subconsciously looked at his palm, clenched his fist, felt the changes in his body, and his eyes were full of novelty. It's a good feeling. Chen Yao murmured, then raised his eyes and looked at the 2 dark shadows in front of him. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. After licking his lips, his whole body was blown by a gust of cold wind and turned into a ball of nothingness, disappearing from the sight of the 2 beasts. Seeing this, their expressions changed. Feeling the huge threat coming, they hurriedly wanted to take defensive measures. But the next moment, a thick shadow spread from the altar under them. Then, countless pitch-black tentacles surged out from the darkness, twisting and wriggling wildly, like a dark bush, approaching the 2 beasts. The 2 dark shadows looked at the spreading black bush below, and human fear appeared in their eyes. In the past, they were fed with dark energy and enjoyed it. But now, the majestic dark energy in front of them was so dense that they almost suffocated. Shhh. In the terrified expressions of the 2 beasts, countless pitch-black tentacles submerged them. Although this dark shadow is composed of pure energy and can be immune to a large number of physical attacks, it has caused headaches for many soul masters. But Chen Yao is also a pure energy martial soul, and all the tentacles are composed of dark energy, which maximizes the damage to the dark shadow. Feeling the tentacles below, the black bite effect exploded again and again, driving the black lotus. Chen Yao, who was floating in the sky, raised his mouth slightly, and couldn't help but sigh again at the powerful auxiliary ability of Tang Yuehua. Facing Chen Yao with soul power level 70, soul skills were not restricted, and with Tang Yuehua's soul skills amplification, the 2 dark shadows did not have much resistance. Soon, accompanied by a violent energy roar in this dark forest, after which the original altar had become a ruin. And the 2 dark shadows disappeared, only 2 cold cores, lying quietly in the ruins, on which 2 dark soul rings were quietly suspended, emitting a cold chill. Pa! Chen Yao jumped down from the black lotus, landed steadily on the ground, walked towards the location of the 2 soul rings, felt the surging energy emanating from the soul rings, and smiled. 146 Chapter 142 Tang Yuehua betrayed? 146. At this time, Yin also came up, looked at the 2 soul rings on the ground, and asked Chen Yao curiously. Which of the 2 soul rings do you want to absorb? Glancing at Yin, Chen Yao grinned. Guess. As soon as he finished speaking, while Yin was still in a daze, a black room surged around Chen Yao, forming an airtight barrier, completely isolating Chen Yao from Yin and others, making it impossible for them to see what Chen Yao was doing inside. The effect of his black, if placed on the road, is absolutely horrifying. If those powerful soul masters knew the existence of this black, they would definitely do whatever it takes to get it. Although he had a good relationship with several women, he would never rely on so-called trust for such a matter involving his own safety. Chen Yao would not take this kind of thing lightly, otherwise, when it happens, it will be too late to regret it. Humph! Playing tricks, what's so shameful about that? Looking at Chen Yao's actions, Yin's face was somewhat dissatisfied. She had seen every part of Chen Yao's body, but now, he was just absorbing a spirit ring, and he was hiding from people. As for Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong, they looked normal. After a long time together, they had a thorough understanding of Chen Yao's character. Although he acted very close to them, it was difficult for Chen Yao to really let down all his defenses and trust them without reservation. But in the future, there might really be one more person. That was Tang Yuehua. She chose to equip Chen Yao with spirit skills and put everything she had on Chen Yao, working towards this goal. She believed that sooner or later, she would become the only person Chen Yao did not reserve and cherished the most. In this way, with different thoughts in mind, several women casually found a clean big stone nearby, sat on it, and waited quietly. As time passed, about an hour later, the dense black barrier suddenly began to flutter and slowly dissipated. Then, Chen Yao's figure slowly became clear from the black fog, and behind him, accompanied by 7 soul rings, appeared in front of everyone. With Chen Yao's various characteristics, it was not difficult for him to absorb the 130,000 year soul ring fused with black jujube, and he completely refined it in a short time. At the same time, the soul power contained in the soul ring plus the little accumulated in the killing city also pushed Chen Yao's soul power to level 75. Black, 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 red, black. Looking at Chen Yao's terrifying soul ring configuration, even Lu Erlong and A Yin, who had already accepted the inheritance of the gods, took a breath of cold air and were amazed. Only Tang Yuehua stepped forward and said with a look of regret on her face. It's a pity that we didn't find a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Otherwise, Yao, you would have 100,000-year-old soul rings starting from the 6th soul ring, which would create a miracle in the history of human soul masters. My 6th soul ring was just a coincidence. How could a 100,000-year-old soul beast be so easy to deal with? This kind of thing cannot be forced. Chen Yao knew that Tang Yuehua was thinking about him, but he still didn't say it clearly. He just smiled, stroked her head, and explained casually. That's right, if you encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it will bite you, the stingy guy, first. At this moment, Yin also came up and snorted with an unhappy look. Obviously, she was very unhappy that she had tried so hard to find soul beasts for Chen Yao, but in the end she had to be guarded by Chen Yao. How do you know it will bite me first instead of you, a 100,000-year-old soul beast who lives among humans? Chen Yao naturally responded unwillingly, and walked out of the dark forest. Now that the soul ring has been obtained and the soul power has also made a breakthrough, Chen Yao plans to wait for Ning Fengzi to come to the door and make a fortune. While playing with Yin, Chen Yao and his friends walked out of the dark forest. However, just as they stepped out, a roar that shook the mountains and the earth resounded not far ahead. Is this the voice of the Titan giant ape? Chen Yao's eyes were filled with doubt, and then he looked at Yin, his mouth twitching. You are such a bad mouth, there really is a 100,000-year-old soul beast coming to the door. Yin was also stunned at this moment, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Lu Erlong reacted the fastest, with soul power surging all over her body, a deep purple battle skirt appeared, and 8 soul rings behind her shone brightly. She had never faced a 100,000-year soul beast, and didn't know its specific strength, but from what she had seen and heard in the past, 100,000-year soul beasts were all synonymous with strength, which made Lu Erlong alert. Tang Yuehua followed closely behind, and her martial soul appeared. A star chain fell from the dome and connected with Chen Yao. Just as the soul power soared, a huge shadow enveloped several people, and a figure like a hill appeared in front of everyone. It was the Titan ape, and the sharp-eyed people could see that there was a human figure standing on the shoulder of the Titan ape. Lu Erlong was surprised when she saw this, surprised that a human could stand on the body of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yin was even more so. She had never expected that the human who had been searched for in vain would actually run away and mingle with the Titan giant ape. As for Tang Yuehua, her pupils trembled and her face turned pale. I was wondering how a mere human could hide without a trace under your intensive soul beast hunt. It turns out that you have a helper. However, Titan giant ape, I am very curious about how Tang Hao convinced you to become a beast rapist, and how the rabbit felt about you hiding this human by your side. Chen Yao saw Tang Hao of the Titan giant ape at this moment, and his eyes flashed with enlightenment. All the doubts in the forest that year were solved. It turned out that there was a traitor among the soul beasts, and the leader became a traitor. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he would not be able to figure it out even if he was given another 100 years. After hearing Chen Yao's words, the Titan ape's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. Instead, Tang Hao on his shoulder stared at Chen Yao with a fierce look, gritting his teeth and speaking. "Damn little thief, you made me, Tang Hao, fall to this point. I will tear you into pieces and torture you to death." Tang Hao's voice came down, and among the few people, Lu Erlong was stunned. She didn't expect that he came to seek revenge on Chen Yao. Then, Lu Erlong looked at Tang Hao with a trace of pity. Lu Erlong had a deep understanding of Chen Yao's revenge. At the beginning, she, a woman, was tortured to death by the lustful Chen Yao, and this big rough man, who offended Chen Yao, would definitely not end well. At this moment, the man was wearing a grass skirt, with a strange expression, walking side by side with the soul beast, and the appearance of neither human nor ghost was the evidence. After Tang Hao finished speaking to Chen Yao, he looked at Tang Yuehua next to the latter. "Yuehua, don't worry, I will definitely help you escape from the sea of suffering." As soon as these words came out, except for Chen Yao, Yin and Lu Erlong all looked at Tang Yuehua, with strange expressions and a hint of inquiry. But Tang Yuehua was in a mess at the moment, and had no intention to pay attention to the strange expressions of the two women. She looked at Tang Hao above with a confused look. She originally thought that Tang Hao was completely dead and killed by Chen Yao. She was entangled in her heart for several days and nights, but she was still very upset with Chen Yao. In the end, she obeyed her heart, completely let it go, and followed Chen Yao wholeheartedly. But she didn't expect that Tang Hao would stand in front of her intact today, which made her feel a little overwhelmed for a while. "If you can't forget him, just go ahead." At this moment, Chen Yao stood beside Tang Yuehua, looking at her with a smile, and said. But the palms behind his back were already covered with a layer of soul power. If Tang Yuehua had any intention to go forward, Chen Yao would definitely send her to the front without mercy. The road, so that she no longer has to worry about this complicated interpersonal relationship. For no other reason, when he gave the Kilo tulips, it was not to make Tang Yuehua wash away the lead and be reborn, so that she could match Tang Hao and love Tang Hao. At this moment, Lu Erlong and A Yin, who were standing behind Chen Yao, could also clearly see the soul power cyclone in Chen Yao's hand. But the two of them were expressionless and silent. They knew that the reason why Tang Yuehua could perform like that in the killing city was definitely due to Chen Yao's hands. If Tang Yuehua really turned against him, with Chen Yao's ruthless character, he would never let her go easily, so Chen Yao's performance at this moment was so natural in their eyes. Even, they were secretly looking forward to Chen Yao's quick action, so that Tang Yuehua would not get in the way every day, making it inconvenient for them to move. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Tang Yuehua finally came back to her senses. Thinking of her loss of virginity, she smiled bitterly and opened her mouth to Chen Yao. Yao, I. However, before she finished, she was interrupted by Chen Yao. You don't have to say so much. If you are reluctant to leave Tang Hao, just go there. If you stay here, you will help me kill Tang Hao in a while. Chen Yao still had a smiling face and his tone was quite plain, as if he was talking about something. But Tang Yuehua didn't mean that. She shook her head and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yao, don't you understand my feelings for you? Why do you have to test me? As she said that, she was together with Chen Yao, looking at Tang Hao in front of her, her eyes became completely cold, and she hummed softly. Yao, today, help me make a break with the past. Tang Hao, in Tang Yuehua's heart, has long been dead. Now that he is alive, let's help him die again. For some people, it is better to die. Living will only create a gap in the hearts of the other two people. Hearing this, Chen Yao's expression moved slightly. He stared at the expression on Tang Yuehua's face. After not finding anything unusual, the soul power vortex on his palm slowly dissipated, and Yin and Lu Erlong behind him flashed a trace of regret. Yuehua, what are you doing? With the Titan giant ape here, that little thief dare not do anything to you, come here quickly. At this moment, seeing Tang Yuehua and Chen Yao standing together, Tang Hao was anxious and shouted. When Tang Yuehua heard Tang Hao shout, she cast her eyes on Chen Yao. As you wish. Chen Yao felt Tang Yuehua's gaze, grinned and then asked Lu Erlong. That Titan ape is about the strength of a tidal Douluo 92. How long can you stop it? 92. Lu Erlong heard this, and a trace of thought appeared in his eyes, and then he said. It is a little weaker than I thought. Although I can't beat it, it can't do anything to me. Lu Erlong raised his eyes again, looked at the sky, and continued. It probably won't have a chance to free its hands before dark. Chen Yao nodded after hearing this. Okay, if you let me get rid of this big trouble today, I will help you kill this evil beast and let you get a 100,000-year soul bone. After the voice fell, Chen Yao jumped up, and a charming black lotus appeared in the air, catching it firmly, and the dark soul power around him surged, and he roared towards Tang Hao on the shoulder of the Titan ape. When Lu Erlong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and purple flames surged all over his body. His demon wings spread out, and he licked his mouth with greed on his face. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body, the Devil Dragon is born. As the 7th soul ring flashed behind Lu Erlong, the world changed dramatically in an instant, and the purple flames on Lu Erlong's body also covered and engulfed his whole body. The fire became more and more intense, spreading outward, almost igniting the dense forest in this area. Boom! Finally, in a violent explosion of flames, a huge and majestic figure slowly stepped out of the rising purple flames. It was a giant dragon covered with black and purple scales. Its body size was comparable to that of the Titan ape, which was like a small mountain, but it did not look bloated and ferocious. Instead, it was slender and beautiful, with smooth lines, giving people a sense of elegance and weirdness. This was Lu Erlong's martial soul true body. Roar! In front, the Titan ape saw Chen Yao coming towards Tang Hao, and his face became angry. He roared and was about to attack, but the next moment, Lu Erlong flapped his wings and flew up. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Titan ape, and a sharp claw with a cold light was immediately swung out. Feeling the huge threat in front, the Titan ape subconsciously stretched out his huge arm and threw out his fist. But the next moment, when the fist and claw met, the Titan ape's face suddenly changed. It was horrified to find that the martial spirit body transformed by this human was like a real dragon, with extremely terrifying power, and was not inferior to it, the Titan ape. Suddenly, the Titan ape no longer had the mind to take care of Tang Hao on his shoulder. The strength and soul power of his whole body surged, and he waved his arms and smashed towards the huge dragon in front. Seeing this, Lu Erlong looked disdainful, spread his wings, and dodged nimbly. While dodging, a huge purple fireball burst out from his throat. The fireball was so hot that Tai the giant ape didn't dare to resist, twisting its body to dodge, but was still affected, and a patch of hair on its body was burnt black, emitting a burnt smell. The burning pain on its body also made it scream and roar in pain, and its body was unstable. Even Tang Hao on its shoulder felt a mountain shaking and an earth tremor. After finally stabilizing his body, Tang Hao focused his eyes and found that a charming smile that he would never forget appeared in front of him. 147 Chapter 143 All arrived. 147. You. Tang Hao was shocked and wanted to say something, but Chen Yao didn't give him any chance at all. The ferocious tentacles pierced through the black room surging around him and went straight to Tang Hao's vitals. Feeling the fatal threat in front of him, Tang Hao had no time to think about anything, and subconsciously summoned his martial soul, the clear sky hammer, and placed it in front of him. Bang! A roar exploded in front of Tang Hao, and his sturdy body was directly blown away. Falling from the Titan giant ape, he hit the ground heavily, smashing a huge deep pit. Cough cough! Tang Hao coughed up blood, his body trembled, and climbed out of the deep pit, full of disbelief. Although he was imprisoned by this group of apes in recent years, he did not give up the cultivation of soul power, hoping that one day he could completely get rid of these damn beasts. After the death of the green ape, the Titan giant ape took care of him inexplicably, and often found some fruits that helped to refine soul power for him to take. This made Tang Hao's strength, in recent years, upgraded to level 80, and with the help of the Titan giant ape, he obtained a matching soul ring, and his strength was completely incomparable. But even so, when he faced Chen Yao, he was even more vulnerable than before. Before Tang Hao could suppress his fear, the ghostly figure reappeared, and the countless twisted tentacles behind him surged towards him like a tide. Damn it, the killing god's domain! The surrounding aura suddenly changed, and some grey and white lines appeared on the Haoshan hammer in Tang Hao's hand. The hammer of chaotic cloak. In the strange aura, Tang Hao seemed to have become a different person, with scarlet eyes and a powerful aura. He swung the hammer in his hand, creating scarlet blood shadows. The hammer chi and wind gathered to form an airtight barrier, which actually blocked the spreading black tentacles outside. The killing god's domain? Ha! After the attack failed, Chen Yao didn't care. Feeling the condensed killing intent in front of him, a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then the fifth soul ring behind him slowly rose. Dark evil dead silence. With the thought, a group of dark light accompanied by a surging breath of destruction condensed at Chen Yao's fingertips. At the same time, the black hair behind Chen Yao began to flutter without wind. This was the soul skill that Chen Yao chose after constant consideration. It is a single attack soul skill with extreme penetration, and the power is superimposed with Chen Yao's soul power. If 10% of soul power is added to this soul skill, then the power of the soul skill will be increased by an additional 100%. And if all the soul power is poured into it, it will be increased by an additional 1000%. It is a skill that can be used for ordinary attack methods and can also be used for life-threatening soul skills. It is very practical. Similarly, the extreme penetration of this soul skill is an absolute nemesis for those opponents with turtle shells and domain owners. The next moment, standing on the lotus throne in the sky, Chen Yao pointed out from above. A thin black line that was almost imperceptible and completely different from Chen Yao's momentum just now, as if there was no breath at all, swept across the sky. At this moment, Tang Hao's attention was even on the surging Chen Yao, and he didn't notice the thin black line that was approaching his domain. The next moment, the domain barrier was like thin paper in front of the black line, and was pierced by it without any hindrance. Then, a sound like glass breaking sounded in the domain. Tang Hao finally realized the danger at this time. The sudden palpitation made him shudder, and his body subconsciously floated to the left. Puff! The next moment, a sound of blood and flesh splashing sounded, and an arm holding a sledgehammer flew into the air, leaving a large area of blood stains. Although Tang Hao gave a timely warning, the speed of the black line was too fast. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He narrowly avoided the vital point, but the arm holding the hammer was still too late to close. Even the entire left shoulder was pierced and torn. Ah! At this moment, Tang Hao knelt on the ground, covering the bloody left shoulder with his right hand, with a ferocious look and a heart-wrenching roar. And Chen Yao above, seeing that Tang Hao had avoided the vital point and did not die immediately, did not hesitate at all. The black light surged at his fingertips again, intending to make up for it. But the next moment... Boom! A huge rock with a diameter of nearly 20 meters was projected from the ground, with a sharp whistling sound, which made Chen Yao was shocked and gave up the idea of finishing off the enemy. He controlled the black lotus and leaped in the air, dodging the boulder. However, before Chen Yao could breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment, a scorching light wave had already descended in front of him. At this time, Chen Yao had no time to dodge, and even had no time to release his soul skills. He could only forcefully control his body to minimize the damage. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar resounding in the sky, Chen Yao fell heavily to the ground. Cough! After coughing up a pool of blood, Chen Yao looked down, looking at the half-damaged body, and frowned slightly. Yao, are you okay? At this time, Yin and Tang Yuehua, who had been watching Chen Yao, also rushed over with anxious expressions. It's okay, just a minor injury. Chen Yao shook his head. The pain he had to experience in the Black Lotus was thousands of times more painful than this little pain now. In fact, Chen Yao had long been numb to the pain, so that even this seemingly terrifying and hideous injury could not make him lose his composure. I'll help you heal your wound. Yin said, and released his martial spirit, but was rejected by Chen Yao. No, it's more convenient to use my own things. As soon as the voice fell, a crystal green light emerged from Chen Yao's body, wrapping the wound. Then, under the nourishment of the majestic vitality, Chen Yao's wound suddenly stopped bleeding, and then fresh buds broke out from the burnt and blackened scabs on the wound, and kept interweaving. But in a moment, Chen Yao's body, except for the torn clothes, had no trace of injury. What? It's easy to use. It was originally mine. After seeing Chen Yao was safe and sound, Yin was relieved and made a joke, complaining to Chen Yao. If I took it away, it's mine. Chen Yao said, and then turned his head to look at Lu Erlong, who had lost his martial soul and staggered towards him, and asked dissatisfiedly, ignoring the angry Yin. What are you doing? Can't you delay it until dark? How long has it been? Lu Erlong responded with some indignation. You said that this big guy's strength is about level 92 title Douluo, but just now, This guy went crazy and fought for his life, and his strength is close to level 94 title Douluo. What can I do to delay him? Chen Yao was surprised when he heard this. He looked at the Titan ape who did not chase after Lu Erlong but ran to Tang Hao to check his injuries. His eyes were full of confusion. He really couldn't figure out how Tang Hao did it. He could not only drive the Titan ape to fight for him, but also make it fight for him. Hey, what should we do now? This big guy is not easy to deal with. Looking at Chen Yao who was stunned, Lu Erlong pursed his lips again and asked. What else can we do? Join forces to kill this beast first. I can't rest until Tang Hao is dead. Chen Yao came back to his senses, snorted coldly, and then spoke to the two women behind him. Yue Hua assists, Ayan controls the field, and keep an eye on Tang Hao. He is not able to move now, so we must not let him run away this time. After the words fell, the two women nodded heavily. Especially Tang Yue Hua, her face was as cold as frost, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She usually thinks of Chen Yao all the time. Knowing that her strength is lagging behind and it is difficult for her to help Chen Yao, she resolutely configures all her spirit rings into auxiliary spirit skills that belong to Chen Yao. In addition, in daily life, Chen Yao's food, clothing, housing and transportation are all taken care of by Tang Yuehua herself. She does her best and handles them in an orderly manner, just because she is afraid that she has not done enough and Chen Yao will feel uncomfortable. So rather than saying that Chen Yao protects Tang Yuehua with his strength, it is better to say that Tang Yuehua holds Chen Yao in her hands for fear of falling, and holds him in her mouth for fear of melting. Tang Yuehua was so shocked after seeing Chen Yao covered in blood. Even though Chen Yao looked fine now, the fierceness in Tang Yuehua's heart and the killing intent accumulated in the city of slaughter for 3 years were all aroused, and the killing god domain was subconsciously unfolded. Her cold eyes stared at Tang Hao who was wailing in the distance, full of murderous intent. Now she was even more eager to kill Tang Hao than Chen Yao. Master, we have found something. However, just as Chen Yao and others were about to take action, a loud shout suddenly sounded in the forest not far away, causing everyone present to look surprised. Then, several sounds of breaking wind suddenly sounded above the forest. And on the ground, a group of people also rushed into the forest. The leader had a handsome and elegant face, but at this moment, there was a hint of gloom between his brows. He was wearing luxurious and exquisite clothes, and between his palms, there was a small tower with flowing light, and 7 best configured spirit rings were floating slowly behind him. Beside him, 2 middle-aged men in black and white slowly descended from the sky, protecting the former in the middle, with majestic momentum, and behind each of them, there were 9 best configured spirit rings flashing. This was Ning Fengzi and his group. Tang Hao. And that beast. As Ning Fengzi approached, he saw the culprit who indirectly killed his wife. He clenched his fist subconsciously, his eyes immediately turned red, and a deep hatred flashed from his eyes. Fengzi, wrong is there. Just when Ning Fengzi was extremely emotional, the sword Douluo beside him pointed at Chen Yao and his group. Ning Fengzi came back to his senses after hearing the words, and looked in the direction where the sword Douluo pointed, and immediately saw Ning Rongrong who was held in Ayan's arms. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also discovered Ning Fengzi's figure, and immediately with excitement on her face, she began to struggle in Ayan's arms. And Ayan also noticed the abnormality of little Rongrong in her arms, but didn't know the reason, so she slapped little Rongrong's butt twice and shouted sternly. Little guy, don't make trouble at this time. Ah! Little Rongrong was anxious and angry when she saw Ayan not letting her go, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. Ning Fengzi on the other side had been watching little Rongrong. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but rush forward with the group of people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. However, just as they were about to approach Ning Rongrong, Chen Yao flashed and stopped them. Master Ning, how are you? Chen Yao didn't expect Ning Fengzi to come at this time. Now the situation is unclear, and he can only temporarily put aside the idea of continuing to attack the Titan Giant Ape and focus on Ning Fengzi first. You are? Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Yao's unfamiliar face and was slightly stunned. He had no impression of him in his mind. Haha, Master Ning is really a forgetful person. 9 years ago, in front of that boutique store in Tiandu City, how was it? Do you have any impression? After hearing Chen Yao's words, Ning Fengzi thought about it for a while, then his face suddenly changed and he spoke in surprise. It turned out to be you? But how do you know I am Ning Fengzi? Chen Yao smiled and nodded, then explained. We entered the forest and accidentally encountered Madame Ling being chased by a soul beast. At first, I didn't have much impression of Madame Ling, so I just saved her. Unexpectedly, Madame Ling recognized me first, and I learned your identity from her. However, not long after I saved Madame Ling, she died due to severe injuries. Before she died, she entrusted the girl in her arms, your daughter, to me, saying that you were also in the forest, looking for them. However, we were searching for soul rings at the time and couldn't wait there, so we could only leave a message. I believe that Sect Master Ning also saw it, right? Now that we have caught up, we can return this little wrong to you. But if I get involved now, the man and the beast in front of me have a grudge against me, and I must deal with it, so I won't say much to Sect Master Ning. Chen Yao did not threaten Ning Fengzi with Ning Rongrong as planned before. After all, the situation is not clear now. The Titan Ape in a frenzy is too tricky, so Chen Yao naturally has no need to offend Ning Fengzi at this time. It is better to use the life-saving grace to guide Ning Fengzi and others to help them get rid of the Titan Ape and Tang Hao. Compared to the gold soul coins that can be obtained by blackmailing Ning Fengzi, Chen Yao actually hopes that Tang Hao will die. 148 Chapter 144 Joining Forces 148-04 Ning Fengzi's eyes flashed with a gleam when he heard it, and then he gave a look to the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately understood and stepped forward to take Xia Rongrong from Ayan's arms. When the attendant came back with Xia Rongrong, Ning Fengzi found that Xia Rongrong was fine except for a slightly unstable mood. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and showed gratitude to Chen Yao in his eyes. Brother Chen, I am grateful for your kindness. If you can be of any use to me in the future, I, Ning Fengzi, will never refuse. Although Ning Fengzi is now the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, his every word and action represents the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Normally, he would never make such a promise easily, but his wife passed away not long ago, and Ning Rongrong is the only weakness in his heart, so he did not hesitate to make such a major promise. After the voice fell, Ning Fengzi looked at the Titan Giant Ape and Tang Hao in front of Chen Yao, with a sinister and resentful look in his eyes, and continued to speak. Brother Chen has a conflict with these two beasts, and my Seven Treasures Glazed sect also has an irreconcilable hatred with them. Let me help Chen Yao today and eliminate these two scourges first. Hearing Ning Fengzi's gritting voice, Chen Yao was stunned. He really didn't expect that Ning Fengzi himself had a grudge with Tang Hao and others. But soon he thought of Bai Ji before. A hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. It is estimated that the death of Ning Fengzi's wife is closely related to this guy Tang Hao. So, even if he didn't hand over Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi would still take action against Tang Hao? So he made a loss-making deal? Suddenly, Chen Yao felt a pain in his teeth, wasting an opportunity to make money in vain. But now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. That's great, Sect Master Ning, let's take action together. Ning Fengzi nodded heavily upon hearing this. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. As soon as the words fell, the aura of the two middle-aged men around him burst out without any concealment. Feeling these two powerful soul powers, Chen Yao's expression flashed slightly, and he looked at the man and the beast not far away, his eyes dim. In this case, Tang Hao can't escape today even if he has wings, right? After taking a deep breath, Chen Yao also shouted. You three, do as I just said. The three of them nodded when they heard this, and then their spirit rings emerged from behind them. Those spirit rings that were completely out of common sense made Ning Fengzi and the others dizzy, especially the almost identical terrifying spirit rings behind Chen Yao, which made Ning Fengzi feel like he was in an environment. It was not until Chen Yao and Lu Erlong took off that Ning Fengzi came back to his senses, adjusted his mood, and shouted. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, let's go too. Today, I want to avenge Aja. As Ning Fengzi spoke, the small glazed tower in his hand suddenly emitted two dazzling rays of light, which fell on the sword Douluo and bone Douluo beside him. Feeling the soul power surging in their bodies, the two nodded heavily to Ning Fengzi, and then jumped up and walked into the air. In front, facing the four people in the sky, even though they had entered a special state and their strength could barely compete with the 94th level titled Douluo, the Titan Giant Ape, at this moment, a touch of human powerlessness appeared in its huge eyes. But it looked at the pale Tang Hao behind it, the only man beloved by its sister, and a firm look appeared on the face of the Titan Giant Ape. It turned its head to look at the four people in front of it, with bloodthirsty ferocity in its eyes. Roar! Letting out a roar that penetrated the heaven and earth, the Titan giant ape did not hesitate at all. At this moment, the power accumulated in its terrifying muscles was completely released, and it rushed towards the few people like a cannonball. Humph, beast, die! Seeing the Titan giant ape's ferociousness, the faces of the few people were cold, and then 4 surging soul powers rushed into the sky. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Bone Dragon Void. Dark Evil Dead Silence. Demon Luo Jingju. The 4 soul skills burst out in the sky almost at the same time. The destructive breath formed by the interweaving together evaporated the air in the surrounding area, forming an environment like a vacuum. The forest also began to shake and tremble, as if the earth was wailing because it could not bear the burden. Roar! However, facing this combined attack that made the world pale in comparison, the Titan ape had a ferocious look on his face, without any sign of retreat in his eyes, and he raised his fists and charged forward. Boom! The 4 terrifying attacks collided with the comet-like fists, causing a violent roar. The aftermath of the energy spread from the center and swept thousands of meters. At the same time, in the heart of the forest, beside a lake that was misty and looked like a fairyland, a little girl about 3 years old was sitting in front of an elegant cabin, biting a fruit with a satisfied look on her face. And in those eyes, there was no ignorance that a human child of this age should have, but instead, it was full of agility and cunning. Just when the little girl was enjoying the beautiful noontime, a sudden explosion somewhere in the forest made her eyes widen, her body tremble, and the fruit in her hand fell to the ground. It's Ming's voice. The little girl's face immediately turned panicked after thinking of something. At the same time, the calm surface of the lake also began to stir up violent waves. Then, accompanied by a vibrating sound of breaking water, the water surface exploded, and a dark shadow that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the lake. When the splash faded, it was seen that a black and blue snake body, nearly 100 meters long, stood in the water, like a pillar supporting the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. And on the top of the snake body, there was a huge bull beast, and the eyes that were as big as rocks flashed with terrifying green light. When the little girl saw such a terrifying soul beast, she was not afraid, but anxiously shouted. Daming, let's go and see, Ming seems to have been in trouble. Moo. The soul beast with a cow's head and a snake's body let out a roar like a cow's moo, and his eyes were full of solemnity, and then he lowered his eyes to look at the little girl. Sister Xiaohu, you have just transformed and rebuilt, and you don't have the strength. It's safer to stay here. I'll go find Ming. However, Xiaohu shook her head and said resolutely. No, I can't, rest assured. The aura that just burst out was very strong. The person who fought with Ming is at least a titled Douluo. I can't, rest assured. I won't show up. I'll just hide in the distance and watch. I must confirm Ming's safety with my own eyes. Seeing Xiaohu's firm attitude, Daming didn't say anything more. His huge body stepped out of the water, and the pointed snake tail swung in front of Xiaohu. Sister Xiaohu, come up quickly. Xiaohu nodded when she saw this. Her small body was very agile. She jumped onto Daming's tail and stood firmly. Another place. The field was filled with smoke. The dense forest in the area had been completely flattened and turned into a bare open space. The Titan ape, which was originally tall and upright, was now half kneeling on the ground, with its hair burnt and its head half of the skull was cut off, and blood was flowing from the hideous wound. The lower left arm was also missing. The wound was very flat, like a sword wound, and a large piece of blood flowed from the blood hole to the ground. At this moment, its face was extremely hideous, and it was grinning, just trying its best to endure the severe pain from all parts of its body. In front of it, 4 figures were in the air, and 4 terrifying auras that made the air solidify locked it firmly. Among the 4 people, Chen Yao's gloomy eyes kept sweeping over the Titan giant ape and Tang Hao behind him. His desire to kill Tang Hao was more urgent than anything else. In the previous rounds of confrontation, he kept trying to take the opportunity to bypass the Titan giant ape and directly kill Tang Hao. But without exception, he was forcibly blocked by the Titan giant ape. It was precisely because of this that the Titan ape suffered a lot of unnecessary damage, resulting in such a horrible and hideous injury now. Otherwise, with its 100,000-year-old strength, it would be impossible for it to be beaten so badly so quickly. Chen Yao couldn't help cursing in his heart when he thought of this. He really couldn't figure out what kind of benefit Tang Hao, a mere human, could give to the Titan ape, a soul beast, to make it protect him at the cost of its life? Could it be that he gave it to the Titan ape once? Hey! Damn beast, since you like to protect Tang Hao so much, then you go die first, and it's the same to kill him after you die. Chen Yao had completely lost his patience at this moment. As long as Tang Hao didn't die, his heart would not be at peace. Martial soul true body, great dark sky. As Chen Yao's mind moved, a thick black fog that was almost impossible to dissolve began to emerge around him. The black fog continued to spread, completely engulfing Chen Yao's figure. Then the thick black fog kept steaming up until it completely covered the sun and turned the sky into a dark black that could not be forgotten. At the same time, gusts of cold wind whistled violently between heaven and earth, as if from this moment on, the 9 netherworld had descended on the earth, a scene of cold and disastrous world. This was Chen Yao's martial soul, the root of darkness, assimilating heaven and earth, bringing disaster and death, swallowing up all hope and light. At this moment, Chen Yao stood in the dark clouds, with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering, his hair dancing behind him with the cold wind, his eyes were pure and dark, radiating outward, occupying the entire eye socket, swallowing the white of the eye, and the darkness was endless. Everyone, attack again, and do your best to avoid a long night of dreams, this is the territory of soul beasts. Chen Yao's voice seemed to be cast from all directions in the sky, with a little ethereal and indifferent. As soon as the words fell, a dark light curtain without any impurities appeared above Chen Yao's head in the clouds. Accompanied by a violent surge of energy on the surface of the black curtain. A huge palm covered with dark and deep sky lifting hands stretched out from it. On the big palm, there were densely packed lines, mysterious and strange, and a kind of decayed and dead silence that seemed not to appear in the world permeated from it. Feeling the breath of the dark big palm in the sky, the faces of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo below changed. On the big palm, the strange lines that kept flashing with dim light locked their sight tightly, as if their souls were about to be sucked in. After a while, they turned around in horror, and they were covered with cold sweat. They all felt a strong threat just now, and even had an illusion in their hearts that their lives in front of it were like a flower that was about to wither, dying and extremely fragile. What a scary guy, not only the spirit ring, but also the weird spirit body. Sword Douluo looked at Chen Yao, who stood with his hands behind his back in the clouds, with a solemn expression. Okay, swordman, stop sighing. Now we are at least in the same camp. Let's get rid of that beast first. This is my first time to hunt 100,000-year spirit beast with my own hands. Bone Douluo turned around after a short shock and focused his attention on the seriously injured Titan giant ape. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his dry lips, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Sword Douluo glanced at Bone Douluo and snorted coldly, but did not refute his name. Instead, he activated his spirit power, and the 8th spirit ring behind him began to shine. The Titan giant ape, enduring the severe pain in his body at this moment, looked forward and felt the 4 breaths that gathered together, which was much more terrifying than the previous times. A feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart, and he could not help but sigh secretly, but he finally climbed up from the ground with difficulty, panting, and resolutely stood in front of Tang Hao. Behind him, there was not only Tang Hao, but also his sister's only biological child. Even if he could not stop him, he would stop him. Moo. However, just in front of him, several fierce attacks came down, and when they were about to fall on the Titan giant ape, a roar like a cow's moo suddenly sounded in the dense forest behind. Then a dazzling green light flashed, and it rushed towards the terrifying soul skills released by Chen Yao and the other 4. Bang! Although the green light could not resist the combined power of the 4 people and was soon annihilated by the terrifying energy in it, it still relieved most of the Titan giant ape's strength. Boom! The remaining energy of those soul skills hit the Titan ape, causing it to step back a few steps again, leaving deep marks on the ground and blood gushing out of the corners of its mouth again, but it was not in danger of death. Although its life force was not strong, it was far from being weak. At this moment, the Titan ape turned its head and looked at the place where the cow mooing sound came from before, with a look of surprise. Brother! Humph! You still know that I am your elder brother, a titled Douluo who fought against humans alone, and was almost beaten to death, and didn't even know to ask for help. If it weren't for the movement just now, I probably wouldn't know that you were dead. Do you still regard me as your elder brother? Accompanied by a low shout, a figure that covered the sky and the sun slowly emerged from the dense forest. 149 Chapter 145 Sacrifice. 149. Brother, this is my own business. I am here to protect a human being. You should not get involved. The Titan giant ape sighed. What? The azure bull python was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked around and saw the pale Tang Hao hiding not far behind the Titan giant ape. It turned out to be this human. Why? The azure bull python asked in confusion. He was the man that Ah Qing loved most in his life, and the father of Ah Qing's child. These humans want to take his life. You and Sister Xiaowu are also looking for him. I can't watch Ah Qing's last concern before his death die in front of my eyes. The Titan giant ape said with his head down. This time, it was not standing on the side of the soul beast. Even by saving Tang Hao, it was standing on the opposite side of the soul beasts of the Star Do forest. It felt ashamed and didn't want to involve the azure bull python. Humph, just because of this? Do I look like such a pedantic soul beast? Since he is the lover of Sister Qing'er, I naturally can't sit idly by, otherwise how can I live up to the brotherhood between you and me for tens of thousands of years? The azure bull python snorted coldly when he heard this, and he didn't bother to care about Tang Hao's identity as a member of the Haoshan sect. At worst, he would put this guy from the Haoshan sect under house arrest in the forest until he died. At the moment, the most important thing is to help his brother get rid of the current predicament. Brother. The Titan giant ape was slightly absent-minded at this moment. Don't talk nonsense, let's work together today to drive these damn humans out of the forest. The azure bull python didn't even turn his head back, and his huge eyes with a creepy green light stared at the group of people in front of him. Azure bull python? Is it finally out? Looking at the huge body with a bull's head and a snake's body, Chen Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. He naturally knew that in the depths of the star forest, there were several powerful soul beasts over 100,000 years old. With the commotion they just made, although those in the restricted area would not care, the rabbit and the azure bull python, who had a very good relationship with the Titan giant ape, would definitely not sit idly by, so they remained vigilant. But why is there only the azure bull python? Where is the rabbit? Chen Yao thought, and his eyes swept around, but he still did not find the pink and white figure. But then he thought of something and looked at Ning Rongrong in the arms of the 7 treasures glazed sex maid behind him. Ning Rongrong has grown so big, so the rabbit should have transformed now? Then we can go deep into the forest and look for it. It is a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Don't waste it. Just as Chen Yao was muttering in his heart, the azure bull python and Titan giant ape in front of him roared loudly through the forest at the same time, and then 2 waves of energy, one blue and one red, burst out from their mouths and attacked everyone. Such a single energy attack was not a problem for the few people who had been prepared. They jumped in the air and easily dodged it. But as the 2 violent energies passed by, before his body was completely stable in the air, Chen Yao found that 2 huge figures had already arrived in front of him, a tail flick, a heavy punch, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind, attacking him. The 2 soul beasts actually wanted to join forces and planned to defeat Chen Yao, who had the weakest soul power among the 4. Do you think I'm a flaw? With a thought, Chen Yao showed a cold smile on his face, and then, between his arms, a terrifying aura of ancient wilderness vented. This is the aura of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul bone. Although after the incident in the Spirit Hall, Chen Yao no longer dared to use these 2 soul bones so casually, because the soul power deficit was too serious. But it was still easy to release the aura for deterrence, especially for soul beasts. The suppression of these 2 auras was absolutely terrifying, even a soul beast of 100,000 years could not escape. Without energy leakage, relying solely on the aura pressure that came from the soul beast's top bloodline, the expressions of the 2 soul beasts suddenly froze, and the 2 fierce attacks even stagnated for a moment. Chen Yao seized this opportunity, stabilized his body, and adjusted his position. At the same time, 4 dark evil dead silence burst out from his fingers, directly hitting the huge eyes of the 2 beasts. After a moment of daze, the 2 beasts also came back to their senses in horror. Looking at the 4 black beams of light that shot forward at a tricky angle, they were horrified and tried to dodge. But at this time, Jian, Bone Douluo and Lu Erlong had already reacted. They did not dare to hesitate. 3 fierce attacks swept in from 3 directions, also directly hitting their vital points. 4 sides clamped attack, the 2 beasts were in a dilemma for a while. Looking at the extremely destructive beam of light going straight into their eyes, and the terrifying soul skills of the titled Douluo masters on both sides, the 2 beasts weighed the pros and cons in their hearts, gritted their teeth, controlled their bodies, flew backwards, and resisted Lu Erlong's black and purple dragon flames, forcibly escaping from the range of the other 3 attacks. Boom! Although they successfully got rid of the other 3 fierce attacks, Lu Erlong's black dragon flames also exploded on their bodies, and the Peng Bei energy containing boundless evil thoughts in the heat spread from all parts of their bodies and eroded their flesh and blood. The intense pain made both of them roar in pain uncontrollably. The sky blue bull python was fine. It had just entered the battlefield and had abundant soul power. It circulated in its body for a circle, which was able to suppress the erosion pain. But the Titan giant ape was already seriously injured before, and its soul power was consumed too much. Now it was hit by Lu Erlong's dragon flame, which was even worse. The 4 people in the air looked at each other at this moment. Although it was only the first time to cooperate, the simplest battle plan was still clear. Soon, Chen Yao and Lu Erlong jumped out, and their soul power was running. 2 more powerful attacks went towards the panting Titan giant ape, who moved slowly and with difficulty. Seeing this, the sky blue bull python on the side was furious, and its body twisted violently. Just when it wanted to go forward to support, there was a sharp sword light that forced its body back. Then the figures of Jian and Gu, 2 titled Douluo strong men, stood in the void in front of the sky blue bull python, blocking its way to support. Damn human, get out of my way! The azure bull python looked at the Titan ape, who was being bombarded by Chen Yao and the others not far ahead, and was unable to resist and was retreating step by step. The azure bull python was extremely anxious and roared in anger. At the same time, the snake's tail swung violently and attacked Jian and Gu. Hee, be quiet, beast, just watch here obediently. At this time, Gu Douluo had an evil face and laughed strangely. With his weird martial spirit, the whole person looked full of gloom. Then, accompanied by a click, the bone dragon armor on his body began to decompose, and above his head, it turned into a white bone tail. Let me try you, beast! While laughing wildly, Gu Douluo waved his palm, and the bone tail above whipped out, colliding fiercely with the fierce snake tail. The aftermath of the energy suddenly opened up at the center of the collision, causing a violent roar. Humph! At the moment of the collision, Bone Douluo received feedback from the bone tail. The huge power from the azure bull python's tail made his blood surge in his body and he uttered a muffled sound. This azure bull python is even stronger than the Titan giant ape. Bone Douluo is only level 92 now, and he seems inferior to the azure bull python alone. The bone tail also began to creak under the terrifying power of the azure bull python, and it seemed to collapse and disintegrate in the next moment. But unfortunately, Bone Douluo is not alone. By his side, there is the 7-killing sword martial soul, Sword Douluo, whose lethality is unrivaled at the same level. Swoosh! At this moment, a small sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a ray of almost imperceptible sword light cut through the sky. Puff! The next moment, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the tail of the azure bull python. And its huge bull head was also twisted at this moment. In pain, it quickly retracted its tail vertebrae, and when it looked closely, it saw that its tail, which was covered with hard and thick scales, had an unfathomable scarlet sword mark. For a moment, the azure bull python's face turned cold, and it looked at the 2 of them, with a pair of pupils filled with haze. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Yao was connected by Tang Yuehua's starlight chain, and Lu Erlong was also covered by Ning Fengzi's 7 treasures glass brilliance. Almost every time he raised his hand, it was a fierce and fatal killing move. Almost every moment, a new and hideous scar would be left on the huge body of the Titan giant ape. In addition, Ayan's blue-silver grass layout controlled the situation. The Titan ape's dodging became increasingly difficult and slow. Bang! Under the intensive attacks of Chen Yao and Lu Erlong, the Titan ape finally staggered, and its huge body fell into the wildly growing blue-silver forest. Brother, I'm almost dying, please leave. At this moment, using up the last bit of strength, the Titan ape raised his head, revealing his almost lusterless and extremely dim eyes, staring at the azure bull python in the distance, and spoke weakly. Ming. The azure bull python, which was under the attack of the sword and the bone Douluo, was now horrified and roaring, with its soul power surging wildly, trying to get rid of the 2 titled Douluo. But the next moment, it was repelled and forced back by the sword light and the bone shadow. Perhaps the strength of the sky blue bull python is higher than that of Jianyi or bone Douluo at this moment, but the 2 of them have been traveling together since they were young, with a deep tacit understanding, attacking one side at a time, and are almost invulnerable. Even if the sky blue bull python has already taken out a life and death momentum, it is difficult to break through the two titled Douluo. Siege, go to support. Brother. Let's go and take care of Sister Xiaowu. The Titan giant ape saw the situation of the azure bull python, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. It knew that it was doomed to die, and if it waited for the two humans in front of it to be free, the azure bull python might end up in the same situation as it. No. I must take you back. Sister Xiaowu is still waiting for us. You hold on, you must hold on. I will be able to get rid of them and save you soon. Listening to the Titan giant ape's weak voice, the azure bull python was shocked and angry, like crazy, constantly attacking the blockade of Jian and Bone Douluo. But unfortunately, the anger value cannot enhance its own combat effectiveness. The azure bull python has already used its full strength, but it is still blocked by the two Douluos who have a tacit understanding. At this moment, the short distance of 1 mile from the Titan giant ape. Normally, the azure bull python could cross it by rolling over, but at this moment, it was like a natural chasm for it. For a moment, its eyes revealed a strong sense of despair and helplessness. Outside, the Titan giant ape looked at the azure bull python that was fighting to the death and refused to give up. His expression was also gloomy, and his eyes were crystal clear. Brother, why do you have to do this for me? With a sigh in his heart, the Titan giant ape looked behind him again, and Tang Hao, whose face had already been slightly dazed, spoke weakly. Tang Hao, when Qing'er loved you so much, it may have hurt you and made you resentful, but Xiao San is innocent, so after today, I don't ask you to be grateful to me, but I hope you can take good care of Xiao San. As if the voice was a last word, the Titan ape's face became firm, as if it had made up its mind. The soul power that had been dried up in its body suddenly burst out again, and its eyes were bright again. At the same time, a white light burst out from its huge body, accompanied by a powerful impact force, which directly lifted Chen Yao and the other person who were rushing over and wanted to completely put an end to the Titan ape. Pop! Chen Yao jumped up from the deep pit that was smashed, looking at the scene in front of him where the rich white light emanated from the Titan ape, completely wrapped around Tang Hao's body. He was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, a flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes, and he quickly flew forward, continuously urging several darks in dead silence to blast into the white light. But when several dark beams were about to approach, they seemed to be completely blocked by an invisible barrier, and did not cause any impact at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Yao completely confirmed his guess, and his face twitched, and he could no longer hold back and started cursing. Fuck, is he your relative? Are you offering him a sacrifice? Sacrifice? At this moment, Chen Yao's curse attracted the attention of Ning Fengzi, Jian, Bone Douluo and everyone else, looking at the area filled with white light, with shock in their eyes. Ming. At this moment, the blue bull python looked at the Titan ape, which was emitting a strong white light, and his eyes were filled with sadness and desolation. Ming. At the same time, in the dense forest in the distance, a little girl in a pink dress, delicate and beautiful, stood on a tree branch, looking at this scene. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears were pouring out, and she cried. 150 Chapter 146 Meet the Godfather. 150. No one can stop the soul beast from sacrificing its soul ring. This is the iron rule of Douluo continent. So, at this moment, Chen Yao and others could only watch the light particles constantly emanating from the Titan giant ape sink into Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao's strength has not reached the limit of 90. But the Titan giant ape's unreserved sacrifice made the soul power on its soul bone and soul ring flow into Tang Hao's body in advance. Level 82. Level 83. Level 84. In the eyes of everyone, Tang Hao's breath almost passed the long stage of Soul Douluo in an instant, soared to a full level 90, and then barely stopped. Behind him, there was also a 100,000-year soul ring that was as bright red as water. Seeing Tang Hao's aura at this moment, the Titan ape's cheek covered with white light showed a smile. Take good care of Xiao San. A weak voice came out intermittently, and then the Titan ape's huge body seemed to decompose, turning into tiny light particles, disappearing with the wind, leaving no trace between heaven and earth. At the moment when the Titan ape completely dissipated, Tang Hao's aura was completely stabilized. Although the surgeon's soul power could not make up for his lost arm, it also made the bloody wound heal. His eyes suddenly opened, emitting a sharp light. Now, his strength is different from before, but he is not complacent. He looked calmly, silently looking out of the white mist, looking at the azure bull python that was being suppressed by sword Douluo and bone Douluo and was already a little out of breath. His eyes moved slightly, and then he moved to Chen Yao's direction, took a deep look, and his palm subconsciously tightened, but soon relaxed again. He jumped up from the ground, and the next moment he appeared next to an ancient tree in the forest behind him. He raised his hand and shot at the tree, and a child fell from the tree into his arms. Holding the child, Tang Hao's his eyes moved to where Chen Yao was, staring at him intently, wanting to remember every detail of his face deeply in his heart. Such hatred is unforgettable. After a while, Tang Hao finally let out a long breath, suppressed his restless emotions, hugged the child in his arms, and ran towards the back of the forest. Because the remaining power of the Titan ape had not completely dissipated the white mist, Chen Yao could only watch Tang Hao's figure gradually blur in the forest until it dissipated. Is that Tang-san? Tang Hao has been in the forest for these years, where did he find a woman? Or did Tang Hao find another female beast to cause trouble? And that female beast is really a relative of the Titan ape. Knowing that it was impossible to do anything, Chen Yao also recognized it and readjusted his mentality. When he watched Tang Hao leave, he also found the child in his arms. Although the child was wrapped in simple grass and his face could not be seen clearly, Chen Yao was basically certain that the child should be the child born by Tang Hao. Chen Yao did not expect that he had spent so much time and energy, and went around in circles, but it was still in vain. Not only did he fail to kill Tang Hao, but the guy suspected to be Tang San was also born successfully. For a moment, Chen Yao's heart was a little complicated. This kind of frustration was not pleasant. While Chen Yao's thoughts were surging, the sky blue bull python on the other side saw that the Titan giant ape completely dissipated between heaven and earth, and immediately had the urge to die with the humans in front of him. But when he thought of Xiao Wu, who was now rebuilding and had lost all her strength in the back, he finally calmed down. After ignoring his injuries, exchanging his life for injuries, and breaking free from the chain of the sword and bone Douluo at a great cost, he swept his eyes with hatred for Chen Yao and others one by one, and then the sky blue bull python fled into the forest without looking back. What's up, are you still chasing? Hanging in the sky, bone Douluo covered his chest with his skinny hands, and used his soul power to calm down the turbulent blood and chi caused by the fierce attack of the azure bull python. He then asked Jian Douluo beside him. There are too many uncertainties. It is impossible to be sure whether there are still 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the depths. Let's ask Feng Zhi first. Jian Douluo stared at the direction where the azure bull python disappeared, shook his head slowly, and then controlled his body to land, stepped steadily on the ground, came to Ning Fengzi's side, and expressed his thoughts. Ning Fengzi frowned when he heard this, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded to Jian Douluo. Uncle Jian, you are right. There are too many unknowns in the forest. It is not advisable to take risks. Anyway, the beast is dead now. Although the soul ring and soul bone are cheap for Tang Hao, the Haoshan sect has long been in decline in the outside world. As long as we spend some energy, I don't believe that we can't force Tang Hao out. Even if the Haoshan sect has some foundation and wants to protect Tang Hao, I will simply unite with the Spirit Hall. If I can't avenge Aja, it will be useless for my 7 treasures glazed tile sect to fight for those false names. Ning Fengzi snorted coldly, with a sinister look in his eyes. On the side, Chen Yao, who had already walked over, heard the words and was about to remind him that there was only a half-crippled sky blue bull python and a rebuilt, non-threatening rabbit in the depths of the forest. There is still hope if we go in and search again. But just when Chen Yao was about to blurt out, he suddenly thought of the restricted area of the Stardow forest. The sky blue bull python and other soul beasts seemed to live at the entrance of this restricted area. Although the existence in this restricted area generally does not care about the outside world, if you fight to the death at the door of someone's house, it is possible that some of the guys will be attracted. At that time, things may become more troublesome. After thinking again and again, Chen Yao finally chose to remain silent. At this time, Ning Fengzi also noticed Chen Yao's hesitant look, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Does Chen Yao have any opinions? Why not tell me? Ning Fengzi's tone was very polite. Not only because Chen Yao had saved Ning Rongrong before, but also because of the incredible spirit ring configuration and terrifying strength that Chen Yao showed in the previous battle. This is no longer a genius. In Ning Fengzi's heart, Chen Yao is now equivalent to a fully grown titled Douluo strongman, and this strongman has unlimited room for improvement in the future. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is originally a sect that mainly assists martial spirits, and needs to constantly attract and befriend powerful combat spirit masters. Besides, they had just fought side by side with Chen Yao, laying the foundation for friendship. Under various conditions, Chen Yao naturally became the object that Ning Fengzi wanted to fight for at all costs. Nothing, just a little worried about Tang Hao. Now he has become a titled Douluo, with 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, which has become a little tricky. Chen Yao answered absent-mindedly after hearing this. In fact, the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone were nothing in his eyes. What really made him irritated was that Tang Hao dodged two nearly fatal situations in an unexpected way. This made Chen Yao feel for a while that even a yin, the inheritor of the god of life, could not survive Tang Hao. Brother Chen, don't worry. As soon as I go back, I will issue a wanted order for Tang Hao. Now that the Haoshan sect is weak, I don't believe that they dare to protect Tang Hao at this cusp. How, I will make sure that Tang Hao has no place to stand in the human world. Hearing Tang Hao, Ning Fengzi's smile faded slightly. Although he wanted to win over Chen Yao, his hatred for Tang Hao was real, and he sneered. Haoshan sect is in decline? Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this, but then he remembered it again. This seemed to be his handiwork. When he wanted to leave the spirit hall, he tricked the Haoshan sect, causing those guys to fight at an important moment of the spirit hall. In this situation, let alone Tang Chen is not in charge of the Haoshan sect now, even if he is still there, for the sake of the spirit hall's face, the old man Qian Daoliu must go to the Haoshan sect, so it is reasonable that the Haoshan sect is suppressed now. Even the fact that the Haoshan sect can withstand the oppression of the spirit hall for so long and has not collapsed, and can still survive, is worthy of praise for its profound foundation. However, Chen Yao just thought about it a little bit and put it behind his mind. It is not his turn to worry about the Haoshan sect. What he really cares about is how to find the disappeared Tang Hao later. What Ning Fengzi said just now about the method against Tang Hao was not very useful in Chen Yao's eyes. Now that Tang Hao is already a titled Douluo, he only needs to cover his tracks. He can go anywhere in the world, and he doesn't have to be tied to the Haoshan sect. According to the original trajectory, Tang Hao did the same. It's just unknown whether Tang Hao will go to the Holy Soul village to live in seclusion as before. Just as Chen Yao was thinking, Ning Fengzi suddenly took Ning Rongrong from the arms of the waiter beside him, and then said to Chen Yao with a smile on his face. Brother Chen, you saved Rongrong from the beast's mouth, which is tantamount to a rebirth for her. For my Seven Treasures Glazed sect, it is even more of a great favor, so Brother Chen will be my Seven Treasures Glazed sect's eternal guest in the future. If Brother Chen needs anything, my Seven Treasures Glazed sect will help him. As for Rongrong, if Brother Chen doesn't mind, I will let her worship you as her godfather, let her grow up in the future, serve Brother Chen and repay his kindness. Ning Fengzi did not express his intention to recruit her, but used the kindness to bind the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Chen Yao together in the form of repaying the kindness. As for Ning Rongrong, it is the same. In this way, she and Chen Yao have a bond similar to family affection, which not only makes her closer to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but also finds a deep backer for his precious daughter. It is simply killing two birds with one stone, and his Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will not lose anything except some nominal courtesy. As for the women beside Chen Yao, Ning Fengzi did not express anything, because even for his experience, and was somewhat confused about what the relationship with Chen Yao was. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. It was better to turn a blind eye. Just when Chen Yao was a little stunned by Ning Fengzi's seemingly heavy promise, Ning Fengzi made another move and put Ning Rongrong in his arms on the ground. In the midst of Ning Rongrong's bewildered look, Ning Fengzi's expression was slightly solemn, and he spoke in a stern tone. Rongrong, he is the benefactor of the Mai Morang, and to you, he is like a reborn parent, which is difficult to repay in this life, so I want you to worship him as your godfather, and in the future you will treat him as the same as me and serve me. Rongrong, do you understand? However, Ning Rongrong nodded and shook her head after hearing the words, and she was a little confused. Kneel down, salute, and call godfather. Ning Fengzi saw Ning Rongrong's reaction and didn't bother to care so much, so he ordered Ning Rongrong directly. She didn't understand the first part, but she understood the concise and clear instructions at the end, and understood what her father meant. Ning Rongrong shrank her head and glanced at Chen Yao with some fear, and she was a little resistant in her heart. After all, Chen Yao had scared her a lot on the way just now, leaving her with a lot of bad impressions. She wanted to refuse to cheat, but when she turned around and saw her father's serious face, she choked on the words that came to her mouth. In the end, she didn't dare to disobey her father. Ning Rongrong knelt on the ground with her knees, clasped her hands together, and shook at Chen Yao for a while, and then spoke to Chen Yao weakly. "Meet Godfather." However, before Chen Yao could react, Ning Fengzi frowned first. "Rongrong, is this how I usually teach you etiquette? Kowtow and salute, and speak louder." Hearing Ning Fengzi's stern voice, Ning Rongrong's heart trembled suddenly, feeling aggrieved, but she didn't dare to disobey. Puff! 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 Ning Rongrong's forehead touched the moist soil, making 3 dull sounds, and then raised her head. The smooth forehead was already sticky with mud. She suppressed the grievance in her heart, but her face looked solemn, and she shouted to Chen Yao. "Rongrong greets Godfather." At this time, looking at Ning Rongrong who had already finished the ceremony in front of him, Chen Yao's mouth twitched twice. He didn't expect that while he was stunned, there would be such a goddaughter. Although he didn't resist goddaughters, he wanted the kind of goddaughter with fair skin, big breasts and round hips, and a charming face, not this kind of child. Just when Chen Yao was at a loss for words, he also guessed Ning Fengzi's intention. After all, when he was in Wuhun, he was very happy. He had not spent all those years in the palace in vain. However, after pulling him onto the 7 Treasures glazed tile sex ship, in the end, it was still unclear whether it would be Chen Yao who paid more or the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect who bleed more. While thinking, Chen Yao's eyebrows slightly curved, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Okay, my dear daughter, get up quickly." As he spoke, Chen Yao reached out and lifted up Ning Rongrong who was kneeling on the ground, wiped off the dirt on her knees and forehead, and then held little Rongrong horizontally in his arms, with a doting look, and then looked at Ning Fengzi in front of him, pretending to be emotional, and said, "Master Ning, you don't know that although I am still young, every time I walk on the street, I see other fathers holding their daughters' hands and strolling around in a happy and harmonious scene. I am very touched. I don't know when I started to have the idea of having a daughter, but I didn't expect that today, Master Ning would fulfill my wish." 151 Chapter 147 Bibi Dong came. 151. On the other side, in the spirit hall, a figure stood at the highest point of the spirit hall. Her figure was graceful, and even the looser Pope's clothes could not hide her magnificent figure. Her silver white hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the west, flashing with an obscure luster. And at this moment, behind her, a figure suddenly emerged from a shadow somewhere, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and spoke respectfully. "Your Excellency the Pope, there are traces of people in the forest you ordered to explore, and there are indeed traces of domain soul skills being activated." The Pope in front, that is, Bibi Dong, heard this, and a thrilling arc suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. During this period of time, the spirit hall overwhelmed the Haoshan sect, almost forcing the Haoshan sect to hide its identity, and the whole continent was shocked. Whether it was Xingluo or Tiandu, it was irritating when the spirit hall was at its peak. Bibi Dong also took this opportunity to search almost every inch of soil in the spirit hall and the 2 empires. She even did not let go of the Xingda Great Forest and led the team into it personally, but even though she killed a precious 100,000-year-old soft-bone charm rabbit as the soul ring of her second spirit on the way, she still did not get any news about Chen Yao. Since these places have been ruled out, the hiding places of Chen Yao have been greatly reduced, and they are nothing more than the north, the sea and the killing city. So, Bibi Dong turned over all the cities except the extreme cold land in the north, and all the sea cities in the sea except the Sea God Island, and then completely locked her eyes on the killing city. Originally, she thought that if there was still no harvest in the killing city, then she would go to the Sea God Island. If the Sea God priest gave face, it would be fine. If not, then Bibi Dong would not mind feeling what kind of gap there is between the spokesperson of the Sea God and the inheritor of the evil God King. However, now that we have obtained the clues of Chen Yao at the exit of the Hell Road in the killing city, there is no need to waste those efforts. Go and inform the Pope's palace, all the titled Douluo elders, put down everything at hand, gather outside the city, and follow me to the Star Do Great Forest. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered slightly, and then sneered. "Yes. Your Holiness." A respectful voice shouted loudly, and the figure behind him flashed and disappeared into the shadows again. "Brother Chen, My wife's body has just been transported back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the funeral is imminent. Would you like to go with me to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and visit us? At this moment, in the forest, Ning Fengzi held Ning Rongrong and asked Chen Yao. Hehe, Sect Master Ning, although I also want to go to mourn for Madame Ning, unfortunately, I am now entangled in trivial matters and can only say sorry. Originally, Chen Yao was somewhat tempted by Ning Fengzi's proposal. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was rich and powerful. With his life-saving grace to Ning Rongrong, he would surely be able to get a lot of benefits after going there and making some operations. And as an auxiliary martial spirit sect standing at the top of Douluo continent, some insights on auxiliary martial spirits are absolutely unique. After Tang Yuehua went there, she could also gain a lot by communicating with those senior auxiliary spirit masters. But when I think about it, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's master's wife will definitely have a grand funeral, and there will definitely be many people coming to pay their respects. There are so many people and eyes. If he is recognized by the spirit hall or people close to the spirit hall at the funeral, it will be a big trouble. It's better to have less trouble than more, so Chen Yao still declined politely. That's a pity. After the funeral, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will be closed for 3 months to mourn the lady. I hope that Brother Chen can come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect as a guest after 3 months. Ning Fengzi heard this and said with regret. Of course, after I finish dealing with things, I will go there and take a good look. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is one of the top 3 sects, and I have long been fascinated by it. Chen Yao smiled and agreed. After 3 months, there were no outsiders in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so it would be no problem for him to go there. Then I will wait for Brother Chen to come to the Kaibao Liulai sect. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Ning Fengzi smiled brightly. Goodbye. Watching the figures of Ning Fengzi and his group gradually blur and disappear completely from sight, Chen Yao's smile gradually faded and he regained his composure. Yao, do you like your daughter? Just after Ning Fengzi left soon, Tang Yuehua came up with a look of surprise and asked Chen Yao. At the same time, Yin and Lu Erlong also subconsciously cast their eyes on Chen Yao, with eagerness on their faces. Like a fart, I just followed Ning Fengzi's words. This fox is really worthy of being the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He gave me a nominal daughter and wanted to tie me to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. His eyes stayed at the place where Ning Fengzi and others disappeared. Chen Yao sneered without turning his head. Ah! Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard the words, and then a touch of loss flashed in her eyes. She was still thinking that if Chen Yao liked daughters, she would help Chen Yao get pregnant. In this way, not only would she and Chen Yao completely achieve a positive result, but some coquettish and slutty women would also retreat. However, she never thought that it was just Chen Yao's way of dealing with Ning Fengzi's words. However, although she was disappointed, her mentality was still stable. After adjusting herself, Tang Yuehua asked curiously. Then Yao, you knew that this was Ning Fengzi's plan, so why did you agree to it? At this time, Chen Yao came back to his senses, shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face. Who made the Seven Treasures Glazed sect rich and powerful, and I am a lonely person. It's not a bad thing to get involved with him. As for who will suffer in the end, no one can say for sure. Hearing Chen Yao's words, the girls immediately recalled Chen Yao's plundering nature and those extremely despicable means. They were immediately shocked and looked in the direction where Ning Fengzi and others left before, with a touch of pity in their eyes. We have obtained our spirit rings. Are we going to leave the Star Forest? At this time, Tang Yuehua looked back and asked Chen Yao. Well, but it's getting late now, let's set up camp first and go out tomorrow. Chen Yao nodded and looked at the sky and said. Then, at Chen Yao's signal, Yin's martial spirit emerged, and dense blue-silver grass intertwined in the open space in front of the few people. After a while, a beautiful small building made of blue-silver grass appeared in front of everyone. Then, the few people walked into the small building and entered the living room. When stepping on the stairs, Chen Yao stepped hard on it, but found that the blue-silver grass intertwined on the ground was extremely tough. If it was not deliberately destroyed with soul power, it would almost not be destroyed and collapse due to weight. It can be said that the quality of this house is better than that of some houses built by dignitaries at a high price, and there is a fragrance of green grass in the air, which makes people feel relaxed and happy, and it is very suitable for living. Chen Yao, who pursues the quality of life, can't help but nod. After arriving at the room, Chen Yao tried to sit on the sofa while looking at the furniture. He found that although the blue-silver grass was extremely tough and hard to be broken by swords, it still maintained the soft characteristics of the grass. Sitting on it did not make people feel hard and uncomfortable. Instead, it was like sitting on a soft lawn, which was very comfortable. This made Chen Yao sigh in his heart. When he went out, with a yin by his side, he was like carrying a top-level villa with him. He did not need to worry about the residence at all. At this time, Tang Yuehua also followed Chen Yao into the house. Looking at the large expanse of blue in the house, he frowned slightly. Thinking of Yin's ability to sense soul beasts through the surrounding blue-silver grass, the eager heat in his heart was immediately poured down like a bucket of cold water. Walking to the edge of the bed and sitting down, Tang Yuehua cast her eyes on Chen Yao with a hint of desire in her eyes. Chen Yao pointed helplessly at the blue-silver grass everywhere in the room and gave Tang Yuehua a helpless look. Finally, Tang Yuehua could only hold back her anger and slowly fall asleep. As time passed, the sound of Tang Yuehua's gentle breathing suddenly began to be heard in the quiet room. Seeing this, Chen Yao on the sofa moved slightly. Just at this moment, a blue-silver grass suddenly rose quietly on the sofa under him and touched the back of Chen Yao's hand. Chen Yao glanced at the squirming blue-silver grass with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a while, Chen Yao slowly got up from the sofa and left the room quietly. In the middle of the night, two black shadows walked out of the door of the hut. Chen Yao looked at Yin, who was grinning at the corner of his mouth, raised his eyebrows and asked. "Where's Lu Erlong? Didn't she ask anything when you came out? She had a fight with that big guy today and was already exhausted. In addition, the smell of the blue-silver grass is not just pleasant, it also has the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. Lu Erlong has been sleeping like a dead dragon." A look of satisfaction flashed across Yin's face, and then she rushed towards Chen Yao impatiently. But Chen Yao did not let Yin go, but stretched out a hand to stop her. "What are you doing?" Yin was a little furious. "Go to a farther place, the other Yuehua will wake up soon, and find her out and she will see it." Chen Yao explained. "If she sees it, she will see it." Yin responded a little angrily. "Hehe, it's not me who has to waste my energy to coax her. If I can't coax her, I, the exclusive assistant, will run away. Will you give me a child?" Chen Yao snorted coldly. "Okay, I'll give you a good daughter. If she awakens an auxiliary martial spirit in the future, let her configure exclusive soul skills for you." Yin said with a smile. "You'd better save your breath. Hurry up and go, or I'll go back to sleep." Chen Yao was speechless. Then he didn't bother to pay attention to the naughty Yin. He hugged her soft waist and walked towards the forest. Walking on the path in the forest, Yin leaned on Chen Yao at this moment. The moonlight in the sky sprinkled down, rendering the amazing blush on her face, which looked so tempting that people felt their appetites moved. "You either walk faster or keep your hands quiet. I can't stand it anymore." At this moment, Yin gritted her teeth, as if she was trying her best to endure something, and spoke to Chen Yao weakly. Chen Yao did not stop when he heard this. He just glanced at Yin, who was half leaning on his arm and staggering, with a sly smile on his face. "It will be bitter before it's sweet. Just bear with it for a while, it will be here. You are such a bastard." Yin wanted to cry but had no tears. She had to grit her teeth and endure the strange feeling in her body that was about to burst out. In this way, the two intersecting figures, facing the moonlight that penetrated through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkled with scattered spots of light, stumbled all the way, and finally came to a dense forest far away from the hut. "I really don't know why you have to run so far, hurry up. I can't bear it anymore." Yin was like a koala at this moment, hanging on Chen Yao's body, her face flushed, her eyes as charming as silk, and flashing a completely irrepressible desire. However, despite being anxious, Yin did not forget to release the blue-silver grass to cover the area around her and Chen Yao, sealing it up and forming a barrier of blue-silver grass. Although there would be no traces of humans in this deep forest, there might be some nocturnal soul beasts passing by from time to time, so only after taking precautions and isolating the hidden dangers of being disrupted could one enjoy the fun without worry. At this moment, outside the blue-silver barrier, the night shift was deep, and the forest was silent. Only some soul beasts foraging passed by from time to time, but every time they passed by, they subconsciously ignored this barrier. And inside the barrier, the future God King of Life was deeply touched by the rain after a long drought, and he could not control his tears of emotion, which dripped onto the ground. The tears containing the power of life moistened the soil in this area, causing the flowers and plants in it to constantly feel the call of the power of life, break out of the ground, compete to bloom, and cheer for the passionate spokesperson of life at this moment. For a moment, the barrier was filled with the colorful spring scenery, and the taste of it was not worth telling to outsiders. It was unknown how much time had passed, the sky was already dawning, the morning mist was lingering, and there was a moist and fresh breath in the air. Everything was so quiet and harmonious. At this time, the blue-silver barrier, the tightly interwoven blue-silver grass on it seemed to have received some kind of instruction, and finally began to separate and disassemble, and finally, 2 figures were revealed inside. They were dressed neatly, and they did not look unusual on the outside, but Ayin, at this moment, had a blush on her cheeks, her eyes were blurred, her steps were weak, and she leaned softly on Chen Yao's body, and spoke softly. "Chen Yao, it's all your fault. You had to run so far. I can't walk now. You have to carry me back." Chen Yao's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, but he was too lazy to care. He picked up Ayin, who seemed to be weak and boneless at the moment, and was about to rush back. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky, causing Chen Yao and Ayin in his arms to freeze. "Pope, we found it! Here!" 152 Chapter 148 Pack and Take Away. 152. When this voice sounded, before Chen Yao could react, waves of terrifying soul power that made the air freeze rose almost at the same time from all directions. Chen Yao put Ayin down from his arms, his face heavy, and looked forward. In the fierce light that made the still grey sky look like daylight, dozens of figures slowly walked out of it. Each of them had a strong and vigorous aura, and behind them were all yellow, purple, black, 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 all the best configuration soul rings. And the leader had a head of strange hair like silver snow fluttering in the wind. Under the flying hair, a gorgeous face is revealed, with 3-dimensional and delicate facial features and graceful and smooth cheeks, just like a finely carved magnolia, bright and beautiful, with fluorescent jade. The Pope's robe, which symbolizes power and strength, and the scepter in his hand make him exude a solemnity and majesty, making people inadvertently fall for his beauty and temperament. But at this moment, the beautiful eyes on the face of the person are like cold stars, staring at Chen Yao and the 2 below, with a sense of danger brewing. There is no smile in the corner of the mouth that is raised, but only bone-chilling coldness. Bibi Dong. Looking at the woman above and the terrifying figures behind him, Chen Yao's face was stiff and his lips were extremely dry. Each of these people is a genuine title Douluo, and some of them are even above level 95, Super Douluo. With such a lineup, even Chen Yao felt powerless. At this time, Bibi Dong also took action. She stepped slowly from the air, and every time her foot landed, it would create a circle of small ripples. Walking to the top of Chen Yao, Bibi Dong looked down at Chen Yao with a calm expression, but the heat flashing in her eyes from time to time could not hide her excitement, and she spoke slowly. "Chen Yao, I said at the beginning that if you escape, I would find you even if I turned the entire Douluo continent upside down. Now, I have done it. That's really thanks to the Pope's high regard for me." Chen Yao snorted coldly, and at the same time, his eyes kept sweeping around, looking for a chance to break through. "So, are you going to go back with me obediently, or do I do it myself?" Bibi Dong chuckled, but a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. "The Pope has such a big show, I will naturally." Chen Yao said with a flattering smile on his face, but halfway through his words, his smile faded, his face became sinister, and a shocking breath burst out from both sides of his arms. Dark ice and black fire suddenly emerged from the sky and earth, sweeping the whole place. Although he had some concerns about using the soul bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Chen Yao naturally could not hesitate at this critical moment. At this moment, taking advantage of the gap when the ice and fire swept across, Chen Yao grabbed Ayin, then jumped onto the Black Lotus, and whizzed past Bibi Dong, who was distracted by the ice and fire. At this moment, all directions around were already surrounded by the dozens of titled Douluo led by Bibi Dong, and there was no opportunity to take advantage of, so Chen Yao could only choose the weakest place to break through. Looking at the path ahead, the newly promoted titled Douluo, who was the weakest among all people and only at level 91, Chen Yao's face was fierce, and he frantically operated his soul power. As the energy surged, the ice and fire energy of heaven and earth no longer dispersed, and began to gather towards Chen Yao's palms. In the panic eyes of the newly promoted Douluo, Chen Yao showed a grim smile, waved his hand, and two extreme surging energies gushed out, converging into one, with the momentum of collapse and destruction, rushing forward like a landslide and tsunami. The sole defense supported by the newly promoted titled Douluo was like a piece of thin paper in front of this extreme energy. At this moment, almost everyone heard the crisp click sound of the barrier breaking. Then, a deafening explosion accompanied by faint screams resounded in the sky. Even though the roar had not stopped, almost everyone could be sure that the newly promoted titled Douluo had already been destroyed, because this level of energy explosion made even them feel terrified and frightened. Although a titled Douluo was killed instantly at the center of the explosion, Chen Yao had no time to rejoice. He hurriedly urged the remaining soul power, which was almost exhausted, to break out to the outside world. But at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Humph, a bunch of trash. Let your sister snatch the dirty and powerful armor and haze. After the voice fell, Chen Yao and Ayan suddenly felt that the scene in front of them was blurred. When it became clear, they saw that Bibi Dong's figure had appeared in front of them at this moment. She was wearing a deep black battle skirt with smooth lines and fitted inlays without a single gap or flaw. The battle skirt was simple, but it had a sinister aura and exuded an extremely oppressive atmosphere. This was actually the prototype of a god's dress. It was really hard to imagine what kind of level Bibi Dong's current strength had reached. At this moment, Bibi Dong waved her hand lightly, and suddenly, the dark ice and black flames around her that had become empty because of Chen Yao's endless soul power dissipated. In the sky, the thick black houses also dissipated and turned into a bright area. I know you won't sit and wait for death, so now, what other means do you have to escape from my eyes? Bibi Dong had a playful look on her face, and her eyes were full of excitement. She was looking forward to seeing Chen Yao's helpless expression. Humph! Bitch! Blue-silver domain! Blue-silver forest! However, before Chen Yao could respond, Ayan, who was beside him, had a gloomy face and her soul power was surging. She stayed beside Chen Yao and naturally witnessed the horrible consumption of Chen Yao's soul power. She knew that Chen Yao might not have the power to fight back now, so she stepped forward. Feeling the majestic breath of life around her and the dense forests that rose from the ground and continued to rise towards the sky, Bibi Dong smiled instead of being angry, with a grim smile on her lips. I forgot that there is such an annoying bug like you. As she spoke, Bibi Dong's nose twitched slightly, smelling the ambiguous breath that had not yet completely dissipated from the two of them, and a bloodthirsty and murderous light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. XXXX. Since you've touched him, you'll die. After the voice fell, accompanied by a flash of dark light, Ayan's face suddenly froze. After the body shook slightly, it exploded into a pool of blood mist. The blue-silver grass that was growing wildly on the ground also stopped at this moment, and then withered and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and fell to the ground listlessly. And Chen Yao felt the blood stains splashing on his cheeks, and his expression was stunned, but before he could come back to his senses, the next moment, Bibi Dong's figure had already stepped on the black lotus and appeared in front of him. Now, I'm here to take you back, but in order to prevent you from causing any more trouble, I'd better let you behave yourself. After listening to Bibi Dong's creepy words, Chen Yao hadn't made any reaction yet, but he felt his head sink, his eyes went dark, and he lost all consciousness instantly. Catching Chen Yao, whose body was completely limp, and holding him in his arms, feeling the real touch and body temperature, Bibi Dong's desire and greed in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Burying her head in Chen Yao's neck, she took a deep breath, feeling the familiar yet strange smell lingering around her nose. Bibi Dong's cheeks suddenly rose to an amazing red, and her eyes were blurred. But she recovered quickly, frowned, and a little dissatisfaction appeared on her face. And the smell of that woman is a bit stinky, we have to go back. Well, wash it. While murmuring, Bibi Dong stood up and hugged Chen Yao by the waist, holding her arms tightly, as if she was holding a rare treasure that could not be lost. At this moment, the titled Douluo masters who had just been broken through by Chen Yao also followed. Among them, the newly promoted Douluo elders in recent years did not know the inside story. They looked at Bibi Dong hugging Chen Yao with a look of intimacy and pampering, and were stunned. But observing the colleagues of the older generation around him, especially Ju and Ghost Douluo, who looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, he did not dare to think about it anymore. He followed their example and looked down at his toes. Bibi Dong turned her head to look at the elders who followed her, and her expression returned to indifference again, and she spoke lightly. Go back to the palace. As he said this, he held Chen Yao and flew away on the long rainbow. Seeing this, the other titled Douluo followed closely. As for the newly promoted Douluo who died tragically at the hands of Chen Yao, no one paid attention to him. Not long after Bibi Dong and the others left, the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder roared in the clouds. Soon, heavy rain poured down. The wet raindrops kept pouring on the withered blue-silver grass on the ground. Suddenly, bursts of crisp sounds came from these withered bodies. Then, these bodies broke from the inside out, and fresh and tender the seedlings began to emerge and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue-silver grasses rose in the rain, then danced and intertwined, gradually gathering into a huge bud. As time went by, the sound of the downpour gradually added a strong heartbeat. As this heartbeat became more active, it seemed to give the surroundings a magnificent vitality. On the originally dilapidated battlefield, seedlings of flowers, plants, and trees began to break out of the ground and bloom. As a large area of fresh green completely covered the ground, surrounded by these flowers, the blue in the center the silver flower bud finally slowly opened, revealing a graceful figure curled up with arms folded. A head of blue-gold long hair fell smoothly, and on the elegant and delicate face, the eyes were closed, like an elf in deep sleep. But the next moment, the sleeping figure trembled violently, and then the eyes opened, and a flash of resentment and murderous light flashed in the beautiful blue pupils. Then the jade body stretched out, slowly stood up, crystal clear, pearly, without any flaws. The body was exposed without a single leak in the flowers, full of fragrance and fresh air. At this time, a blue-silver grass began to entwine around her feet, starting from her ankles, and continued to climb up while interweaving, until it spread to her collar and barely stopped. When she came to her senses, she saw that the blue-silver grass had already formed a gorgeous blue-gold dress on her crystal jade body. At this time, she didn't care about the exquisite clothes on her body, but looked at the direction where Bibi Dong and her group disappeared. Her jade hands were clenched, her joints turned white, and drops of blood rich in vitality oozed out from the wound pierced by the nails in the palm of her hand, and dripped along the fist. Her face was full of haze, and her eyes were filled with unprecedented hatred. Yao! At this time, in the small building in the forest, Tang Yuehua woke up and found that there was no trace of Chen Yao in the house. She searched the whole house, even Lu Erlong's room, but still found nothing, which made Tang Yuehua panic. At this time, Lu Erlong, who was quarreled by Tang Yuehua, was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy face. As Ayun's early roommate, Lu Erlong naturally guessed some clues from some of Ayun's strange behaviors. Now that Ayun and Chen Yao are missing, the result is naturally obvious. She took advantage of the fact that she and Tang Yuehua were asleep last night and sneaked out to do something big. This made Lu Erlong so angry that her chest hurt. Well, she was beaten and worked hard yesterday, but she didn't see the promised soul bone, and Ayun stole her home. It was a huge loss. And these two dogs and bitches, are they going to show their cards now and stop pretending? It's already noon, and they haven't come back yet? However, just when Lu Erlong's eyes were uncertain and she was thinking about how to fight back against Ayun and deal with Chen Yao, a door was pushed open, and the thoughts of Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong were instantly pulled back. Looking at Ayun who walked in from outside the house with a gloomy face, Lu Erlong stood up with his arms folded, with a sneer on his face. Oh, so you are willing to come back? Where is Chen Yao? You dare not come in because you are guilty. When Tang Yuehua heard Lu Erlong's words at this moment, she was stunned at first, and then she understood the meaning of it. After saying this, he stared at Ayun with an angry look. Just when Tang Yuehua wanted to curse, Lu Erlong's expression suddenly changed. Because she noticed that Ayun's expression was a little strange, and she didn't look as arrogant as she had expected, and she immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. What happened? Where's Chen Yao? Where's he? After hearing Lu Erlong's questioning, Tang Yuehua realized that things didn't seem that simple, and asked Ayun anxiously. Where's Yao? Where did he go? 153 Chapter 149 Ways to Rescue Chen Yao. 153. He was captured by Bibi Dong. At this moment, Ayun seemed to have been drained of all his strength, leaning against the wall weakly, and said with a hollow expression. What? Tang Yuehua was struck by lightning when she heard this, and she felt dizzy and her body was about to fall. Chen Yao once told the three of them that there was an irreconcilable blood feud between him and Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was always thinking about killing him. Now that Chen Yao fell into Bibi Dong's hands, Tang Yuehua could not imagine what kind of end Chen Yao would have. No, I have to go to Wuhan city to find a Yao. After barely stabilizing her body, Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth, murmured, and tried to hold back the tears in her eyes, and rushed out the door. Go ahead. Bibi Dong brought 14 title Douluo just now, and one was killed by Chen Yao. There are 13 left. How do you decide to deal with these title Douluo? No one tried to stop Tang Yuehua's impulse, only A Yin, who had come back to his senses, spoke with a sneer. After hearing this, Tang Yuehua's body froze, and then looked at A Yin, with bloodshot eyes. It's all because of you. If A Yao hadn't been with Chen Yao, this wouldn't have happened. Stop being so unreasonable. Now that Chen Yao is not here, no one will let you go. You should thank me for taking Chen Yao out. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not have appeared outside, but here. By then, I would have survived by chance. As for the two of you, you. Tang Yuehua was so angry that she trembled all over after hearing A Yin's slightly disdainful voice. Enough, stop arguing. Seeing the argument getting more intense, Lu Erlong, who had been keeping silent with a gloomy face, finally spoke out to stop it. Then, he ignored Tang Yuehua and looked at A Yin. According to you, Bibi Dong just took Chen Yao away, but killed you. A Yin did not say anything after hearing this, but nodded weakly. At this moment, she also thought that Chen Yao was in danger. He was extremely depressed, and there was an unspeakable sadness in his heart, which almost drove her crazy. Seeing this, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and then he pondered. Perhaps, Chen Yao will not have any problems for the time being. Although Chen Yao was sure in front of the three women at that time that Bibi Dong and him would never stop fighting. But as the first person to come into contact with Chen Yao and Bibi Dong, she still clearly remembered the scene in the Xingda Great Forest when Bibi Dong protected Chen Yao and destroyed her soul power. Moreover, although she was controlled in the Demon Dragon Hall, she still had manpower available to keep an eye on the information of the Spirit Hall. Since Bibi Dong took office as the Pope, she has made a series of abnormal actions, which are very suspicious. I am afraid that it is related to Chen Yao. Furthermore, a few years ago, Chen Yao, who had been missing for a long time, became an elder of the Spirit Hall for no reason. If Bibi Dong and Chen Yao really had a deep hatred, why bother to do so? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to kill him directly? So, although it is not clear what happened between Bibi Dong and Chen Yao, Lu Erlong guessed by intuition that Bibi Dong would probably not do anything to Chen Yao. What? At this moment, hearing Lu Erlong, the two women who were originally in a state of dismay suddenly looked stunned, and then looked at Lu Erlong together, their eyes full of inquiry. Lu Erlong did not hide any of his own experiences that could be seen by others, including some speculations, and told the two women. These are my guesses, believe it or not. After the two girls heard it, Tang Yuehua was fine, and looked relieved, but A Yin combined Lu Erlong's guess with the inexplicable words from Bibi Dong before, and her expression became strange. You say, according to Chen Yao's temper, this Bibi Dong may have been harmed by him, and now she hates him because of love, otherwise, she would have chased us so mightily at the beginning, and brought so many title Douluo to kill us just a few days after we left the slaughter city. This doesn't look like a general wanted order. Lu Erlong and Tang Yuehua's faces twitched when they heard it. Tang Yuehua subconsciously wanted to defend Chen Yao, but thinking of his bad temper, she was like a deflated ball, not knowing where to start. And Lu Erlong's expression was also a little strange. Chen Yao was just a servant of Bibi Dong at the beginning. The difference between their status and strength was huge. Bibi Dong could do that for Chen Yao. A Yin's guess was not impossible. As expected of you. Lu Erlong sighed in his heart, and then his face became serious. No matter whether it is or not, Chen Yao still has to find a way to get him out of Wuhan city. After all, you don't want to see Bibi Dong lock Chen Yao in the Pope's palace all day and have fun every night, right? A Yin nodded subconsciously. Of course, we can't let that bitch get away with it. She killed me once, and left no trace of my body. I will remember this grudge. But Tang Yuehua felt something was wrong the more she listened. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked at A Yin in confusion. Lu Erlong, I can understand a little bit. A Yin, why do you want to rescue A Yao? You didn't. However, before Tang Yuehua finished speaking, A Yin interrupted her and looked at her with contempt. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? What do you think Chen Yao and I did when we ran out last night? You. Tang Yuehua's face flushed when she heard this, and she stood up from the sofa. Although she could see some clues from the fight between Chen Yao and Yin along the way, she always chose to believe Chen Yao, but she never thought that the truth would be so cruel. But when she thought that she would need the help of these two people to rescue Chen Yao from Wuhan City, she could only suppress this depression in her heart. When did you and Yao start? Well, let me think about it. One night in the city of Slaughter, Chen Yao went to the tavern alone to play cards. I happened to go to buy wine and saw Chen Yao. Then, the two of them got drunk, and that's it. Yin, with a smirk on her face, simply recounted the excitement of that night. Tang Yuehua, who sticks to Chen Yao every day, has forced her to sneak around with Chen Yao. She has been holding back a ball of anger in her heart for a long time. How could she not take this opportunity to piss Tang Yuehua off? Then what about the back? Tang Yuehua clenched her palms and asked with gritted teeth. The back? As long as Chen Yao is not in your sight, he is mostly with me. Yin responded with a smile. She looked at Tang Yuehua's expression at the moment and felt extremely comfortable. The other half is me. After Yin finished speaking, before Tang Yuehua could say anything, Lu Erlong suddenly interrupted. At this moment, Tang Yuehua looked back and forth at Yin and Lu Erlong in disbelief. Well, you have to think positively. If Chen Yao hadn't gotten involved with the two of us, then now that Chen Yao was captured, you would really have no choice but to lie on the floor and cry your heart out, while the two of us would be gloating over your misfortune. Now, at least you still have two inheritors of the gods to help you, so the situation is not too bad, and there is still a good chance to rescue Chen Yao. Lu Erlong walked to the side of Tang Yuehua, who was about to cry but had no tears, patted her shoulder with his hand, and spoke in a serious tone. Tang Yuehua pulled the corner of her mouth slightly. Although she was angry, she could not deny that Lu Erlong was telling the truth. If she wanted to rescue Chen Yao now, it would be a pipe dream to rely on herself as a soul master of more than 30 levels. She also needed to rely on Lu Erlong and Yin. She calmed down her complicated emotions, looked at Lu Erlong, and asked. What should we do now? First, find a way to get into Wuhan City. The conclusion just now is just our guess. We need to verify Chen Yao's safety in person. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded with a focused look, thinking that what Lu Erlong said made sense, and then asked. Then what? Wait. Listening to Lu Erlong's words, Tang Yuehua was a little dumbfounded. Otherwise, with our current strength, saving Chen Yao is tantamount to seeking death. If we really die, wouldn't that woman Bibi Dong get away with it for nothing? Yin and I are both inheritors of the gods, and our future is limitless. Even you, your martial spirit is extremely extraordinary. So after confirming Chen Yao's safety, we will concentrate on practicing. Even if the titled Douluo can't beat the Spirit Hall, then wait for Yin and I to inherit the throne. As for you, it's understandable that you sacrificed yourself for Chen Yao, but now that Chen Yao is gone, you can't follow the previous path. Your future spirit rings need to be attached with spirit rings that can help me and Yin, or simply choose offensive spirit rings directly. In short, you can't drag us down. When you reach the strength of Soul Saint, Yin and I will almost reach the titled Douluo, and we will have the capital to compete with the Spirit Hall, then we will have a chance to rescue Chen Yao. Even if it is not possible yet, Yin and I will both inherit the position of goddess. I don't believe that the Spirit Hall has any way to resist two gods. Lu Erlong said with a solemn oath. Now that she had learned from the previous experience of the Demon Dragon Hall, she no longer dared to pin her hopes on forming any forces. Tang Yuehua's unique star martial spirit and Yin, the descendant of the god of life, were her best helpers. Why bother doing such thankless things? As for the current Demon Dragon Hall, she had planned to completely cut off contact with it. Although she had been training in the Killing City for 3 years and had the Killing Domain, her strength had improved a lot compared to 3 years ago. She was sure to break free from the control of those elders and gain real say in the Demon Dragon Hall. But now the Demon Dragon Hall has become a mess, and Lu Erlong has no intention of intrigue anymore. It is better to practice well, strive to be promoted to title Douluo as soon as possible, and personally eliminate the hidden danger caused by myself. Thinking of the old guys who had controlled her in the Demon Dragon Hall before, especially a certain old woman, a terrifying murderous aura flashed across Lu Erlong's eyes. After hearing Lu Erlong's words, Yin and Tang Yuehua also nodded subconsciously. Although the Spirit Hall is a behemoth for others, they are not ordinary spirit masters. It is not difficult for them to grow up and compete with it in the future. Now, let's go out of the forest first and go directly to the spirit city. But for the sake of safety, we don't have to enter the city. I remember that there are many blue-silver grasses in the spirit city. At that time, it will depend on you, Yin, to explore the situation in the city and confirm Chen Yao's safety. Putting down the resentment towards the elders of the Demon Dragon Hall for the time being, Lu Erlong turned around and spoke to Yin again. It's a small matter. Yin nodded, and then the three-person team simply packed up and left the small building, heading out of the forest. On the other side, in the heart of the forest. Sister Xiao Wu, I want to go in there. At this moment, the huge body of the azure bull python was immersed in the lake, and the huge and ferocious bull head showed a lonely and sad expression. It spoke to Xiao Wu, who was sobbing beside the lake. As soon as the voice fell, the crying stopped abruptly. Xiao Wu raised her head with tears on her cheeks and looked at the azure bull python in disbelief. Deming, do you know what you are talking about? It's a place where animals are eaten without spitting out bones. If you go in, you may die. As for the excited Xiao Wu, the azure bull python's expression did not change, and there was infinite loneliness and gloom in its eyes. I know, but compared to death, I am more afraid that I will never be able to avenge Ming, so I must go in. Listening to the decisive voice of the sky blue bull python, Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly, lowered her head, and was silent for a while. After a while, Xiao Wu raised her head with tears in her eyes. Then Daming, I wish you a safe journey. Xiao Wu has now transformed, and there is no soul power in her body. Entering that place is tantamount to death. Therefore, when the sky blue bull python is completely determined to enter the forbidden area, it means that it and Xiao Wu will go their separate ways. Sister Xiao Wu, take care. The sky blue bull python's huge eyes stared at Xiao Wu deeply, with reluctance in his eyes. If it is possible, it does not want to go in, but since it came back, the scene of the Titan giant ape's sacrifice has been flashing clearly in its mind, torturing it to death, so it must find a way to become stronger and avenge its brother. As for Xiao Wu, although she has no strength now, she is not too worried. In this place, she and the Titan ape still have the remaining power. As long as humans don't come, other soul beasts dare not approach. Moreover, Xiao Wu has been in this forest for tens of thousands of years. Although she has the best relationship with them, she has more than just these two friends. After looking at Xiao Wu with nostalgia, the sky blue bull python raised its head, as if to vent, and let out a shocking cow-mooing sound. Then it twisted its body, accompanied by the ground shaking, and broke through the water surface, rushing towards the deeper part of the forest that no soul beast dared to approach for who knows how long. 154 Chapter 150 Douluo in the Secret Chamber. 154. Hey! The little snake outside actually has the courage to run in. At this moment, the core area of the Stardo forest is a place of great danger that both human strongmen and powerful soul beasts in the forest are very secretive. A beast lying under 100-foot-tall ancient tree, with 3 dog-like beasts, ferocious, with bright red lines all over its body, like a soul beast flowing with molten lava, slowly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of the outside world, with a flash of surprise in its eyes. 12,000 years of cultivation is too weak to accomplish anything great, but since it has the courage to come in, if it can come here, it would be okay to give it a chance. On a stone platform not far from the 3 red demon mastiffs, which was exquisitely carved, a woman in a green dress and with a delicate face slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the outside world, and spoke indifferently. On the other side, a huge bear with a body as huge and magnificent as a small mountain, with dark gold fur all over its body and a fierce and sharp aura, was lying on an open space. After hearing the woman's words, although he didn't say anything, 2 long white dragons spewed out from his nose, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Just as the woman's voice fell and the field was about to fall into silence again, the ground under their feet suddenly began to tremble violently, and deeper in the forest behind, a silver light that was extremely bright shone across the sky. After feeling the breath contained in the silver light, everyone present was stunned, and a hint of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Just as they were in shock, a black shadow that covered the sky and the sun passed over their heads. Before everyone could see the black shadow clearly, it twisted and then turned into a middle-aged man wearing a simple black robe, with a solemn face and a touch of majesty, and stood suspended in the air. Emperor Tian. All of a sudden, everyone gathered around the figure floating in the air. Even the big bear that had a slightly rebellious look just now had a serious look on his face. Looking at the people who gathered around him, Emperor Tian nodded slowly, then pointed at a woman in a purple skirt below. The beautiful and charming woman with a graceful and voluptuous figure spoke. You guessed right, the master has woken up. Zig, go and bring the azure bull python that just came in here. Everyone was shocked after getting the confirmation from Dityan, but after hearing his next words, they were full of doubts. The named Zig couldn't help but ask. Could it be that the master's awakening is related to that little snake? Dityan nodded solemnly. Yes, the azure bull python has an unusual aura on its body, which is closely related to my soul beast clan. The master was revived because of it. This is related to our great plan for countless years. It cannot be lost. Zig, go quickly. Dityan's serious tone made Zig look serious and nodded. I know. After saying that, his figure flashed, and a purple light covered his whole body. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant purple dragon covered with scales. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared from everyone's sight. On the other side, the spirit hall. Chen Yao's consciousness was in darkness, full of chaos and distortion. He struggled subconsciously to break free from this endless abyss. Gradually, his eyelids trembled and his breathing became rapid. Just as his consciousness got rid of the confusion, the memories before the coma began to flood in like a tide, and Chen Yao's heart suddenly felt a shock. His eyes opened instantly, his vision began to focus, and he saw the environment he was in at the moment. He was lying on a big bed at the moment. The head of the bed was beautifully decorated, the mattress was like clouds and mist, and the pillows and quilts were exquisitely embroidered. Every corner was full of endless luxury and comfort, like a mysterious garden full of flowers, filled with an intoxicating fragrance. But except for this big bed that embodies luxury to the fullest, the rest of the room seems extremely simple. Except for a small round table and 2 chairs in front of the bed, there is nothing else, making the room look extremely empty and lonely. The walls around it, which are paved with unknown black stone, are tightly closed and airtight. No light can shine in, making the cold and dark atmosphere linger in the room. Where is this? Chen Yao moved his body with difficulty, pursed his dry lips, looked at this strange and dark environment, and murmured hoarsely. However, as soon as he moved his body, a crisp dingling clang sound rang out from all over his body. Suddenly, Chen Yao's face froze, and he suddenly lifted his clothes and looked down. He saw that his limbs were actually covered with 4 black chains. The chains extended from his body and were fixed to the 4 corners of the bed, restraining his movements. Although the chains were small, Chen Yao recognized the material of the chains. It was the black iron used by the spirit hall to experiment with defensive soul guides. This black iron was extremely strong and could even withstand the full force of a soul emperor. Although this black iron was too rare to be popularized and was useless to soul emperors and above, it could be used by those masters to ensure the safety of their descendants. Gradually, defensive soul guides made of this type of black iron became a symbol of status in the spirit city, attracting countless people to scramble for them, and the supply was in short supply. Now, these chains bound to Chen Yao are all made of that extremely precious iron, and the scale of the work is amazing. Similarly, the chains are finely crafted and flawless, leaving no room for anyone to take advantage of them. This made Chen Yao look very ugly. He tried to activate his soul power and martial spirit, but as expected, his body was now empty and there was no feedback. Even, this feeling of loss at this moment was much more terrifying than when Ayan suppressed his soul power at the beginning. There was no chance for him to breathe at all. Moreover, the room he was in at the moment seemed to have been specially modified. It was almost in a vacuum state, without any signs of soul power. It was completely unrealistic for Chen Yao to absorb the free soul power in the air and break free from the shackles as he did at the beginning. Just when Chen Yao was feeling anxious and irritated about his situation, suddenly, a low sound of iron and stone friction and collision sounded. He looked up and saw that the heavy iron door in front of him was slowly pushed open. The iron door was pushed open, and a dazzling light shone in from outside the door, causing Chen Yao, who was in the dark old house, to squint his eyes. When the dazzling feeling disappeared, the scene in front of him became clear again, and Chen Yao saw a stunning face appearing in front of him. At this moment, there was a smile on that face. But looking at this smile, Chen Yao felt a little cold behind him. Since you hate me, why did you kill me to vent your anger? Why do you do these things? Aren't you afraid of complications? Looking at Bibi Dong, Chen Yao took a deep breath, raised his hand, pointed to the black iron chain on his wrist, and asked in confusion. He. Bibi Dong laughed softly when she heard this, her face full of the strong ecstasy that could not be dissolved, her eyes were hot. She walked forward, stretched out her jade hand, pinched Chen Yao's jaw, and forced Chen Yao to looking up at her. He met her eyes. When did I say I wanted to kill you? Mysterious bitch. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this. Then you. I do hate you. At the beginning, I hated you for insulting my innocence and making it impossible for me and you Xiaogang to be together. At that time, I was afraid that even if I cut you into pieces, it would not be enough to relieve my hatred. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. At this moment, Bibi Dong said that she hated him to the bone, but why did she not see a trace of hatred on her face, but instead had a weird feeling, which made Chen Yao's hair stand on end. However, Bibi Dong did not pay attention to Chen Yao's stiff expression, and continued to talk on her own. Later, you became more and more aggressive, and even took Yu Xiaogang threatening me. Logically speaking, I should hate you even more deeply, but... At this point, Bibi Dong paused, then turned her head to look at Chen Yao, her eyes flashing with a fiery scarlet that made Chen Yao's heart palpitate. Bibi Dong walked to the edge of the bed, stretched out her hand, and roughly embraced Chen Yao, who was now unable to move. In Chen Yao's stunned expression, Bibi Dong buried her head in Chen Yao's neck, greedily sucking on his scent. But I gradually discovered that the impression of Yu Xiaogang in my heart seemed to be constantly blurring, while your appearance was becoming clearer and clearer in my heart. Now, can you understand my feelings? At this moment, Chen Yao was completely stunned. He never thought that things could develop like this. In other words, if there was a slight mistake in the process of secretly instigating the confrontation between Haoshan sect and Wuhun Hall, he would have been a gigolo now? Did he ask for it by wandering around for the past 3 years? Chen Yao's mouth twitched slightly, but although the matter was clear now and it seemed that his life was no longer in danger, looking at Bibi Dong's strange movements and expressions, Chen Yao didn't know why, but he still felt a little somewhat uneasy. Just about to say something, but Bibi Dong didn't give him the chance. At this moment, Bibi Dong's demeanor suddenly changed. The deep affection she had before was gone. She stared at Chen Yao expressionlessly, with a gloomy and paranoid look. The arms that were tightly holding Chen Yao's body also subconsciously exerted force, as if she wanted to crush him in her arms. He put his head slightly beside Chen Yao's ear and made a low and hoarse voice. But why do you hide from me again and again, making me disappointed and desperate again and again? Hearing this obviously emotional voice, Chen Yao was shocked. What was going on? Don't say that Bibi Dong had turned evil. Wasn't she playing with him? He quickly forced a smile on his face and wanted to explain. Bibi. Donger, there is a misunderstanding. But before he finished speaking, Chen Yao was blocked by a jade hand with a faint fragrance, and he couldn't make any sound. In Chen Yao's wide eyes, Bibi Dong's cold face once again pulled out a thrilling smile. This Donger is really hard to pronounce. If you are not used to it, just take it slowly. Bibi Dong smiled, her eyes full of pampering, which made Chen Yao feel creepy. As for misunderstandings, there are many misunderstandings between us. Even the first meeting was caused by misunderstandings. When I found you 3 years ago, I was thinking that I would take it slow with you and resolve the misunderstandings between us one by one, but unfortunately, you didn't understand, so I thought that to deal with you, I might have to take more direct measures to make you see clearly. As she said this, Bibi Dong threw Chen Yao heavily onto the soft big bed. With a fierce wave of her hand, the 4 chains connecting Chen Yao's limbs tightened immediately, and the whole person was forcibly pulled into a big shape. In this way, you will never be separated from me again and hurt me. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked down at Chen Yao, with a somewhat ferocious smile on her face, like a beautiful female ghost, and her eyes were filled with the fiery greed that could no longer be controlled and almost overflowed. Then, in Chen Yao's helpless eyes, Bibi Dong lifted her skirt and wiped her bright red lips with her scallion white fingers. In the past, you loved foreplay, and I suffered a lot for it. Now you should also do some foreplay to please me. Then, Chen Yao's mouth, which had just been blocked by Bibi Dong's hand, was sealed again, with nowhere to escape. His face was full of despair. It was unknown how much time had passed. Chen Yao's expression had become numb. When he only felt that he had no sensation from his nose down, Bibi Dong's face flushed and he stood up contentedly. Pooh! The moment he was unblocked, Chen Yao turned his head and spat a few times. Although there was no foreign matter in his mouth, the peculiar smell in his mouth still made him feel uncomfortable. Although Chen Yao played a lot, it was only on other people. He himself had a slight misophobia and would not abuse himself like this. At this moment, Bibi Dong's play obviously made him collapse. Seeing Chen Yao's discomfort, Bibi Dong let out a long breath, then leaned over, pressed Chen Yao under her, gently stroked Chen Yao's cheek, opened her red lips and mocked. What? You can't stand it. You forced me to swallow it a lot back then, and I have no complaints, so you have to get used to this kind of foreplay in the future. Bibi Dong smiled, and in Chen Yao's gnashing expression, she unable to hold back, the loneliness of the past few years turned into flames, enveloping her whole body. And Chen Yao under her was like a fuse, completely igniting her. All the flames turned into a stream, all leaning down towards Chen Yao. P.S. Please vote, please vote, please vote. 155.